can see clearly now, the rain is gone. I can see all obstacles in my way. Gone are the dark clouds that had me blind. It's gonna be a bright, 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 sunshiny day. It's gonna be a bright, 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 sunshiny day. I think I can make it now. The pain is gone. All of the bad feelings have disappeared.
morning, everybody. We are
Hi.
live. We had a few technical glitches this morning. We couldn't connect. We wanted to connect Karen via phone, but the phone wasn't playing. So we'll keep trying to do that. And Karen, once we get the phone connected, Karen will go outside. But in the meantime, we're going to bring the horses up to the door behind Karen. So welcome to our sponsathon, everybody. Good morning, Karen.
Hey, Marika. My goodness, what a stressful morning it has been. The rain definitely came down, but it has stopped. But we're very, very excited to be here to raise our
we've already had our first donation. Dawn Brosens,
awesome.
505 Rand.
Brilliant.
Yay,
Brilliant.
that's a good start to the day.
It's an excellent start. And then also, as Marika said, we did have a few glitches, and Diana unfortunately had to go to an emergency, as we always put the horses first. She had to leave, so we've also had to do a bit of reshuffling. And so please bear with us, because we have to bring all the horses up to the door, so at least you can still meet them. And it is a working farm, so there is a bit of noise and a bit of banter. But we're very excited to be here and very, very amped to raise our 300,000 Rand for our abused and neglected horses.
Yes. So Cart Horse has been going since 1995, but it took another 13 years before we finally had a place where we could take all the neglected and abused horses. Before that, we had to rely on the SPCA, and we had to take our horses there. And if we wanted to confiscate horses, then they were the people we had to call. But in 2007, late Bertha van Vliet left us a large sum of money in her will, which is why bequests are so important to us. They really help us to achieve the big goals. So she left us a large sum of money, and with that large sum, we were able to purchase a piece of land in the Furlands Equestrian Estate in Gordons Bay. We had to rely... So in 2008, we moved in, and since then, 345 horses have called the R&R home, some for years, some only for days. 31 foals have been born there, and 101 horses have been adopted out over the last 13 years. Although not all our adoptions turned into forever homes, some of the horses came back. We recently had a very naughty horse that broke paddocks and was sent back within 2 days. Little Bobby, you will meet him later.
Yes. Absolute character.
So in addition to Carmen, who oversees the R&R in her capacity as the adoptions and stable yard coordinator, there are 4 grooms, and each of them have a number of horses that they look after. So there's Emmanuel, Donix, George, and Herbert, and you'll be meeting some of them today. I know someone is off, but you'll be meeting some of them today, and you'll be meeting all of the horses that we have at the R&R. So I don't know, we're waiting for the first horse to be brought up to Karen, but while we wait, we're going to play you a video that we recorded earlier for a Coffee with Cart Horse episode. It's about one of our favorite donkeys, and when he was still in the industry. So here is Boy Ockets telling you about Saki.
Jy het groot geraak saam met Saki. Waar jou pa vir Saki gehaal het? Hoe het jou pa Saki gekoop?
My pa het hom gevoel, hulle daar in 'n napier.
En toe het jy hier gekry.
En my pa se neef het gegaan met 'n bakkie. En 'n trailer.
Wil per Saki.
Saki was baie rood, mevrou. As ons hom getrek het, dan het hy Saki, mevrou.
As jy
Dan rol, ja, mevrou. En as ons hom uitgehaal het die stal, dan trek hy vir ons uit by die hek, binne die pad. Tot aan die oorkant, dan daar was gerevel. Dan gaat die gerevel, dan rol hy vir hom vol, mevrou. Maar as ons klaar skoon gemaakt in die stal, dan skel my pa vir ons uit. Ons moet nog weer invat, want ons moet hom reeds komen maar om in die waantjie te sit. Want my pa was precies geweest op sy pere. En my pa het nie vir Saki ingespan as sy voete nie afgewas gewees het. Sy voete moet afgewas gewees het. Sy kuif moet uitgekamme gewees het. Alles moet precies gewees het. En dan het hom in die waantjie gekom. Is ons om gered, dan wil hy nie hard op die mevrou. Dan toe my pa net op, en sê my pa net kof. En daar het my Saki met hom.
Dit was die hande geweest.
Dat was die hande, mevrou. En die stem.
Hoe lang het jou pa gevat om vir sakkie so, ek wil amper so mak te kry?
Maar bro, is was nog nie 2-3 weke nie, maar bro.
Dis nie reg.
Ja, my pa het altyd in die stal gegaan, in sakkies gestal. Wat my pa vir sakkie geseer het, maar bro, gepraat het met sakkie Diana. Ons weet nie wat my pa gepraat het met hom nie. Maar my pa het gepraat met hom, my pa het hom gestreel, en ons het wat sy skoon gemaakt. My pa het selfs sy skoene aangesit eers wat hy gekom.
Luister, boy, en jou pa het hy ooit met sakkie gebruik, want jy het op die stadium gebruik, jy het skrypig gewerk, maar jy het begin om te bruik met sakkie.
Sakkie, mevrou Diana, sakkie was gegee vir my om te bruik. Ek het gebruik met sakkie, dan kan ek nie bruik met sakkie, want sakkie wil nie loopie, Diana. Dan moet ek met sakkie net daar los, met die vrugte en die groente. Dan moet ek met pa gedaan, dan moet my pa nou siapie leisen vat, en wat my pa praat met hom, dan loop hy Diana. Dan barok my pa nou so, aan die kaalstenen, wat my pa gebruik, maar ek het gebarok van die berg af, barok ek voor en toe na my pa sy, so met sakkie. En dan vere. En as hy nie wil loop, dan moet my pa jake slag gedaan. My pa het al so kwaad word, as ek al my pa mee uit. Ek het al gewys, hoor ek sê vir sakkie, maar sy, wie toe om vir sakkie te ry nie? Sê my pa, as hy nie 'n donkie kan ry, sal sy nooit 'n donkie kan ry nie. Sakkie was 'n baie slim donkie gewees.
Nee, hy was.
Van as jy gepraat met hom en dan spit sy ore en as hy geleer het op, as hy jou gestreel het met sy kop.
Ja.
Hy was 'n baie lieflike donkie gewees.
Weet jy wat onthou ek van sakkie? So is daar iemand wat trou in Recovery.
Ja.
En hulle vra toe maar hulle wil 'n donkiekar as die bruid sal hê. So gaan ek en Sue onthou vir Sue.
Ja,
Ons gaan
ja.
vir sakkie haal, die een van die wa en die ander een van vir sakkie.
Sakkie.
Kom by sakkie, daar by jou pa nog nie in Kaapstad
Ja.
gebly. Sakkie is uitgevat in jou pa se haar gehandgemaakte tye. En hy lyk dit pragtig. Nou span jou pa meer uit, want ons sien ons wil hom nie meer graag met die
Ja.
tye inlei nie, maar sakkie lyk mooi. Jou pa vat hom voor en sakkie klim uit. Jy kan sien sakkie is baie halstarrig. Hy vertrou nie die vrede in die hosboks nie. Maar hy klim in, want jou pa is mos nou daar, die baas van sakkie is mos nou daar. So ry ons nou op jou radio, toe is mos nou net 'n klipgooi van jou pa se huis af. Toe ons daar kom, toe ons die boks agterop maak, toe sakkie waternat gesweet. Hy was bang vir 'n boks gewees, maar hy was nooit ooit onwillig. As jou pa by gewees het, dan smaak dit vir jy moet op gedoen het net wat jy gewou het. Julle paarde, sakkie in 'n familie groot geraak. Hy het nie net saam met ander paarde groot geraak, hy het saam met mense familie groot geraak. Hoe belangrik was sakkie vir jou en hoe belangrik was sakkie vir julle as 'n familie? Wat se rol het sakkie vir julle in die familie gespeel?
Ons was baie oor sakkie gewees. As nie dat ons hom gebruik het vir die werk het, ons was baie lief gewees vir sakkie.
Ek het net gesê, dat was
Kyk, ons is lief vir almal ons diere wat ons het. Ons is baie lief vir ons diere.
Ja.
Ons was baie lief vir sakkie. Sakkie, my pa het eendag vir sakkie vir my gegee, Diana. Ons het 'n movie geskiet in Musenburg met hom. En my pa het vir sakkie vir ons en ek moet die dag alleen gaan, Diana. Met sakkie en die ander donkie. My pa het gesit die reishaal op sakkie, reishaal op die ander donkie en dit was sowieso blondie. En ons moet gereed Musenburg toe met sakkie en die ander donkie. Agter die waantjie aan die blondie. Musenburg toe, Diana. Sluit die taaks geen. En my pa het vir my gesê, meneertjie, ek was al groot. Toe, meneertjie, my pa vir my, onthou wat ek vir jou sê, sy ry nie lang pad met hulle nie. Sy vat shortcut. Dan sê my pa vir my, sy ry soos ek vir jou sê, sy ry nie vir sakkie nie, en sy hou vir my agter die wa, en hy moet nie nak nie sê. Hy sal vir my kom sê, as jy hier kom, hy sal vir my sê, as hy hou gekry het, of hy was verniel op die pad, hy kon verklaar. Ons weet nie hoe weet my pa nie, wat sakkie kom vir hom sê, pa, hy sê vir my pa, in sy taal, in sy donkie taal, en hy gesê vir my pa, hy het nog nie geslaat, of hy het nie gerenoveer of so. Dan sê my pa, dan ry jy shortcut, dan gaat jy slang met sy bos deur, jy gaat Musenburg toe, en as jy huis toe kom, dan kom jy al langs die beach om. Sê, dan kon jy Strandfontein om, lekker, langs die beach om met hulle, uit die gevaar, uit die treffiek, al op die wit sand, met hulle, stap, Ik wou nie of jy later kom nie, maar sy bring vir hulle is toe maar mooi is toe bring.
Soos hy sê.
En ons het gegaan mevrou en Sakkie wil door die loop langs die pad en ek sit daar by die beach en ek dink en ek is nou al 'n groot man, maar ek dink maar die donkie wil loop, die donkie siek en ek het nie my phone by my Diana. En ek dink ag ek begin te huil. Ik begin te huil Diana, want die donkie wil loop, die donkie siek en ek het die phone en die kar maar daar by die see om is toe en hier Sakkie gaan leef. Maar vooral te staan, donkie op en donkie begin te loop. Ek sien na, hy het gespeel met ons. Maar vooral nie gaat ons met Blondie en Sakkie. En Sakkie al toe al achter die Diana. En wat jy Sakkie niks, Sakkie toe al pak gespeel met ons. En die movies is klaar gemaakt en alles, maar Sakkie sien ek sê Sakkie asseblief loop. Pak het ons slap as ons by die huis kom. So as daar een gekom het, as een wat miskien, ja, wat groot het met 'n donkie, dan sal my pa nog gegee die donkie, miskien, ja, overal wat, net vir die paar laaste met 'n donkie wil gery gewees, dan sal hy nog 'n Sakkie ingespan het, dan sal hy nou die overal rykie gegee het, hy moes nog wel langer gewees, paar laaste om op 'n donkie kaart te gery, dan het Sakkie allemaal die dinge gedoen, en by die kerke,
Ek wil nog net vir jou gevraag van
Kersfees en so, dan het hulle nog gekom, hulle wil 'n donkie by die kerk, dan sal my pa nou die donkie gegee het by die kerk, dan het hy so weer gaan doen by die kerk, en dan het hulle nog net weer teruggebring die Diana.
Ek wil vir jou sê, die dag wat Boeta Moos, dit was eintlik Megan geweest. Ons was met Boeta Moos geweest, waar Sakkie gestaan het, toe was jou pa nou klaar afgestaaf.
Ja.
En toe het hy daar gelê, en dit was my, ek kry so half gevoel dat, na aanleiding van wat ek net gesê het, is dat Sakkie het jou pa gemis. Ek het sommer enige twyfel dat jy jou pa gemis het, want Boeta Moos kan hoe kos gegee. Sakkie het agteruit gegaan by jou pa, en hy was nie siek geweest. In ieder geval, toe ons nou daar kom, ons het postalbesoek gedoen, toe lê Sakkie daar so, en ons kom toe nou terug, doen wat ons moet doen, ons kom toe nou terug, en ons sê vir Megan, en Sakkie, dat is nou eindelijk van jammer kring, want ons dink hy was volgegaan wat nou by jou pa was. En Megan sê toe, maar ons moet vir Boeta Moos vraag, of hy nie sal oorteken en kaartjes nie. Maar die feit dat Boeta Moos en die opwaarsfamilie vir Sakkie aan kaartjes te vertrouw het, was 'n absolute eer vir ons gewees. Want hy het vir ons geëntertain, soos die Engelsman sou sê. Hy was 'n absolute plesier geweest. Ons het foto's geneem, en die dag toe hy sterf, toe is dit letterlik soos 'n broer wat dood is. En kaartjes het letterlik geween. En dit was 'n voorreg vir ons geweest om hom te ken, en baie dankie dat jy die stories met ons
Wow, what a
That
lovely
was
story.
the story that Boy told us about Sakkie. We all loved Sakkie. He spent his last few years at the R&R, and we just loved him. There's Tiger in the background, but before we get to him, I just want to remind you that we are here to raise funds today. I just want to remove this thing so you can actually scan. So this is our QR code for SnapScan. You can donate via SnapScan. You can go to our website and click on the Sponsathon web page. There's a special donation page for that. Or you can go through PayFast. But I think SnapScan is absolutely the easiest way to donate. And you just go open the app on your phone, go to the bottom right-hand corner, click on donate, search for Cart Horse, and make your donation. We still need to raise 291,995 rands for the day.
Come on, folks.
So please share with your friends, tell everybody to watch us, and please donate towards these beautiful horses that are at the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre. And over to you, Karen. Introduce us to Tiger.
Oh, thanks, Marika. Folks, as you know, we had connection issues. So we're going to bring the horses up to the office, and this is Tiger. And we're going to speak to Ashley and Emmanuel, the groom, that's basically look after him. So I'm just going to step over here for a second. So you can see gorgeous Tiger having eating. I hope everybody can hear me. Emmanuel, what can you tell me about Tiger? What makes him so special?
Oh, Tiger is very nice horse and he's beautiful. And he's like you're eating too much. Because if we don't give him food, this one is getting so much crazy. Because he love eating and he love everyone. If everyone is walking, then he like to be looking for say who is coming. Because if he we walking from up and down there, sometimes if we, for like a child time when we living inside, he like getting so much crazy, and when you walking, you need to be little bit serious with horses because if you don't be serious, gonna be make some little bit problem because he like to turn quickly and the big food goes yeah. So, but yeah, it's very nice to working for cleaning food, to brushing. It's nice horses, very friendly horses, friendly horses.
That's wonderful.
They're wonderful, and these horses, and also if you can try maybe to help us for money, I think it's mostly if you can help provide because you see most nice ones.
Yes.
Body, you see, friendly, even you can do like
Oh,
can't
my
pick up this
goodness.
one. This horse is very, very nice.
You can clearly see that you love Tiger, Emmanuel.
I like Tiger.
He seems like getting all the real good nummies.
Good names. It's very
Wow. And whoopsie. And then Ashley, what can you tell me about Tiger? What is your story with him? Oops. Need to speak loud. This is actually our head farrier, and he also knows Tiger quite well.
Yeah, most definitely. My name is Ashley. Like the lady said, I know Tiger since he was born.
Okay.
I know his father's name is called Barabbas, and his mother is called Eleanor. So when he was born, he was disformed, which means he had a disability with his legs, which means he started to develop slack pastures, which means he's not suitable for work. So because he's not suitable for work, we were suggesting to the owners that he can only do some light kind of work. Eventually went from owner to owner, and after that they put him in a cart and they tried to work with him, and that's how we get him actually from the previous owners. So what I also want to say is when he was a youngster, he cut himself. He had a huge wound. He cut himself at a corrugated sheets. So he had an old wound, which also causes him not to be suitable to pull a cart or to pull heavy loads like the guys normally want them to do. So yes, this is a good horse, nice size. As you can see, nice solid build, likes to eat, he's fat, and he's the great one here on the farm. I like him also, especially with his disabilities at his feet. Thank you, lady.
And Ashley, how long have you worked for Cartels for?
I'm almost now 20 years with the
20
association.
years?
Yes, with the association. So yeah,
And you're the head farrier. And what made you decide to be a farrier?
from when I was born, my father used to have horses,
Okay.
and they used to work with horses. So I got it from them, and I adopted the love for horses and to work with horses. And that's how I got involved with the association, because we used to bring our horses to the association for shoes and other services. So that's how I get actually involved and start getting the love for farriery and those kind of things. Those years, yes, lady.
Wonderful. Thanks, guys. Nice meeting you, Tiger. Getting a Nami breakfast here this morning with us. Thanks, Emmanuel. Thanks, Ashley.
Pleasure,
And
ladies.
we'll look in with you guys a bit later again.
Thanks, ladies.
Thank you. Not to get. Oh, wow. What a lovely horse. And eating all
It's
these
lovely.
nummies. My goodness.
So while we're waiting for the next horse to come up, I'm going to share with you a little horse, well, a little pony called Gemorsi. Gemorsi was one of the first horses that ever went through the R&R. His owner used to live right next door to the Elsies River police station, and there were many complaints about this little pony. If he wasn't loose on the road or tethered in dangerous places, he was tethered too short or tethered without shelter in a storm. So in 2013, he was finally permanently confiscated. He was adopted out and renamed Khalifi. But unfortunately, he wasn't such a leafy, and he was a very bad-tempered, feisty little pony, and he was just not meant to be a children's pony. Unfortunately, he bit a child really badly, and he was returned to cart horse. He had a lucky break, though, and he was adopted again, this time as a companion to 3 other adopted horses. So now he spends his day just doing his own thing, being left alone, and he's friends with African Dawn, Springs, and Socks. So there is little Gemorsi.
Sweet. Being painted.
Which-
Folks, if you've just tuned in, we did have some technical issues and we're having to go live out of our Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre's office, and we are bringing the horses up to the door so you can still meet them. It's a pity we can't be out and about in the paddocks, and so you can see their full body and their full personalities. But as they say, the show must go on, and we are here for a reason. We need to raise 300,000 Rand for these abused and neglected horses that live at the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre. And we will be live streaming all day. And Diana also, as we mentioned earlier, needed to go to an urgent vet call. And hopefully everything will be fine with the horse and she can maybe join us a bit later. But if we do get reconnected again with our phone, then we will take you out and do exactly as planned to be in the paddocks, and you can see what the R&R is all about.
Yeah, if you can't donate today, then please send a WhatsApp to the number on the screen, 079 513 4098, and pledge a donation that you can make at a later stage. So we know that not everyone can donate today, but if you can make a pledge or make a donation, please do. And I see Jeffy is outside the door.
Okay, on to Jeffy. Oh my goodness. Melanie, we're going to chat to Melanie, and it's Emmanuel again.
Yes, Emmanuel again.
Emmanuel, what can you tell us about Jeffy? What do you like about him?
Jaffe, I like Jaffe. This one is the whole farm. This one is mostly colorful horses and beautiful. Even you can see more different colors. It's similar like a mostly plain. And these horses, I like it so much because this one, when you're working, blushing, grooming properly, no problem. When you it's problem, no problem for bringing inside to blushing, cleaning food. When you come in for food, you just picking up by yourself. And if brushing, no problem. But these horses, we have only a little bit a problem when we bring it from outside, bring in. Because she likes to come, but when he's coming, you need to tie nose band because he like to pick up in front foot, maybe to bite, sometimes to leg to bite you, or to put in front foot on top of your shoulders.
Oh my goodness.
You need to be clever when you're walking in this one to tie nose band, but it's a nice horse because I never see so much problem for this horse. I like them.
Wonderful.
And please, you must try to help us, please, to get a little bit, some of it, everything's done properly when you have money.
To look after them.
Yes, look after them. If no money, then it's a problem, you see. If no money, then now it's a little bit, and she likes some food. Most states like chef, like chef. Now.
Yes.
Now, we say we give him all day because we see problem with money. Say no money now, eating all day, now his stomach is running, you see. So that one is the problem. Please help us.
Thanks, Emmanuel. And now we're going to chat to Melanie about Jeffy and how come can you stand here, please, Melanie, so everybody can see you. There we go. As you know, Melanie is an equine welfare practitioner as well. And she's going to tell us a bit more about Jaffe and why Jaffe is at the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre.
Karen, just before that, can you open the bottom door so we can see the horses properly?
Sure.
Or is it not possible?
It is. I've just got a puppy over here. So,
Okay.
yeah, let me just.
There is a veritable amount of animals.
I know
Karen.
there is.
And Gail
Okay,
just
can you-
asked, she wants to see them properly.
Yes, of
She wants
course.
to see the whole horse.
Yeah, let me take her up. Oopsie. Sorry, she's just having a look how gorgeous she is.
Oh, hello.
There we go. There. Can you see?
Aha. Yes, now we can see him.
Wonderful. Gorgeous. Okay. Yes. So Melanie, sorry. So you're one of our equine welfare practitioners, and you're going to let us know how Jaffe came to be living at the R&R.
Morning, everyone. As you heard, like Emmanuel just said, it's always difficult to get Jaffe into the stable, but it explains why it is so difficult. Jaffe came into the industry in 2006 with his mother. And Jaffe basically moved from the one owner to the another owner, and from one owner to another. Didn't have much of a happy life. And at one stage, he ended up in the Netwerk area. At the time, I also started working at Carter's. So Jaffe and his siblings used to stand in the stable, not really taken care of. Owner wasn't there. He wasn't someone that really helped with Jaffe cleaning the stable, see that Jaffe get cleaned and stuff. So what happened? We had endless problems with the owner and the stabling. Constantly when they give a warning and then things would improve and then Jaffe went back standing in the stable and it wasn't really work. So I think that explains why Jaffe don't like going into the stable when you must go up. And then on one Saturday afternoon, late afternoon, around about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I and Judith and I was on standby duty for the weekend. And we received a call from the police in Langa about the horse with the car on him. And we went out to find Jaffe in the car, under condition, overloaded, wrong ID report, broken harness, and that was it. That was just the moment that we've been waiting for, because it was always difficult to get. We couldn't basically confiscate Jaffe out of the stable because of the area where he stayed, but we were lucky enough to confiscate him in an unknown area where the police assist us, and that is how Jaffe ended up in the R&R.
Melanie, what does it feel like when, like, you've gone through all this trouble to get Jaffe confiscated? What does it feel like to actually finally to get them off the road?
I remember when I started working in 2016 at Carter's. Every now and again, like I said before, Jaffe would come in for shoes and we would book him off because of his condition, send him home, we must stand with a warning. And then, so when we find Jaffe that Saturday afternoon in the Langa area, it was Jaffe was standing there just waiting for us, because I remember the time when I was standing there waiting for the owner to come and load him. He was so calm, he was so relaxed. He was, thank you for coming to my rescue. And when we loaded him, he basically just walked into the hospital.
So he basically knew he was heading to a safe place.
He was, yes.
That's amazing. And look at him now, happy, healthy.
Yeah, and when we confiscated him, he was almost under condition. Everything about Jaffe was in this is Jaffe now.
And he's clearly loved at the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre.
Yes.
Guys, thank you so much. Thanks, Emmanuel, and we'll hook up with you again later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Next one. Wow, what a lovely story.
Yeah, and we've just received a 2,505 Rand donation from Sally Henstock.
Wow, thanks, Sally. Woo, woo.
That brings our total to 10,510. So that's what we've got
Come
at the
on,
moment.
folks.
We've
Yes.
still got 289,490 to go.
As Philippa Johnson says, dig deep. We need to raise this money for all the horses that live at the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre, that stay here, and we, like I said, to get rehabilitated and to finally find their forever home somewhere, never to work again.
Yeah.
Let's see
I want
who's up.
I want to see if we can connect the phone quickly. I'm going to try and connect it and see what happens. And while we try and see if it'll connect, if you can't donate today, then please pledge to donate on 079 513 4098, because we know that not everyone has money now, but maybe if you can pledge near Christmas or whatever, then please pledge to donate so that we know that we can count on your donation later on. And then I want to tell you about another horse that came through the R&R, who's called Survivor. He was at the R&R quite a few times. He was collected from Lansdowne SAPD in July 2010. In 2011, he was found under condition with harness wounds. The owner was also out working too late. The owner was charged for his stay at the R&R, as we do. If we keep horses at the R&R for people, then they have to pay stabling. So he stayed there for a whole month to gain condition. Later that same year, he was confiscated again because his drivers did not follow the rules. His owner was told to take better care who he rents his horse out to, as his drivers were causing him problems by not following the rules. So a lot of the time, folks, we have people who have more than one horse and they rent them out to drivers, and then the drivers make their money and they either share half of what they make with the owner of the horse, or they pay him back by buying shoes or feed or whatever. But in this case, the drivers were not doing the owners any favor. So, in the very same month, he was again involved in a theft and was permanently confiscated and gelded. He was soon adopted out to a new home with the warning that he was a very naughty horse. And as far as I know, he's still there. And I see our next horse is at the door waiting.
Ruben.
Hello, Ruben.
This is Ruben. Donix and Ashley will be talking about him. This is Donix, Ruben's groom, and he's going to tell us a little bit about his personality. Hi, Donix.
Hi.
Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
What can you tell us about gorgeous Ruben?
Okay. Yeah, Ruben, when the time I was coming here, she was a stallion.
He was a stallion.
Yeah, she's very naughty. Now we cut it 3 months ago. Now she's becoming good.
He's
If
relaxed.
you can see me now, you can see I touch him. I try to speak him to cool a little bit down. So I made a friend for with him. But the problem is you lose the money to feed the horse, because the company don't have money to buy more food for the horse. Now I like Ruben very much.
And is he easy to groom? Is he easy to get out of his stable?
Everything you can do nicely. I don't find problem with this horse.
No problem at
No
all.
problem.
Wonderful. And he likes his 10%.
Yeah, he is a favorite food for him.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
And were you here when he arrived at the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre?
No.
You weren't here?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you clearly enjoy looking after him and being his person.
Yeah.
Is there any antics about Ruben that you can tell us about?
No.
No, just a good boy since he's been gelded.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Donix.
Thank you very much.
And we're going to speak to Ashley, that also has a bit of background about gorgeous Ruben that's eating his ote and his nummies. Ashley, what can you tell us about Ruben?
Good day, lady. I know Ruben since he was born.
Okay, oh, another
Yes.
one. Wow.
Yeah, his father's name is Lucky. We call him Lucky 500 because the number that is registered with the association is 500, so we call him Lucky 500.
Okay.
And his mother is called Phila, grayish color mare.
Okay.
I know him since he was when he's the first foal of his mother. She had a lot of other foals. He's the first one. He was very cute when he was still a baby. Very nice, very cute. Yeah, his name is Ruben. Father's name is Phila. Lucky for mother's name is Phila. Uh, he had also a rough life after he moved from his first owner, which is Mr. Jafta. And eventually, when he shelled him on to the other guys, they start working hard with him.
Oh.
Yeah. And also, this new owner had like young guys that work with Ruben, and they give him such a hard time. So by so that eventually when he worked, his feet were so sore, he had cracks on both front feet. And also on top of that, his feet were so bruised, with a lot of bruises underneath, whereby he was so lame that we have to make him stand and treat his wounds for that. And after a while, some of the guys bring him in after he was treated and had a few wounds on him, and also with his feet with the bad cracks, we have to confiscate him from the last owner that he'd been with. But yes, he had a hard working life. He was a very naughty horse. He was always angry. He likes to bite and to kick. And we also struggled as a terrier to try to trim his feet. But after he was gelded, and after the grooms worked with him nicely, as you can see, he's very calm as he enjoys 10%. Yeah, that's
Wonderful. And how old do you think?
He can be about now 16 to
16 to 18 years.
Yes, 16 to 18. He's one of the youngsters where I came in the industry that was born in that range.
So you've come a long way with him.
With him. He's a nice stocky build pony. He's not too small. He's not even too big. So we would say he's more or less your suitable pony for your working car horse. And also with his build and his conformation, he's suitable to pull a car. So he's a very nice pony.
But he won't be pulling carts
Not
again.
anymore. He's completely
Wonderful. And his feet are fine and
his feet
everything's
is fine. He trimmed his feet up. As you can see, his feet is fine. Even the cracks
all
out.
gone.
Yeah, and even the bruises, all the bruises is gone. And you can see his nice trim around feet. And we love to have him on the farm. We also would love if you can sponsor anything to make horses like this life better. We would gladly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ashley. We'll hook up with you guys again later.
Thank you very much.
Wow, Ruben. Thanks, Donex. We'll see you in a bit.
Thank you.
Karen,
Hey.
I think the phone might be connecting. Let's see. I can see them and hear them. I don't know if they can hear me, but their mic is muted. So I don't know.
Okay, let me just quickly see if
I don't know if
No.
Kalani.
I think we might have connected.
Still not.
Is it working?
Is it working?
Wow, looks like it's working. We might
Is it
be back
working?
online.
Yay! Okay.
Brilliant.
Well, while you go out and get that sorted, I will tell people a little story about Rabia.
Excellent.
If I can find my
Okay. Thanks.
slide here. So, Karen, you just need to switch something off because I'm echoing.
Okay, should I just sorry folks, I just think if I leave this and something happens to the phone.
Just mute it. Or I'll just mute it. There we go. Okay, brilliant. So this is little Rabia. Rabia was at the R&R when I started working for Cartos, and she was a very interesting strange little pony. She didn't like to connect with people a lot. She came to the R&R to fall down in 2015. She wasn't supposed to stay there, but she ended up having a dummy fall. And it was only with a lot of perseverance and help from Dr. Lauren that the fall survived. Hence, she was named Miss Lauren. Rabia, when the time came for her to go home, she decided that the R&R was too nice a place and kept on fainting in the horse box, so we couldn't take her back. We were unable to truck her. So instead, we got her owner to sign her over. Unfortunately, she had a very unpredictable personality and was not put into the adoption program. In 2017, she was put to rest after having spent her last 2 years in the tranquility of the farm, as we like to call the R&R. And Dr. Lauren, who you might meet later, ended up adopting little Miss Lauren. So that was a happy ending after all. Now, I need to reiterate, because that is why we're here. Please donate. Please share with your friends. Tell everybody to come and watch our live stream. We are now able to stream from the phone. We're going to connect with Karen in a minute, and she's going to walk around and show you on the farm where all the horses are and what they're doing. And while we wait for them, I'll remind you how to donate with SnapScan. So if you open the SnapScan app on your phone, you go to the bottom right-hand corner, click on donate, search for Cart Horse, and you can donate any amount you want. We still need to raise over 280,000 Rand today. If we don't raise this, Karen and I don't get to go on holiday. So please donate. Please share with your friends. Share with your friends everywhere in the world. Any donation, no matter how big, how small, we rely on that. And with that, we're going to try. I don't know if Karen knows that she's muted, but I will try and tell her that. I'm just letting her know that her phone is on mute. Hopefully someone can let her know. I don't know that she has her phone with her. Oh dear. Okay, hang on. There we go.
See me?
Now we can hear you. I was worried we're going to watch you.
As you know, it is a live show and there are some glitches, but we are allowed to. I mean, we are able to walk around the farm and show you all the horses. And next up, I'm going to speak to Carmen and ask her about the daily routine. And you can introduce yourself to everyone. Carmen, what do you do with R&R?
Hi, everybody. My name's Carmen. So yeah, I'm the stable coordinator and the adoptions coordinator. So just to tell you a little bit about our daily routine here at the farm. At 6 o'clock, our guys, the grooms, come to work and give our horses some breakfast and groom and do their feet, and then they let them out into the paddocks at 7. And then that's the time when we clean all the stables, when the grooms clean all the stables and clean the water, refill water, and just get them ready for the horses to come back in at 5 o'clock. And then at 12 o'clock, or about 11:45, we prepare hay nets for the horses for lunch. And then again, the guys go on lunch, they have a little bit of a break. And then I sort of spend a lot of time with the horses on the farm. And I do home checks in the afternoon.
You're very busy doing home checks for our adoption program.
Yeah, we quite busy with that. So a lot of home checks. And then
what time do the horses go into their bedrooms for the evening? That has been cleaned. And
their stables, I must say, I would sleep in those stables. They are really beautifully done. And really grateful to the grooms for that. And they get fresh sawdust. So yeah, it's like a 5-star hotel actually. And yeah, the horses come in at 5 o'clock, and that's when they have their feet done again and their manes brushed, and they get their dinner. And then at 7 again, they get another little snack, and at 9 we do a water check. And then everyone goes to sleep for the evening until the next day, which is the same routine really.
But the grooms live on the property,
Yeah.
so the horses are basically taken care of 24/7.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got 3 grooms that live on the property. So in the event that there's any colic, or these guys are they're very hands-on. Yeah, they're very, and so we're very blessed to have these guys, and they sleep with one eye closed and one eye open, and both ears open. So yeah, that's our routine basically here. And then apart from all the horses, we have all our geese and our chickens that we take care of, or should I say that take care of us.
There's a chicken with all the babies, so
Yeah.
yeah.
And and then just the other odd jobs like removing manure and just keeping the farm clean, and just keep it going.
Well, I'm so glad that we're back online with the with our cameras, so you guys can get to see the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre and the ducks, and all these horses are clearly waiting, and they're anxious to be, not anxious, but excited to be interviewed. And the next horse is going to be Miss Sneepers. And Melanie and Alan and Banani. So she's got a whole bunch of people talking about her.
Karen, we had
Yes.
we had a wonderful pledge from Marianne Stark for her mother. She pledged well, let me just find that thank you note again. 8,571 rand from
Oh my
Marianne
word, 8,000.
Stark's mother. Yes, from her
Thank
mom
you
in
so
England.
much.
Yeah.
8,500 rand pledge, guys. Woo! We're getting there. Sorry. But curb my enthusiasm.
Oh, I'll let you
Wonderful,
carry on
thank you
with the
so
horses.
I know. Sorry, Angel. This is Miss Skeppers and Melanie. I know her story, which is actually quite a sad story, and thank goodness that she's here and she's gorgeous. What can you tell us about her story and why she landed up at the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre?
For those of you who don't know, Jeffrey is the father of Miss Skeppers, and also her mother also was also confiscated. So she was PTS later on, but Miss Skeppers is so she basically the whole family ended up at the R&R.
Yes.
And then Miss Skeppers was with the owner. The owner had a full-time job, so in what his job required was he stayed along for months, and then he used to let Miss Skeppers stay unattendedly with people who didn't really care for her. And every now and again, when there was one of the guys who needed a smoke, they would take Miss Skeppers and go work Miss Skeppers. And then one afternoon, on our way out to our afternoon clinics, we find Miss Skeppers on the Stellenbosch arterial with a full van on the car. Condition was moderate, shoes was bad, harness was needed attention, and then we called our senior inspector to say today is the day for Miss Skeppers. And then Miss Skeppers was Diana came and she loaded Miss Skeppers, and she was just happy to get into the box, and yes, Miss Skeppers standing.
And this is Alan. Alan is our rehabilitator, and he's been working with Miss Skeppers, and what difference have you seen from when you first started with her to where she is now?
She used to be very, like, she would never trust a human. She would literally, like, if you got into her space in a way that she didn't like, she would literally go on her back legs and she would rear at you and say, I'm not willing to work with you. I don't want to see you. So now she's a completely different horse. We do a lot of work together. I really enjoy working with her because on the outside there's all, like, she's very much, she doesn't want to deal with people on the outside, but as soon as you get to know her and she gets to trust you, she's so open and so honest, and she just wants to work with you, and she just wants to enjoy her time with you, and she just wants to please, and just wants to be happy. And she works so well, and she moves so beautifully. And she's so much happier now. You can walk into her paddock now and she'll actually come and greet you.
She'll come up to you.
She'll come and greet you, and then she'll want to work with you, and then she'll, like, if you were to go pick up another horse, she'll come and she'll kind of go, actually, you're working with me now. So it's a massive difference from when I first worked with her, and she would just go, I don't want anything to do with you. I don't trust you. I don't trust humans. And she's come such a long way, and I think she's actually found a home as well. And we're so proud of her. She's come such a long way.
Wow.
She's so loving as well.
Well, Anna, thank you so much for what you do for us with all these horses. And as you can see, this is why we have the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre, to look after these horses that were neglected and abused, and their personalities come through and shine and find their forever homes. And we're also going to speak to Donix, who's going to tell us a little bit more about Muskepas, because he is her groom. What is the favorite thing that you like about Muskepas, Donix?
As I'm a groomer, I try to make a friendship with the horse because it's my way. So skippers, I don't speak anything about Sky, but it's a very beautiful horse and it's very nice.
Okay.
Thank you very much. You can see me, I touch like this. I want to work with a horse like this.
Is she very easy to work with? She's not naughty.
No.
And she listens.
She listens and cool down. I do everything nicely.
Wonderful.
I don't find the problem with my horse.
Thanks so much, Donix. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And also we're going to speak to Banani, which also, Muskepas, like I said, seems to have all the people that wanted to speak about her today. Banani, what is your connection with Muskepas? And sorry, Banani is also one of our farriers, and he wanted to talk about his connection with Muskepas as well.
Morning, people. Muskepas. Remember one of the day was Inspector Mialani and Inspector Udet to come from clinic here in Philippines. The time thing was so 3 o'clock the time.
3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah. The time come back. Waiting for Mr. Pass in the road to tell him like Inspector Mialani was overloaded and red Lancer was in top his trailer.
Yes.
And also the body was not alright in the condition. She was very marked, and the shoes of them also.
Shoes were bad.
3 feet was shoes. Was
only 3?
Only 3 feet was shoes. Another shoes was looking like a menorah plate.
So she was overloaded, bad shoes, and pregnant.
Yes, ma'am. Now what is happening? And if I look myself to drivers, also I see the drivers looking to me like not a normal people. People like in small trunks, do changes. That's why she was not in the right condition, in the right hands.
Yes.
And I think that what the time they speak it up to Inspector, you call for Liana. Liana tell me to come to pick up them because it's very tired now. There's people look at it. Mary, plenty warnings was give them.
Plenty warnings were given.
Yeah. Now what is happening? For them to wait them, to help them to put him in a box. After that, to come here in farm.
Oh, wonderful. And it makes you feel all nice and happy and warm to know that she's been rescued and looked after at the R&R with everybody here. It makes your heart feel good.
Yes,
of course.
Yeah, now I see them, so I feel also quality.
Oh,
it's
thanks.
Very different to me now.
Yes.
I see like that, I see like I was.
Oh, Bananas, thanks so much. Really, really appreciate it. And folks, we're going to go back to the studio and we're going to, Marika is going to give you some more information on how to donate, and we'll be back in a bit, and we're going to be interviewing some more horses. Back to you, Marika. Is Marika there?
Yeah, you can put a comment.
It's a happy, sad day as Inspector Diana Tritter drives into Bontehevel. She stops in the street in front of the house of Nasruddin Okkerts. She is greeted by his wife, who says that Boy, as he is known, was in his horse Blondie's stable until late the previous evening, and that he was up again early, washing her and brushing her mane and tail. Their son, Ishmael, refused to go to school this morning. He, too, wants to see where Blondie will be going. Today, Blondie is moving to the Cart Horse Protection Association's Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre in Gordons Bay. She has been in the Okkerts family all her life. Although she hasn't worked the last number of years and was mainly used for breeding, Boy has decided that it would be in her best interest for her to be signed over to our care. This has not been an easy decision for him. A few months prior, someone he knew asked if they could have her, and he let her go, seeing as she was no longer working. A few weeks later, however, he saw her again and took her back without hesitation, as she had lost too much condition, in his opinion. Boy is a very kind-hearted, soft-spoken person, and knows that he will be under pressure again to give her up to other people who want to continue to breed from her for her beautiful, bright golden colour. Therefore, he has decided that the best option would be to sign her over. They bring her out into the street, and the little mare, who normally loads without any issues, is hesitant to get into the horse box. She can sense that something is up, and it takes almost 30 minutes to coax her patiently into the horse box. Boy and his son drive out with Diana to see her off to her new home. They unload her and take her to the new stable, where they are left to say goodbye in peace. It is well known that the Okkerts horses pine for their owners whenever they have been brought to the R&R for injuries before, and Diana hopes that Blondie will not pine for them for too long. Thank you, Boy, for entrusting your darling Blondie to our care. On a happy note, despite the fact that Blondie was over 20 years old, she has been adopted and will be living out the rest of her life at her adoptive home in a herd on a farm. I hope you enjoyed that. Like I said, I think I was on mute, but I tried to say not all the horses that come to the R&R are always confiscated. Some of them are signed over voluntarily. Folks, our little fundraising thermometer is raising, but it's rising very slowly. We've so far raised 19,481 rands, so we still have 280,519 rand to go. So please share the stream. We are going to be streaming here until late this afternoon. So please share with all your friends. Tell them to come and watch the stream, to come and meet the horses. We love sharing their stories with you, and we hope that we can get you to care about them as much as we do. So, and if you can't donate today, then please pledge. Make a pledge to donate on 079 513 4098. And with that, I think Karen is ready for us with the next horse to introduce to you. If I can just move away from there. There we go. Oh, no, you don't want to see me. You want to see Karen. Here we go. Oh, she's on mute now. There we go. She's unmuted. Hello.
Oh my goodness, we just had one horse. It's been very, very interesting morning. Diana was going to speak about Shagan, but she's obviously still on the vet case. I hope everything's going well there. Maybe we can actually get an update from her to actually find out what happened. And the next horse we're going to speak about is Shagan. And Benani also knows a bit about Shagan, and he wants to have a word about her too. Benant, this is Shagan. What is your connection and what is your connection? Yeah, your connection with Shagan.
Shagan, I remember another day. I don't know what the month was there. Is now very late in the last time now. Because why? I remember Shagan. Diana was calling. I was getting call. It was coming from outside. I think was there in the port sir. Was working there.
He was working in Burtisa.
He was working there. Now what's happening there? The tribe of them putting the salmon rubble off the van, the trail of them. Now what is happening? Shagan can pull the car because it's overload.
It was overloaded, yes. And he's not very big either.
The time was very 10 also. It was 10 the time in the condition and the feet also.
Feet's bad, under condition.
Cracks and some set of cones. Also, the foot was not alright. Now what is happening? And also the driver of them was good for catches, but very drivers were getting very notice fines to tell them.
They got fines and warnings about Shagan.
And try to come to also to can help you put your nice shoes and come to buy feet and everything. Now what is happening? Diana tell me, I'm tired now, man. In this guy, I can take now second to farm too. I tell them it's alright because it can be a nice for hours.
Yes, yes.
Not for them because many times give him also the notice you don't want to listen. Right? That's why second was here. It's about that and the time was getting was very thin and the shoes was not nice. Even the trailer of them was very overload was missed and the salmon rubbles and the trailer, the tires also was not alright. I think
so the trailer, so everything about this poor horse, his trailer, his carts, the wheels,
everything.
His feet under condition.
It's not, yes, it's not even one thing was alright. In this thing was what to do.
And then he found his way. Sorry, goodness.
And he found him his work hard.
Yes, yes.
He also was hungry, don't have food, and now bring him in the farm.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Thanks, Banani. Thank you so much. Melanie, because Diana's not here, do you know a bit about Shagan or?
Shagan was born in the industry.
He was born.
Yes. Also, Shagan, he was on the farm for a while. What happened was Shagan came in once for shoes, and then his condition was not right. So he was booked off. But because of the ownership also, Cartus made an agreement with the owner saying, we will take him to the farm, fatten him up, and then you have to pay a fine to get him back. So he was on the farm, I think, for about 3 weeks, and then he went back to the owner, and after the owner paid the fine, and then when Shagan went back to the owner, a day or two afterwards, I came into the clinic for shoes, and then on the way home, Shagan was in the MBA.
MBA as well.
Yes.
This poor horse.
And Cartus treated him, and he went back to work, and that is when he ended up in the R&R. Yeah.
Wonderful.
So Shagan didn't have much of a very happy life, and he's not too old now.
Emmanuel, are you gonna speak about?
Yes,
are you his groom?
Yes, I can speak.
What is
Shagan?
What is he like to look after? Is he a good boy? Is he naughty? He clearly likes his 10%.
No, on my behalf, my short Emmanuel short chocolate brown short man is this one horse is no problem. This one is a big horse, no problem. Even without outer in the stable, you can clean food, you can do everything because it's nice horse. Is understanding. Because if you're talking with horses, you know what? If we coming for horses, we need to speak, need to talk something that it's also horse. You can understand that more. If somebody is gonna take it, she must speak. When you say do this, also you must listen from one.
They do listen.
Because if we're not talking with horses, just come here to touch horses later, sometimes you can scared. sometimes you can make problem with white, but this one, no problem. I'm a chocolate brown Roma guy.
Oopsie.
Oh, say nice horses, you see.
Thanks so much, Emmanuel.
Thank you.
Interesting. Well, folks, that was Shagan, and that was his story, and clearly he deserves to be at our Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre. And once again, please dig deep, please donate. These are the horses that we need to look after, that deserve to clearly be here and eventually find their forever homes. So, as Marika said, SnapScan, pay fast, all those methods, and you can also pledge if you don't have the money at the moment. We do have a WhatsApp line, but Marika will tell you more about that when we go back to the studio. Back to you, Marika.
Thank you, Ailey Bates, for your donation of 519 Rand, which has brought our total donations up to 20,000 Rand for the morning so far. This means we still have... Yes, Shagan, thank you. We still have 280,000 Rand to raise. Let's see, there's a new comment. Oh, I don't know what that means. Oh, I don't know, Megan. Maybe you pressed something there by accident. Anyway, while we wait, that's not what I wanted to do. Sorry, we still struggle with all the live buttons and things. That's what I wanted to do, so that I can tell you about a little horse called Eddie Guerrero. And if I can find my slides, then I will show you what he looks like. There's little Eddie. Now, Eddie came to the R&R in 2015. He was confiscated with very badly swollen back legs, and he was at the R&R for such a long time that everyone thought he would end his days there. They simply overlooked him when they came to look at horses to adopt, and he was at the R&R for many years. But eventually, he did find a home. He went to live on a farm where he just spent his days doing whatever he wanted, and eventually he passed away there. So he had a happy ending, little Eddie. I never met him personally, but everybody who did meet him loved him. He was a very adorable little pony. But of course, we are not here to... Oopsie, that's not what I wanted to do. Sorry. There we go. Actually, that's what I wanted to do. So you can see Karen is on her way down to the end of the paddock so she can show you the rest of the horses. While she's walking down there, I'll just remind you why we are here today. We need to raise a total of 300,000 Rand to take care of all these abused and neglected horses that we have confiscated throughout the years, or that have been voluntarily signed over. So a lot of them, and a few of them, were born there as well. You'll meet some of the little naughty ones that were born there as well. So this is our SnapScan QR code. I'm just going to remove this banner so that you can see it completely. There we go. Now you can use that QR code to donate on SnapScan, or you can go onto SnapScan, open the app, bottom right-hand corner, click on donate, search for cart horse, and please make any donation, 50 Rand, 100 Rand, 500 Rand. We need to raise 280,000 Rand still today. So please don't, and share with your friends. Get everybody to watch our stream. We'll be streaming until about 5 o'clock, 5:30, maybe even if we don't make our money. So we need to raise a total of 300,000 Rand today. We've raised 20,000 so far, so we are very excited about that. And if you can't donate today, then please pledge to donate by sending a WhatsApp to 079 513 4098. So if you can't donate today, please send us a pledge on WhatsApp and we will count on your donation as well. It looks like Karen is ready for us at the next horse. I'm just going to take that away. There we go. And I will unmute her. There we go. Hello, Karen.
Hi, Marika.
Who are you talking with now?
We are talking with Caesar Boy. He's in this paddock. And I'm so thrilled that we're back online so you can see the farm and meet the horses and see where your much needed donations are going to. Look at this one, so curious as well. Melanie's going to speak to us about Caesar Boy. Melanie, tell us about Caesar Boy, his confiscation, and Dr. Lauren's encounter with him.
Caesar Boy was born on at the farm here at the R&R in 2011, on 16 November 2011.
Okay.
And then Caesar Boy went back after 6 months. He went back to he and his mother went back home. And the owner then decided to give him to someone else, and that someone else gave him to someone else, and the owner took him back. So Caesar Boy didn't have much of a happy life. Um, Later on, Caesar Boy he started working and just went from one owner to another owner, being with the owner for a while and then to someone else. So Caesar Boy, basically from a very happy chappy horse, went to a very aggressive horse that didn't at one point you could have touched Caesar Boy. He was really someone that you can work with. But then later on, because of all this different encounters with different ownerships and stuff, Caesar Boy become very, very aggressive. Our farriers used to do his shoes, and then one day, at the last owner, one day he was at the clinic, went for shoes. The afternoon they took him for shoes, and then the farriers called us out because Caesar Boy was so sore on all four his legs. What I'll do is I'll ask Marlon, the farrier who used to do Caesar Boy's feet, to maybe explain what happened with his feet.
Hi, good day. I'm a farrier of Carter's Protection Association. When we arrived at our afternoon clinics with them farm, Caesar Boy was already at the clinic, and I saw that he was lying, which was quite a bit abnormal for horses to go down and lay and check out his fetlock joints and at the back where his tendons is. And it was quite a bit swollen, and he was sore on all, especially his two front feet or legs. He had at the time he had two cracks as well. We made him bar shoes, and that is where the inspectors or the Quarters Protection Association pulled the line and said, isn't it that we're gonna take him into the quarters for quite a time to rest or to recover, and the owner signed him over because of his legs, and he couldn't work anymore, and he ended up here by us. Thank you.
And then also what happened, because as inspectors, sometimes when we don't know what is wrong with the horse, because we can only do so much. So what happened is I decided to get a vet out. I called Dr. Lauren, who then came in to x-ray Caesar Boy's legs. So his front legs were worse than the hind. He was treated for a while and had to box rest. And then after several talks with the owner, eventually the owner decided Caesar Boy, because he won't be able to work for them again. So financial wise, it's going to be a financial strain, seeing to make sure that he get feed every day and he can't work. So the owner decided that she will sign him over. And then we when the Monday morning when she said today I'm signing him over, we went as quick before she could change her mind. We decided to get paperwork together and let them sign him over and bring him to the R&R. And then Dr. Lauren, who also did the x-rays on Caesar Boy, was the one that came out to geld him. And on the day of the gelding, something very bad happened. Caesar boy was so aggressive that he by Dr. Lauren and she ended up at hospital with the arm. Dr. Lauren will come in later and then she can maybe give some overview of what happened on the day of the gelding when Caesar boy bite her. We couldn't really work with Caesar boy at the time because of him being so aggressive, angry. It was really a struggle to get anywhere close to Caesar boy. Yes.
And look at him now.
Yeah. But eventually Dr. Lauren ended up gelding him and yeah, he's now not a stallion anymore.
He's a changed man.
Yeah.
Melanie, thank you so much. Donix, you look after Caesar boy. What is he like to work with?
Caesar boy, I'm still busy with him to make him cool down
Okay.
because he's still in the stadium, it's not finished.
He's still,
Yeah, but
there's a lot of
now,
stallion still in him.
yeah. So, but now I'm still busy to make him cool down, to make a friend.
And how do you do that, Donix? How do you work with him to make him calm down? Do you have lots of conversations with him?
I try to speak with him and
Okay.
try to teach him. I try to do everything with him. So I don't want to find any more problem next time if I'm working with him. That's why I'm busy to teach him to listen. Yeah, when the time is coming here, we don't stand like this. Sometimes he's gonna bite you or kick you.
Oh wow.
But now I'm trying to speak with him. That's why I stand near with him.
And you just stand there.
Now he
calm.
understand nicely.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
amazing. Goodness. So
Thank
what
you.
a huge change.
I think it's changing now.
Yes.
Yeah, it's no problem. But it's a little bit of a problem because his mind is not
Not
good.
100% yet, but
Yeah.
we're working on that.
Yeah.
And
That's
then
why I'm still busy to teach him.
Yes, and then he'll be ready for adoption, hopefully.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thanks, Donix.
Thank you.
Marika, back to you. I need to go and get my cap. It was pouring with rain this morning, but the clouds have opened up. But folks, once again, please donate, dig deep, as Philippa Johnson would say. We need to look after these precious horses that come through the farm. And as Marika did say, some of them are handed over or some of them retired. And yes, we're going to be meeting the rest of the horses. So please stay tuned and we'll check in with you in a moment. Back to you, Marika.
As you can see, our entire staff complement are out today, raising funds, helping us, introducing you to the different horses, showing you around our favorite place, the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre. We, as the staff, also love going there. It's the most peaceful place. And if we ever get the invitation or the opportunity, we go there like a shot. We love going there. I'm just going to, I don't know, Karen's just going to go fetch her cap. So while she is getting ready, I'm going to show you a short little video. Of course, we rely on public donations a lot, and we need you to make your donations today. We need you to make your pledges if you can't donate. But there are many different ways in which you can help us. So one of the ways in which the riding club in Hout Bay help us every year is they host a birthday show, and they have a special class, and that class, all the money from that class gets donated to us. So I'm going to show you a little video of this year's show that Karen went to.
Hi everyone, I'm at the Hout Bay Riding Club, and every year they celebrate their birthday and invite us, and they have a special carousel event, and all the entry fees for that event comes to us. And we're very thankful for Kim and the team for all the support that they give us. And it is a beautiful day here in Hout Bay, and Lady Easter, which is one of our horses, as well as Violet, has competed as well. So thank you, Hout Bay Riding, for your continued support. We really appreciate it.
That was a short little video just to show you what Hout Bay Riding Club does every year for us, and we really appreciate it. And everybody, anybody can host a little fundraiser for us. If you are scared of doing it on your own and not being taken seriously, you can always log into Give and Gain and register yourself as a fundraiser. And then through Give and Gain, you can raise funds for us if you want to. But I see Karen is ready and waiting for us at the next horse. I think she's going to be talking about Ghost, but I'm not sure. Let's hear.
Yes, you're right. Thanks, Marika, and thank you, Heart Bay Riding, who even through lockdown continued to support us. We absolutely love Kim and her team, and as Marika said, you too can have your own stable yard challenge for the benefit of these beautiful horses living at the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre. Folks, this is Ghost, and once again, as Diana's still on that vet case, so Melanie's going to speak about Gorgeous Ghost, and Donix is his groom. Oh, sweet. Melanie, what can you tell us about Ghost? Why is he at the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre?
Ghost was confiscated. What happened was Ghost's owner, when Ghost turned 3, the owner just give Ghost to anyone who needed a job for the day, and then Ghost would gone from one driver to another, worked with anyone, and then the cartels inspectors and also the farriers had endless talks with the owner to say to him, because there was one specific driver that that used to work with Ghost that was not a very good driver, and with endless talks with the owner to explain to him that, listen here, Ghost is not with a good driver, so you need to pull the strings there. But it's one of those who don't always listen. And then one afternoon, I think it was around about 4 in the afternoon, that we received a call, and it was a very, very hot day. We received a call about an overloaded horse in the Goodwood area. We went out, and then we find that it was Ghost in the cart with the very same owner, the driver that we spoke to the owner about. Yes. So it was that driver on the cart. Ghost was overloaded. With a full body of a car and scrap in it, and sweaty, tired. He couldn't even pull the cart, and he was
He's
then
licking your hands like a dog.
he
That's
basically
adorable.
he
Clearly loves
basically
you.
walked in the horse
Oh.
box the day when he was confiscated. That
So you also clearly knew he was coming to a safe
coming to
place.
safe place. Yes.
He seems to be quite playful. You should give him
But
some toys.
he's about 5 years old, so he's still
Oh,
very
he's still
young.
young. Oh my goodness. Ghost, what's it, Mona?
And yesterday, unfortunately, Ghost had an injury. Yeah, so he's also waiting on the vet to come and help him, stitch him up. Yeah.
Yeah. We're not quite sure how we got the gash, but once again, these horses obviously do cost in vet care, and their health is definitely not compromised. So Dr. Lauren is our vet, and she will be coming in to have a look at him and make sure that he is not in pain and gets looked after. Melanie, thank you so much. Donix, what is Ghost like to look after? Is he naughty? Oh, he clearly likes you. He knows you're his person.
Yeah, because about a day, another day is alright. Other day is not good.
Not good.
So I'm looking the way to change. You take one side. So goes. Yes, he's a good horse.
Is he easy to groom?
He's easy to groom.
He's easy to groom.
It's easy to clean the feet. but to understand is difficult to him.
Oh, he
Because he
doesn't.
like to play like this. You can see, he can like to bite, he like to bite. So
He's definitely got a personality, but he's 5 years old, so I guess he's still a youngster.
yes, he's still young. So I try to teach him to take one side, not two sides, because I'm gonna find a big problem.
Yes.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
I just think it's so sweet the way he licks your hands. That is adorable. Cute. Folks,
Yeah.
thanks so much, Donnet. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
As I mentioned earlier on, all these horses, if there are any issues, get the best vet care possible, and no cost is spared for them. So once again, another reason to help us look after these horses at the Recovery and the Rehabilitation Centre. So we're going to walk over. I think we're back on track with the rest of the horses, and I'm going to send you back to Marika in the studio, and she can tell you more ways on how to donate to look after these precious horses that you're meeting today. Back to you, Marika. Oh, okay. Now we need to go the next. Just to suggest.
I've been going on and on and on, and I'm on mute again. Oh no. I'm going to start again because this is very important. We'd love to hear where you are watching us from, and please drop me a comment and tell me to unmute. While we're on the subject of costs, I'd like to remind you that over the next year, the cost to run the R&R will be over 2 million rand. We get a fair amount of that sponsored by the Les Gel Foundation grant that we get every year, but that still leaves us with more than 1 million rand that we have to cover ourselves in the form of donations. That is a cost of 99,769 rand every month. With the current 33 horses that are residing at the R&R, that cost is 3,023 rand 33 cents per horse per month. Yes, that is over 3,000 rand per horse per month to keep looking after these horses and keep giving them the best care possible. So with this fundraiser, we aim to raise 300,000 rand, which is really only a fraction of our total costs. So please, if you can help us, share this stream. We'll be streaming until late this afternoon. We've raised 20,000 rand so far. We still have 280,000 rand to go. So please, please share this with everyone. We are streaming on Facebook. We are streaming on YouTube. We are streaming on Twitch. And if you don't know how any of those work, then you can go to our website, go to the sponsathon tab, and watch the stream live on our website. And that's very easy because that, if you're watching on the website, you can just click on the donate button below and you can pledge your donation on the number that we'll be sharing. So while we're waiting for Karen, I'm going to tell you about a horse called Patience. I actually think that they are talking about Patience now. But Patience, if I can find my slide. There we go. There is Patience. Patience. That's not my script. There is my script. Patience is still at the farm. She was in and out of the R&R before she became a permanent resident in 2016. And she was the victim of a shooting. Now, she was operated on and the bullet was removed. You can see that on the picture that I'm showing you. And after a month, she was returned to her owner. But the very next day, she was worked to exhaustion. So she was taken back to the R&R for another 5 days and then again returned to the owner with very strict instructions that he should get her back into work very slowly. He got told exactly what to do, how many days to walk, how many days to trot, so she could get back into work slowly. In 2020, she was finally signed over, and she's still at the R&R waiting for her forever home. But here is Karen to tell you more. Karen, we're ready for you.
I'm done. Trying to get my feet footing around here.
There
But
we
folks,
go.
this is Patience that you've just heard about, and Marlon, which has a connection with her, knows her story, is going to be speaking. Oh, looks like she's having a nap. Marlon, what is your connection and interaction with?
I know Patience ever since I started here at the quarters. I started knowing her in 2016 when I started here, 2016 November at the quarters. She is from the Cape Flats. She's 13.2 hands high. She's 18 years old. She was a victim of a crossfire, something gang related. She was here at the quarters for quite a time due to the gunshot lady people. And
Ladies and gentlemen,
she then Fitlock joined as well. Before she was signed over, but Carlos took very well care of it at the house where she used to stay. And she's very calm and a very loving horse. And one of the main reasons why she ended up here is because of her age. And the owner couldn't keep up with her anymore. So
sorry, Marlon, how old is she?
she's 18 years old.
18. Wow, very sweet. Very sweet. Thanks so much, Marlon. Really appreciate it. Emmanuel, you look after gorgeous Patience.
Yes.
What can you tell us about her? Is she easy to look after? Is she a sweetie pie? Does she listen to you?
This horse is nice horse. This one is listening from us when we're talking. This one is nice for cleaning, doing for everything. This one is a nice horse.
Does she like to be groomed?
She like to be groomed. No problem for these horses. Because if I'm lying, then tomorrow you say this guy is lying. But this one is nice horses. No problem for any of these horses.
And looks like she's having a little nap again.
Yes.
And does she like her food?
And she like also to be outside.
She does.
She like too much to be outside when it's time for outside because she don't like to stay in a small place because that small place you say I'm not happy, but outside. And she like eating nice and outside is nice, very happy.
And does she have any friends? Any one of the horses here that she likes to hang out with?
This one she likes so much to be friend with Chegun.
With Chegun?
Chegun is a friend. Because if Chegun is away, then she like to mow sometimes outside.
And we met Shagan earlier on. We spoke about him, that poor horse that just went through, I think, everything possible that a horse could go through. And it's lovely that she's actually chosen him as a best friend. But guys, remember, girls and guys, remember to donate. We are showing you all the horses that we need to look after and dig deep. And we're going to move on to the next horse. But back to you, Marika, to tell us a little bit more about donating.
I have remembered to unmute myself this time. Welcome back to the studio, folks. So, I just need to mute Karen. There we go. So it doesn't give us feedback. Of course, we are here to raise funds today. So, I need to make this different so that it's not in the way. There we go. And I need to take that away. There we go. So that is our SnapScan QR code. You can just snap that with your phone and you can make a donation via SnapScan. And if you don't have your phone right now or you want to do it later, you don't even need the QR code. In order to donate on SnapScan, all you need to do is open the app, go to the bottom right-hand corner, click on donate or more, donate, and then look for Cartos, and you can make any donation, 50 Rand, 100 Rand, 1,000 Rand, 100,000 Rand. We beg you, we have 280,000 Rand left to raise today to help these abused and neglected horses that are living at the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre in Gordons Bay. So that's our little fundraising thermometer. We still have 280,000 Rand to raise today. And if you can't donate today, then please send us a WhatsApp on 079 513 4098. And please share with your friends, tell everybody. We're going to be streaming until late this afternoon. We're going to be raising funds all day. We're introducing you to all the beautiful horses that live at the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre at the moment. And the quicker we can raise this money, the quicker we can all go to rest. And we are now going back to Karen. And there we go. There we go. Karen, you're back on.
Thanks, Marika. Folks, next up is Gorgeous Jade. And George, which you have not met before, is her groom. And Carmen is going to speak to us about Jade in Diana's absence. George is one of our grooms. Thank you so much for joining us today. What can you tell us? Everybody wants to be interviewed today. What can you tell us about Gorgeous Jade?
Jade is very so sweet.
Is she a sweetie?
Sweet lady, this one. Very sweet.
Can you just speak a little bit louder? Yes. She's a sweetie pie.
Sweetie pie, sweet. No problem. When you are good, you pick up a feet. Is good. It's not biting, it's not kicking.
Oh wow, that's amazing. And so she's easy to clean, to groom,
Yes.
pick up her feet, easy to clean, and she eats all her food. She's not fussy. Okay. And does she have any favorite horses that she likes to play with? Oh, Miss Kepis and Jade are best friends. Okay, so they're always together. That's adorable. And are there stables close by, next to each other, or not really? Just in the paddock?
This one, that's in the paddock. This one is down in Skipper, this one on top there in Dorima.
Okay.
In front, not here.
And Miss Skippers, yes, we've already spoken about her at the door, but this is Jade. And also to tell us some more information about Gorgeous Jade is Carmen in Diana's absence, because she's still on that emergency vet case. Carmen, what can you tell us about Gorgeous Jade?
Yeah, she's the oldest one here. She's
The oldest?
23 years old.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, she's just a really soft, gentle being. You know, she keeps very much to herself, but she loves her friends in the paddock. And yeah, she's just very, very quiet. You know, not dominant, but yet still stands up for herself.
Good. She has her
really,
boundaries.
Absolutely. And yeah, she's just
as George is an absolute sweetie pie.
Yeah, absolute sweetie pie. Yeah, she, as I said, she keeps very, very much to herself. Kind of standing on her own, but she still likes the company of everyone around.
And how long has she been here for?
She has been here for 4 or 5 years.
4 or 5 years.
Yeah. Her history was that she used to pull fruit on a cart.
Okay.
and then she went off the grid for about 6 to 7 years, and then she was signed over eventually, but she came to R&R pregnant, and her foal is Lily.
Okay,
Lily's
yes.
just going on 4 years old, so she had Lily quite late.
Yes.
And so we will see Lily later on during the. This is Jade.
And I wanted to ask you, Carmen, all these horses that we interviewed first are in separate paddocks, and these horses are in a paddock of their own. How do you decide which horse goes where?
Well, a lot of the ones that have been that came in stallions and have been gelded, they're a little bit
still testy.
Yeah.
So they need to calm down.
Yeah, they need to calm down.
Okay.
And what's important is finding the best integration with them.
What works.
What works. So we monitor with Ghost. He's quite friendly with this lot, so there's a possibility of maybe coming in here. But that's why we do it quite slowly.
And it's not just mares and geldings that are in the same paddock. It's everybody that gets along.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we try and there is a gelding with all the we put geldings in with the mares.
Okay.
But again, it's finding the right fit.
Yes.
That's what's important.
And they need to be happy and be able to integrate, not be bullied.
Yes, absolutely.
And feel comfortable.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So
excellent. Thanks so much, Carmen. Thanks for standing in
pleasure.
for Diana. But
It's
you
a pleasure.
know all the horses so well.
Yeah.
Because basically she's here all day. The next horse we're going to go to is Poppy, but first we're going to go back to the studio and oopsie, these flies. And Marika, remember to unmute yourself and tell us how everybody can donate and make us reach our 300,000 Rand target for today. As you can see, we need to look after these wonderful horses that are so deserving. So dig deep, and back to you, Marika, on ways to donate.
Okay. It's lovely to see all the staff out in full force at the R&R. We just hardly ever get an opportunity to work together as a full complement team, because everybody's got their own things. The fundraisers do their things, field staff do their things, farriers do their things. So it's really nice for us as well to get together and do something as a team. But I've got a little addition to Jade's story, because I was actually there when she was confiscated. So she was confiscated in 2018, and I used to go out into the field a lot before COVID happened. And I remember we visited this poor horse on 3 different occasions, and she was locked in a pitch black stable. And you can actually see, I'm going to take this away, and you can see in the middle there that she was almost ankle deep in muck and poo. It was horrendous to think of this poor horse standing there. Her owner was a blind guy, and his son was supposed to clean the stable, and the son just couldn't be bothered. So eventually we managed to get the owner to sign Jade over. And there she is today, and just in time as well, because like Carmen said, she was in foal, she had a foal, and so today she's at the R&R and looking for her forever home. Now back to ways to donate. We still have 280,000 Rand to raise today. So please dig deep, share with your friends, tell everybody to watch the stream. We're going to be streaming until late this afternoon, but tell your friends to donate via SnapScan. Either click on the QR code or go into the app. And if you can't do that, then please pledge to donate later. Send us a WhatsApp. Our little thermometer is slowly going up, but not fast enough. So please send a WhatsApp to 079 513 4098 if you can pledge to make a donation later. As we said, it costs us over 3,000 Rand a month for each horse that we have to keep, and we love to give them the best care possible. And now I think we can go. I don't know. We can see horses' bums. I don't know if Karen's ready for us yet. Let me see. Ah, there she is. I will unmute
Yeah,
Karen and you can have a talk. There, back to you, Karen.
as you can see, they all want to be interviewed. And Dora's over there. We're just going to walk up. And Melanie and George are going to be. Oh, sorry. And this is Poppy. Sorry. Oh, come, Angel. Hi. George, Poppy, you look after. What can you tell us about Poppy? Is she easy to work with? She's easy to groom. Also easy to feed. She likes to eat. Eats too much. You can see she is a bit not good condition, very good condition. And tell me, she doesn't bite. Doesn't bite. And she also listens to you. Excellent. And do you have long conversations with her? And tell me, who's Poppy's friend in this herd? Sarah. And so obviously they're both together, and they all get along.
Yes, all get along. They make up in the skills and here living together here.
Okay, so it's like a little family, this one.
Yes, families.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, George. And Melanie, what can you tell us about Poppy?
Poppy, when she was confiscated, she just turned 3.
3, so
yes.
young.
So she was about 3.5 when she came into the army. Poppy was involved in an MBA in the Delft area, but also what happened was that Poppy was the Tuesday afternoon she went to the afternoon clinic, Cali clinic where they normally put shoes on. Poppy, I was at the clinic on that day, and I booked Poppy off for a condition to say that she's not allowed to work and she can't get shoes because of a condition.
Is that what we do when they come in and they're not in condition? You book them up
Normally,
right there and there at the clinic.
yes, what normally happens when they come in for shoes and their condition is not up to standard, then we will book them off so that they can stay in gain condition. And then, but we also help them if they need feet assistance. We would help them.
With any issues?
Yes,
feet
or
and shoes.
with in shoes. So Poppy, I booked off the Tuesday to say that she can't work because of a condition. And then the Friday afternoon, late afternoon, around about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, someone came running to my house. I was
To your
already,
house?
yes, I was already at home. Because I wasn't working that weekend, and then there was a guy running to my house, come and scream outside the gate, Melanie, Melanie! And I was like, what is happening? It sounds so serious.
Yes.
And then it was, Poppy was in an MBA. They put Poppy in the cart, even though she was booked off. They put her in a cart. According to them, they wanted to buy feed in the Philippi area. And that was when she ran into a taxi.
Oh my goodness.
So the driver of the taxi and the person working on the taxi was not very happy. What they did with Poppy that Friday afternoon, they hooked Poppy onto the taxi.
Onto the taxi?
Yes, and they drove with Poppy all the way to Kayalitsa.
But why did they hook onto the taxi?
Because they wanted the owner to pay for the damage.
Oh, I see.
Yes, so they took her to Kayalitsa area. And the whole weekend, what the inspector that was on duty at the time, we were calling up and down around trying to see if we can find Poppy. So eventually what happened the Monday when we got to work, still looking for Poppy. So one of our other owners, who's also a taxi owner, we decided to call him and give him the registration number of the taxi. And so he basically helped us to find the owner of the taxi.
Okay.
And then we got hold of the owner and he was so helpful. He even came to our office and took us to the place where the cat Poppy safe for the whole weekend.
They kept her safe.
She was safely kept on a nice big not a paddock, but at the
Area.
time that was her paddock
Yes,
for the
yes.
weekend. Nice green grass. There was water
Oh,
at the time
wow.
when we got
Oh,
there.
goodness.
And because Poppy was booked off in a condition and she was not allowed to be in the cart, and they put her in the cart, so we didn't have the right to confiscate it. And even at the time of confiscation, she was pregnant.
Also, oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
so all of that basically counted
Yes, against
him.
the owner. But tell me, you said she was in an NBA. Where did she get hurt?
Injury wasn't that bad. It was basically just minor scraps.
Okay.
It
So nothing
wasn't
serious.
Nothing serious. There wasn't really. She only needed some painkillers, but it was nothing that needed a vet or something.
Thanks so much, Melanie. As you know, our equine welfare practitioners have been trained to do basic, not healthcare, basic
veterinary
care. So they do know everything about the horse and what is serious, what's when to call in the vets, and so hence, like I said, Melanie knowing exactly what to do in that situation. Oh, there's what's his name again? I'm forgetting. This little one that was behind the thunder. No, thunder.
This one.
This one.
Shagan.
Shagan, sorry, Shagan. That was behind the stable door, so we didn't get to see him, but now you can see him in all his glory, and he's kind of small. But thank you once again. Thank you. We'll hook up with you later. Thanks, Melanie. What a very interesting story. And her foal. Did she have a foal? Yeah.
She had a foal, yeah, but then a foal also was PTS because the foal was sick. Yeah.
Foal was sick.
Yeah. So the foal was PTS here on the phone.
Well, at least she had a nice, safe and warm place to fall down, and she's still here and looking well. And as George said, she eats too much. Very well looked after.
Yeah.
Folks, once again, please donate. Marika's going to tell you all the ways to donate, and we're going to go and see the next horse will be Sarah, which is she's gone up there chatting.
Thanks, Karen. So, as you know, as you've heard all morning, Diana's out on an emergency vet call. So, our equine welfare practitioners are trained to give veterinary care, but only very, very rudimentary veterinary care, but they can take care of a horse in an emergency. And we do follow up. We check up on them afterwards. And here's a short little video of our trainee equine practitioner, Jolise, and doing a vet check on Cyrus. And he was actually fetched to see the vet.
Good morning, everyone. This is Jolise. I'm one of our youngest equine welfare practitioners, and she's taking us out today to go and collect a horse for a vet case. Jolise, let us know why we're going out to fetch Cyrus.
Hi everyone. We're fetching Cyrus today because one of the senior inspector here, Diana Chitter, went earlier this week to go and treat him, and we can't precisely say where he saw in his back leg, and then suddenly he stifle locked. We did everything that we could. We reversed him, but the stifle was just not unlocked. So he's unsound in his hind leg. So he's going to be checked out by the vet today because it's above our knowledge to help him. So we're bringing in the vet so that he can be checked out by the vet.
So now we're going to go with Jolise on a road trip, and we're going to film collecting Cyrus. Off we go.
Smile 90.4 FM.
Cape Town at 15 degrees.
News that Cape Town needs to know now.
And poverty over the past year.
Oh, there's that little pony. I can't see. He's still in his gum. Yeah, there's Tentacle Pony that gave us a show of note yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, he ran and he bucked and he jumped. Hello.
Economic opportunities, David Mania has now added his voice to calls for the license exemption cap for embedded generation plants.
Cape Coastal
He
Property
says
Group.
this cap should be increased to at least 50 megawatts, and he says this will.
Kom, hij lang kan doen zo. Naar voren bouwen. Ja, ik kan het niet wat doen, want het is jou voor is te voor.
Ja, dat is mooi.
Okay. Okay, so this is Cyrus who we picked up. Now we're just waiting for the vet to come. He has 9 munchies here, some concern, and then we're just waiting for the vet to come and check him out.
That was just a little short clip of a vet check on little Cyrus because he had a locked stifle and we couldn't sort it out ourselves. Our little fundraising thermometer is climbing very, very slowly and it's looking a bit sad. We've even had donations from people that feel sorry for us and have donated a second time. Thank you, Dawn. We still have 279,195 to raise. So please share with your friends. We need this show to be watched by as many people as possible. Please share on Facebook, on YouTube. We're also on Twitch. If you're a gamer, please share with your friends. We're streaming today. And if you are watching on the website, which you can go to watch the live stream on the website, then click on the button below on the donate button and it'll take you straight to the donate page and give you a few options to donate. And if you can't donate today, then please send a WhatsApp to 079 513 4098 and pledge whatever amount you can. We are in desperate needs of funds. We need to raise a total of 300,000 Rand today. We've raised so far 20,805 Rand. So we still have a long way to go and we really, really need this to take care of all the abused and neglected horses that live at the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre. So with that, I think we are back to Karen. I think she's ready for us with the next horse. There we go. Oh, hang on. I'm just going to unmute you, Karen. There we go. Hi, Karen.
There we go.
Oh, and Diana's back.
I'm thrilled to say Diana's back. Although everybody, as you can clearly see, knows the horses very, very well. This is Diana Trisha, which is our chief inspector. And she also knows all the horses, obviously, at the R&R. Welcome, Diana.
Thank you,
You had to
Colin.
rush off this morning to an urgent vet case. Can you just give us a little insight on what happened?
I can. Kiefer, that's not always very kind.
She decided she's highly pregnant, so she was roaming around. She was roaming around on the grass, and she stood into a old TV screen, piece of glass.
Oh no.
And they called us out. It was bleeding quite a lot, very actively bleeding, but we fixed her up, and she even allowed me to inject her. Which she normally doesn't do.
She doesn't.
Yeah, but I told her
You
I'm going to tell
insisted.
you. I'm going to tell the fundraising team if she's going to waste my time. No, she was very sweet and very kind. She'll be okay. She'll be okay. I've also been in contact with Dr. Lawrence. So
Did she come out?
No, she did not. But oh, hello. Sorry.
You're clearly all here to say hello, Diana. Where have you been all morning? Sweet.
Yeah.
Well, glad to have you back. And folks, we're on, I think, 20,000, as Marika said. So we really need your support. We're introducing you to all the horses that need the 300,000 rand that we're trying to raise. But the next up is Sarah, and Diana's going to be talking about Diana.
Carl, can I quickly slot in there by the raising of the money? You know, on my
Yes.
way back, we're going to have a horse fight here. And I'm a nightmare. I must just remember that. You know, on my way back from Epping, from Cape Town, I was thinking to myself, you know, without funds, yes, it would not have been able for me to go out and assist that horse.
That is so true.
And it could have been very, very different for her. The outcome would be very different. So funds are really so important for us. Well, Sarah, or the Bonteville Queen, or Queen of Bonteville, she and one of her foals, she had a tough life as a counselor. She worked very, very hard, and then eventually we persuaded the owner to retire her. But she was a breeding mare for she was, and she had like every year, literally every year, a foal. And he actually gave one foal to Cartels, Fred. Fred, yes, that was
Okay.
adopted out. And then one day she was roaming around with her little princess. The queen and the princess was roaming around all over Bonteville, Olivia, and she was pregnant
Again.
and again. And I think Zelda then asked, "What do we do?" I said, "We load and we take," and that's exactly what we did. Prior to that, before she arrived here, she really worked very hard as a cart horse. She
When you say, sorry, Diana, when you say work very hard, like every day, all day?
every day and literally overloaded, and we had confiscated her before, and she had quite a difficult veterinary cases. I remember one specific one. She went to Dr. Pegram's farm because she had an eye injury, and Dr. Peg, she had permanent treatment from Dr. Pegram needed. So she was there, and she doesn't like Bontos.
She does.
But she's a lovely personality. You would think after all these years
she would be turned
working. I don't know,
angry.
George. I say, is it nasty to you? Or I say, say like of course.
Yeah,
I can see like of course is egg.
Another one that likes their food.
Yeah, and I'm quite surprised that no one is actually adopted her. Yeah, but we keep it here as long as needed. Obviously, it cost us a lot of money, but we will keep her. We don't just because we can't.
Absolutely, and that's why that's why the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre is here, which is a place for these horses that get signed over, as Marika mentioned, that have been abused and neglected. Each of these horses here has a story. Some of them born here, some of them, like I said, signed over, but each one of them had a story, and we're here to sort of look after them and make sure that they're happy, content, and once they get rehabilitated, their personality shines through, they find they're heard, they're not working every day, and like I said, as Diana said, we'll do whatever it takes until they get their forever home, which they deserve, never to work again.
And sometimes we take horses, we confiscate horses, or horses get signed over that's really old, And then you think to yourself, oh, will you ever find a home? And I mean, the past couple of months, I've been surprised that those horses that's been here for 3, 4, 5 years have actually managed to get adopted.
Amazing.
It really brings a tear to your eye. You cannot believe that a horse of nearly 27 years old, who wants a horse of 27? There's always someone that wants a horse.
I was going to say there's always somebody special out there that
Yeah.
gives these horses a home. Some of our horses have gone on to be therapy horses. Some of them have gone into dressage, jumping. A lot of them, unfortunately, can only be pleasure horses because they can't be backed or there's some issues, or companion horses. So there's some horses here for everybody. But in the meantime, we have to love and look after them and make sure that their every need is achieved and met. So once again, we need your donations. We're going to be here all day, and as Adrian says, until late tonight, until we get our 300,000 rand. So please tell your family and friends, share the videos, pledge if you can't do it today. So we can definitely organize something later. But there is a WhatsApp line, but Marika will tell you more about that, and then we'll tell you more about the other horses that are all eagerly waiting to be interviewed. Thanks, Diana. So glad that you're back.
Thank you.
And back to Marika in the studio.
Yes, Karen and I have worked for many weeks to make this day happen, and we're very excited that it's finally here and we finally get to do it. I am lucky that I'm not out in the sun. Karen, you need to go get your hat. You're going to be pink by the end of the day. um but we are thrilled to share with you all these beautiful horses. I'm going to leave that screen up so you can actually see a bit of the farm. It's so beautiful and restive, and it's actually called the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre, but we call it the farm. And we just absolutely love going there. We love spending time there. The horses are at peace, and it's just beautiful. I'll show you a little video later on of all the animals. There are geese, there are chickens, which you must have heard, and then Carmen's little dog is there, and it's just a lovely place to spend time. And it's so nice for a whole team to get together and do something. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about another horse that was at the R&R. He's no longer, well, she's no longer there. I just have a little bit of, it's just a little short story, but she was confiscated in 2011, and she was found working when she'd been booked off. So the same as with the previous horse, she was under condition and she had open wounds. And to top it all off, she was involved in a high-speed police chase when her driver tried to flee from the police. So we have some very interesting cases that find their way to the R&R. So that's Allah, but she's moved on. Please donate to this sponsathon. We have raised 20,805 rand so far, and we've been streaming for 2 hours and 13 minutes, and we're going to keep going until we've streamed for 8 hours, because that's what we're allowed on Facebook. We stream on Facebook, we stream on YouTube, we also stream on Twitch. So if you have friends on any of these platforms, please all over the world, get them to watch our stream and meet these wonderful creatures. They're just beautiful. There's a special bond between people and horses that people, it's impossible to describe. You only know if you're a horse lover. And even if you're not, I know a lot of people who aren't particularly horse lovers, but they know that horses are special. It costs us more than 3,000 rand a month to take care of these horses at the R&R. I've shared this figure before, but I'm going to do it again because I don't know who's watching and who's just tuned in. So our expenses over the next year will be more than 2 million rand. And we get a big chunk of that sponsored by the Les Gel Foundation grant that we get every year. But that still leaves us more than 1 million rand that we have to cover ourselves. So that is a cost of 99,760 rand per month. And if we divide that by the 33 horses that we have residing at the R&R at the moment, that is 3,023 rand and 33 cents per horse per month. So that's just over 3,000 Rand per horse per month that it costs us to keep these horses at the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre. So if you can, please donate. I'm going to remove this so you can see the QR code properly. There we go. You can either just scan the QR code, that's for SnapScan. So we use SnapScan. I personally think that's the easiest way in the world to donate. You just either click on the QR code or you go into the app on your phone. You go into the bottom right hand corner, click on more, then on donate, and you search for Cart Horse, and you can make any donation, 50 Rand, 100 Rand, 500 Rand, 1,000 Rand, anything. We are most grateful. No donation is too big or too small. At the moment, our little fundraising thermometer stands at 20,805 Rand. We still have about 280,000 Rand left that we have to raise before the end of today. If you can't make a donation today, please send a WhatsApp to 079 513 4098 and pledge whatever amount you can, and we will greatly appreciate that donation or that pledge. It looks like Karen is ready for us at the next horse, so I'm going to unmute her. Oopsie, not there. There we go. There we go. Hello, Karen.
Hey, hi, everybody. If you've just tuned in, welcome. As Marika says, we need 300,000 Rand at the end of the day. So dig deep, pledge. We really, really need your support. The next horse we're going to be talking about is Perfect Timing. And as you know, Diana has just returned back from the vet case. And we're just trying to make sure that although everybody gets along. Here we go. And this puppet over here is Perfect Timing. Oh, this flies. Diana, how long have you been working for Castles? How long have you been with us for?
Every time when I get angry, I say it's too long. 20 plus years.
20 plus years.
I've been with Castles too.
So you've been with Ashley since the beginning, basically.
Me and Ashley started at the same time. And we work very well together, and we learned a lot. Specifically, Ashley taught me a lot, like the Castles owners. So it's a tremendous different world on the Cape Flats. It is than what I was used to. But it's something that I wouldn't want to change for the world. I will keep on doing it, and sometimes when they make me so angry, I think I might be locked up for murder because I just get so angry sometimes.
Not the organization, but the people that you deal with. The people, the Castles owners.
Nothing wrong with Castles. I mean,
Yes.
I believe so much in Castles. So, but it's a good organization, and you know, if you look at the mission and the vision of Castles, it's so brilliant, and it's so needed.
Yes, very much so.
In the industry that we're in on the Cape Flats. And it's a pity that we can't go bigger, that we can't, go to other cities where we're the same.
Very much needed.
We're the same.
But it all boils down to funding.
Yes.
We do train our equine welfare practitioners with the help from World Horse Welfare, but there's just not enough of us. But like you said, we do an outreach at the Tankwa in the Karoo. Diana does go out and we do educate those, but you can tell us a little bit more about our outreach programs that we do manage to do.
We do the outreach in not only Tampa, we train quite a lot of inspectors in Greyton, and we have now a training which COVID suspended temporarily at Epping, where we try and educate people and train people more about equine knowledge, how to handle and what to look out for. The one in Epping is still ongoing, but the Tankwa one is mostly donkeys.
Yes.
Karen, I can try and explain to you as much as what I want, but you actually need to be there to experience it. Those donkeys, they live out freely, like natural, like they should live, and when the owners do need them, they are mostly used for transport. Then the owners will go and catch them They will go to the park and they will go and fetch the children from the school, or they will go to church, which is sometimes the distance is quite far. They have to sleep over. And the way the donkeys have adapted to the very dry and warm conditions of the tank was amazing. I've spoken to Ashley with regards to their hoofs. The hoofs are so hard. They don't wear shoes, yeah. And if you look at most of the donkeys, the only problem that they do have is that they've got a big need of harnessing. They do. And that is what we have addressed. Every time we go there, we education. Yes, we teach them, we give them veterinary facts where they can fix the wounds and explain to them what is causing the wounds. And I one day said to Megan, because Megan is part of the outreach team, I said to her, I think we should just make new harnessing for all the donkeys and then problem solved. But that would mean our outreach would be finished. And it's just so lovely to be there because they are so kind
And they listen and they take the education and advice to heart.
They try as much as they possibly can because they also don't have the resources. If the harness is broken, they have to go and buy. They either have to go to Ceres or to Galcinia, which is very far and very expensive because most of the people that use the donkeys, most of the people that use the donkeys, they are farm workers of not of permanent farmers, but farmers that perhaps stay in Cape Town and they come down to the Tanka once a month, once every second month. So even if they need and they ask the farmer to bring them from Cape Town, they will only get it in a while. And in the meantime, they still have to go to church.
Do what they need to
still
do.
have to go to the patstal to go buy what they need. They still have to.
Now that she's moved, let's introduce Perfect Timing. Yes. What's an interesting name? What is his story, Diana? Also a small tiny pony.
Yeah, I think I think Ashley said the Harry Junior style. I think the timing was just perfect when he was born.
Clearly.
Yeah, but he also had a very tough life. The owner was very sick when he was born, and he hardly was filled out. He was always under condition, and we supplied food, and we gave vitamins, and we supplied people. Eventually, the owner sold it. The owner died. The owner died. Yeah. And the owner was the grandson inherited the horses. Okay. And the grandson then just put quite a lot of pressure on the grandson because he didn't have the resources to buy feed. And
The grandson didn't have the resources to buy feed and to look after him. So
and then he sold.
and then he sold Perfect Timing. Oh my goodness.
Not exactly to a house where he was better treated, he was better fed,
Better
but
fed.
not necessarily better treated. You can look at him. You see the food.
Lunch is being served.
You can see that.
Oh,
Yeah, I think Julisi, when we confiscated him, it was Julisi. Julisi was first confiscation.
This
isn't
was
it?
my first confiscation.
Yeah, maybe you want to tell them your experience about it, how it came down.
Yeah, so we were still in level 4 lockdown, and I still remember that we were two teams, the yellow team and the orange team. I was lucky the yellow team, so I shined very brightly. Anyway, with him, we got a call from a law enforcement officer, if I remember correctly, saying that they've got this horse next to a road. He's thin, full of honest wounds or wounds. There you can go and eat, boy. There you go. And at first, I couldn't find them. I literally had to turn around, and then I was like literally just on the other side of the robot, so I completely missed them. But when I saw this horse, I was like, what was going through these people's minds to actually put this horse in a cart? I mean, like I said, this was my first confiscation, so I didn't really know how, I don't want to say it's bad, but how bad it can be. And then, yeah, we loaded him into the horse box. He basically walked himself
into the horse
Once
box
again,
that
knowing
day.
that you were there to save him.
We took him to SPCA because at that time we didn't have space on the farm, but thanks to a very good relationship we had with the SPCA, they said they'll graciously take him in for the weekend, and we made space for him, and now he's a nice fat pony.
Yes, he is.
And a very lovable one.
Oh.
But I'm not going to kiss him now because he has food in front of him. So I'm not even going to try.
When we confiscated him, Karen, he was full of, like the carters we call knocks, wounds.
Oh.
He was full of open wounds, and we've got Sia here. Don't stand around me, Sia. Don't stand. Don't bite. I know it's COVID. You fixed his harness a couple of times. Can you explain to me what it looked like?
I'm not even surprised to see like these wounds because the harnessing I was working on, his harnessing was very bad. Was too much wires.
Wires?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So I had to take out those wires and try to collect a new pair of leather pieces to prepare a nice prepared harness. But the condition now it makes me excited because I can see that he finally have a wonderful home now, as to compare to the place where he was at the start.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, can you recall whether they looked after the harness? Did it break and did they just put wire back again? They put wire back again.
Every piece of the harness, I mean, like riding, I take out a wire out there, reaching every harness. There was a piece of wire in it, and it was completely damaged, broken.
And do you remember that after we confiscated him, the owner came back and he said, I want my horse back. I wanted his horse back. And he said, in what universe? Not in this universe we're living in. That's
If you look closely, you can still see some of the wounds. But
He's scared of the
anymore,
camera.
but it's more the...
Oh, he's camera shy. Yeah, he's camera shy. But he's quite cute and he's quite healthy. And I think Carmen has got a thing for him. But does she? Yeah. But he's gorgeous. Him and Applejack used to be friends. They used to stand in front of the office. Yeah. Yeah, they're probably still friends. Oh, there's eating. And Donnie, what is perfect timing like to look after?
Perfect timing, when the time he was coming here, you don't stand like this. I'm standing here. She's scared.
Scared?
She's scared very much. I don't know what's going on. I think this was gonna stay outside. They don't see anyone. If you can see the people, she's running. So I tried to speak with him.
He did.
Until I'm finished with him. Now I don't have problem with this horse. You can see I touch him. Now you can listen me.
It sounds like you've got the gift. All these horses come and you have it. Oh, look at that. He clearly adores you.
I'm here to do my job, Nasa. I don't want to find a problem with the horse.
No.
That's why always I do like this.
Well, you're doing an excellent job, really. I think she wants to eat. Look at Julius. Yes.
Yeah.
And his best friend is Applejack.
Applejack, yes.
Applejack, which
Yeah.
we're going to meet a bit later, and Penny's going to speak to us about him. But Marika and I are going to take a little break after she does a little video on the second-hand tag that we get, so we can just have something to eat and something to drink, as well as our cameraman, whose arms must be quite tired. And then Diana will be just filming Alan for little bits, and so we can see how he works with our horses and the magic that he also does. So back to you in the studio, Marika.
Perfect. Thanks, Karen. Thank you very much.
Okay.
See you later.
Okay, see you later.
Okay. I have a picture here. I know Diana spent a lot of time talking about perfect timing, so I've found a picture. This is what he looked like when we first confiscated him. So yeah, it's quite a change that he's made, and that is all thanks to donations like yours. That's the reason that we can do what we do, is because people donate and we can take care of horses. We can take horses like Perfect Timing off the street, and we can pay for their recovery and later their rehabilitation. And you've seen what he looks like now. He's a happy, healthy little pony. He's made friends. He's learned how to become a horse again. And yes, he's just peaceful and happy. So I want to show you a little short video. Of course, we don't only have the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre that we need to raise funds for, and we have many different avenues of raising funds, and one of those is our secondhand tack. So here's a short little clip of Karen and I collecting and delivering secondhand tack. And we are arriving at Equestrian Affair
to collect secondhand tack from Nadia. And they're great supporters of ours. They sell our calendars. They also have tins of ours.
And Tim's,
yes.
The four of those.
That's fine.
And here we are at the tack shack.
And I've given you the name. I've got the name because normally you like to send a letter or something. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure. And this is still got a way to go.
So we're just filming because we're doing coffee with Cartels every Wednesday.
Okay.
And yeah, we're just giving our supporters some airtime as well, if you don't mind. So we're in Tech Shack in Stellenbosch, and they also have one of our tins, which is almost full. So we'll be back hopefully very soon to
I'll give you a call.
Yes, I'm sure. And then once again, second-hand tech, which we always need, and was very generously donated, and we came to collect. So here we are at Hooves and Paws, who sell our second-hand tech for us, which brings in much needed income. So we're just delivering all the second-hand tech that we got from Equestrian Affair and from Tech Shack Stellenbosch.
Okay. No, a lot of your meat stuff and everything on a schedule. It's all on.
No, what I'm saying is, do they also come and buy, like I said, proper?
Yes, yeah, no, proper stuff. Yeah.
Not that ours isn't, but you know that. Yeah.
Yes, no, they come past the box.
Okay, and then they go inside.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh, that's amazing. Awesome.
There is our little video. And just to remind you, before we go off on lunch, I'm going to just give you a quick reminder. That is our QR code, and you need to scan that if you want to donate via SnapScan. If you want, you can also, I just want to remove the thing, so the QR code, you can clearly see the QR code. There you go. So you can just snap that with your phone and you can pay with SnapScan, or you can go into the app, go to more on the bottom right hand corner, click on donate, search for Carthorse, and you can donate any amount of your choice. 50 Rand, 100 Rand, 1,000 Rand. The donations came in thick and fast this morning, and then they dried up. So we are getting a little bit nervous. We still have almost 280,000 Rand to raise today for these abused and neglected horses that are living at the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre in Gordons Bay. Our little fundraising thermometer is rising, but it's rising very, very slowly. So please, if you can't donate today, please send a WhatsApp to 079 513 4098 and pledge whatever you can donate at a later stage. And with that, I'm going to go back to the R&R. I think Diana's going to be showing us some foot care and Alan working with the horses. So we're just going to go back to Karen for a minute. There we go. And you're back on. Hello, Karen.
Hi. This is Ellen, which you met earlier on. Diana's going to be filming while we have a bit of lunch. And this is Alice. She absolutely fell mad in love with our with our cameraman, but I'll tell you a little bit about her later. But we're just going to show you Alan and what he does in the ring. So over to you, Diana and Alan, and I'll see you in a bit.
Thanks, Karen. Okay, I'm going to be behind the camera, so you won't see my face, which is quite good. You don't need to see the face. You had perfect timing. That was scared of the camera earlier on. So we don't know what Alice can do. They're now on their way to the indoor arena, where there's a lunch ring, where Alan will talk us through as to what he's going to do with her. There we go. Alan, would you want to start work a little while before we talk?
Yes,
Yes, otherwise she's going to be a typical female and she's going to be impatient because I'm pretty sure you've taken her away from her lunch. Yes, it's okay. We will compromise and we'll give her something special. Just lunging her now. Is she scared of me? Okay. She won't be the first one though. There we go. I apologize for the quality of the video. I don't want it to be scared. Apologies. I'm going to stand a little bit further away from the ring. Can't believe she was born on the farm. Oh. This beautiful. Hi, Alan.
Hi.
Thank you for doing this for us. Can you please tell everybody else exactly what it is that you do?
Well, quite simply, I try and get the horses to trust humans again and have good interactions with us and grow with us and let them enjoy being horses and enjoy getting some exercise and getting some work and having fun and having really good experiences.
Alan, have you worked before you worked with us here at the Rehabilitation Centre? Have you been introduced to cart horses before?
Yes, I've had my own cart horse for probably about.
Alan, do you think we should give her something to eat? A little bit to munch on?
She wants to work a bit more.
You want to work a bit more? Oh, you will really make her fall in love with work. What is your experience with the horses that the cart horses that you've met before you actually met the cart horses?
One of my first jobs was working with a young lady that was helping to rehabilitate horses, and I got involved with her because she was my riding instructor at the time, and we started working with problem horses, and some of the horses that came in were cart horses, and we were having a lot of fun kind of working through the issues and challenges that we were having with some of our horses, and it turned into my full-time job and my passion and what I want to do with the rest of my life. And I don't know, there's something about these horses that they really enjoy getting to know people and getting to have better experiences and really they just need a bit of love.
Yeah.
And we can give it to them.
Alan, while you were working here, have you noticed any of the horses been really very angry? Knowing now that they are coming from an abusive background?
There's a lot of horses who don't trust humans and have a guard up against humans in general because the only experiences that they've had are bad experiences, and it's very sad to see horses in this state because it's not normal, it's not natural. Like horses normally will have a very good interaction with us and they'll enjoy working with us, and it's sad to see horses which are so I don't know, they're so having to protect themselves that they will get angry and defensive in order to protect themselves.
The fight and flight method. Andrew, and how do those angry horses, and if you would like to give a tip to some of our viewers, what would you tell them? Is it just constant patience and persistence?
Keep calm and just give them as much love and attention as you can possibly give them. And they'll respond in kind. And you can it's a slow process, and you just gotta work at it. And just let them go through the motions, let them experience what they're going to experience, and just be as kind and as nurturing to them as humanly possible, and just be friends with them, and have fun with them, and let them have fun experiences, and then they'll see that humans aren't cruel creatures.
That's right.
We can actually have fun together.
You know, I can relate to that because quite often when you've got a sick horse and it's the horse is an angry horse, then you have to find a way to treat that horse. And kindness has bring us so far. And it is definitely the secret, kindness and love. Alan, which was your most difficult horse to work with?
I would have to say Ghost.
Ghost.
I would say Ghost because on the surface he can be very friendly until you push him a little bit too far out of his comfort zone, and then he puts up his defenses, and those defenses come in the way of sometimes he'll want to bite you, sometimes he'll want to rear, sometimes he'll just want you out of his space completely. And it's very sad to see a horse that is so wanting affection, wanting love, but also getting triggered by past experiences and getting angry and getting upset because it feels like something's going to go wrong.
Yes.
But we are here for him, and it's so difficult to see him going through those motions and being so angry and upset and frustrated. And you just got to slowly work through it, and you just got to be so patient and be so nurturing just to try and keep.
And you
keep the
can't send him an
conversation going.
email. You can't tell him it's going to be okay. You know it's going to be okay,
Yeah.
but he's not going to know he's
Find out for
okay.
himself.
Yes.
It's just a long process and a long road.
Which half of the horses do you think was your biggest breakthrough?
Ooh, I would have to say Dora. She's a very surprising one. She's actually one of my favorite horses, and she's also one of my most challenging horses because on any given day she'll be a different horse. So you can walk in there in the morning and go, "Hey Dora, how are you doing?" And she'll either come at you with ears and teeth, or she'll come up to the fence and want head scratches and love.
Yeah.
And I find that quite challenging because you don't know exactly what's going to happen every single time you have an interaction with her. But after probably about 10 minutes of working with her, she's perfect and she wants to be your friend and she wants to do anything you ask. If you ask, say, hold here or trot there, she's on it and she just goes and does everything so perfectly, and she's just so easy to accommodate.
She's a beautiful lady.
She really is.
But you need to know that I don't think you've ever read the book Sybil.
No, I haven't.
Sybil is the lady with the split personality. So please, we have to allow Dora to have the split personality because she's a lady.
Yeah.
You said she's your favorite.
She is definitely my favorite.
Do you have not a favorite?
No, it's a strange thing. I have an affection to all the horses I deal with, and even if they're not my favorite horse, there's always something that you can find in their personality or in their complexion and say, that's what I love about that horse.
Yeah.
There's no horse that I walk in and go, actually, I don't like that horse.
Alan, the horses that you've now seen here, how long does it take them, or does it vary from horse to horse?
Oh, absolutely. There's no
before they actually trust you? Yeah.
It's very much, it's up to them. The timeline is theirs, and you just have to work with that
On their
timeline
pace.
and go with it.
Okay.
Sometimes they want to be friends, and sometimes they want to work, and sometimes they actually just don't want to talk to you at all. And that's all of those are fine.
And
you
gotta
just have to accept that.
be with it.
Give them as much love and attention as you possibly can.
Alan, thank you very much. Okay, now you got to tell us, or you got to tell the viewers exactly what are you now doing with this madam? What have you been doing? How long have you been working with Alice? And what have you been doing with her?
I've been working with Alice on and off since probably about March this year. She's a very lovely and kind young lady, but when she wants me to work with her, as you can see,
Yeah.
say we are here to work, and I want to work with you, and I want you to have all your attention on me, which is why she's listening.
Sorry, Alice. So what are you going to do with her now?
We're going to just do a little bit of light lunging, and then she's going to do a little bit of join up, and then she's going to move into my space and out of my space, and we're going to move round in circles, and we're just going to have a little bit of fun, I guess.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit over there. Hopefully she's not going to be scared of me, and then we can watch him work with Alice. Thank you, Alan. I wonder what she tells the other horses when she gets back in the paddock. A whole lot of gossip stories.
as everybody can see, this is Alice, and Alan in our arena. All the horses get to. Maybe she's just a little bit nervous because we're here and I've got my cap on. But Alan comes in every Tuesday and works with the horses, and as you can see, praises them, takes them out of the paddock, and they all willingly come and run and exercise. And as you can see, he speaks to them. He knows exactly what to do. Some of them clearly had no idea what a lunging ring was. And as you can see, Alice is listening quite well. And Alan's definitely formed an awesome bond with all of our horses here and has made a huge, huge difference. As we said earlier on, some of them you couldn't actually do anything with, but they've come a long way. And we do this so that eventually they can find their forever homes. And that's why we need you to help us support and get in the 300,000 Rand that we need to look after these gorgeous animals that so deserve a second chance and not to ever get put back into a cart. I'm a little bit out of breath. But as you can see, it's a touch, just gentle praise. She feels safe, she feels secure. A lot of the horses that came here wouldn't lie down. But as you know, horses that do eventually lie down feel safe and secure in their space, and is just touching, making sure that she's happy to be touched and handled. There you go. Ears forward, happy girl. And as I mentioned earlier on, Alice fell madly in love with Tolani, our cameraman, that has been doing this filming us all morning. We really appreciate it, Tolani, for everything that you've done and are doing. And as you can see once again, Alan's just been very gentle. His horses need to go out handled and happy in their own skin, feel safe and secure and loved, and that nobody's going to hurt them. They won't be abused. There's enough food. They sleep in warm beds. Hopefully later on we can take you into the stables and you can see where they will sleep. And it's a good thing to see what it is that we're doing. And it is almost time for us to go back down and meet Applejack. Thank you
Karen?
so much, Ellie. Yes.
While we've been on lunch, some more donations have come in. So we're sitting on 22,110 Rand.
Brilliant. Sorry, Alice. I'm so excited. Yeah, I want to scream with absolute joy. But I don't want to upset the officers.
277,000 left to go.
Come on, folks. Really, we really need this money to look after each and every horse. We planned this day to showcase all of them. They're so special. All of them deserve, like I said, lots of food, lots of care. And this whole farm out of Furlan's Estates does cost money. And like I was saying earlier on, every need that they have is fulfilled. 24/7 care. Gianna lives on the property. We'll speak more to her about that later. And there goes Alice, very happy, and she is absolutely gorgeous and has become one of my favorites. And yes, please dig down deep. And okay, now I can do my wave. Yay! That's brilliant. Keep it coming. It's amazing what a hot dog and some water can do. So we're gonna go down to Applejack. I'm just gonna get the crowds together.
Okay, while you do that, I'm going to quickly just remind people how to donate. So
excellent.
You can walk down in peace. I'm not.
Okay, we're gonna walk down through past the stables, so you can still keep us on, and then people can see the stabling.
Okay, I'll do that. Okay, so now you can see where Karen's walking through the stables, but I'm just going to put that, oopsie, small. There we go. So that's how much we've raised up to now. So our little thermometer is sitting at 22,110. We are aiming to raise 300,000 Rand today. This is in aid of the care of the abused and neglected horses that are housed at our Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre in Gordons Bay, in Furlands Equestrian Estate. This is how much we've raised. We need to raise 277,890 Rand. That's how much we have to go. The R&R costs us in excess of 2 million Rand a year. So we get quite a fair amount of that sponsored, but we still need to raise funds of over 1 million Rand. So the 300,000 Rand that we are trying to raise today is not even everything that it costs us. It costs us over 99,000 Rand a month to run the R&R. Well, you can see all the staff waiting for Karen to do their bit. So everybody, all the staff at Cartors have all jumped in today, and they're helping us with this massive fundraising operation. So if you can't donate today, then please send us a pledge to donate on 079 513 4098 and help us take care of these beautiful horses that have either been confiscated or have been signed over to us to retire from the karting industry. So there you can see Golani showing you the R&R. I'm actually going to go out of screen so then you can see, get a nicer view. There's everyone, there are all the horses. And we are going to talk about Applejack. So he's the next little horse we're going to meet. I'll just wait for them to get into position. While they do that, I'll just remind you that you can donate on SnapScan. SnapScan is an app on your phone, so all you have to do is download the app, then click the QR code, or you just go to the bottom right-hand corner of your phone, click on More, donate, and look for Cartels Protection. And donate 50 Rand, 100 Rand, 1,000 Rand. No donation is too small, no donation is too big. We need to raise a total of 300,000 Rand today for these horses. It costs, the money that we are raising today helps us take care of them. And the monthly cost of one of these horses is over 3,000 Rand. That's just what it costs us to keep the horse there. So please, if you have any friends overseas, anywhere in the world, we're streaming on Facebook, we're streaming on YouTube, we're streaming on Twitch. If you have friends on any of these platforms, please share the stream. We're going to be streaming for another 5 hours today. So please come with us, meet all the horses, and see how beautiful it is out in Gordons Bay at the Furlands Equestrian Estate. So we're going to go back to Karen now. There we go. Hi, Karen. Oh dear, we've got chicken issues.
Yes, we do. There's a lot of these chickens. We had to come into the paddock because Applejack, this is Applejack, was all the way down here. And to talk about Applejack is our general manager, Penny Lancaster. I hope you can hear me. Penny, Applejack has clearly stolen your heart. Please tell us a little bit about his story and especially the hard decisions you had to make about him and his mom.
Yes, Applejack has crept into everybody's heart. He's a very special guy. His mom, Annabelle, and another grey horse that was standing with her was confiscated from some kids that were riding her in Christmas Park, riding them both bareback and beating them, and not very nice. Anyway, they were confiscated, and Annabelle came to us in quite a state, very under condition. But we noticed as we were feeding her, trying to get her into condition, that her belly was growing in size, and we then realized that she was pregnant. So the little grey foal, Applejack's dad, found a home very quickly, and we nurtured Annabelle, and this was all in 2018. Annabelle was taken to Blue Cross on the 25th of July. She was very, very uncomfortable, and Diana treated her as much as she could with pain meds and antispasmodics. But we couldn't keep her comfortable. So we trucked her to Blue Cross, and where they confirmed that she was indeed in full, but she had quite a bad impaction. And we had to make the call of what to do because colic operations are beyond the scope of our financial capability.
Yes, and we need the funds.
We do need the funds. So we decided in conjunction with the vets that were treating her to give her 24 hours to keep her sedated and keep her pain under control because that is the most important thing. And she passed her impaction. We were all gobsmacked at the amount of plastic in an enormous ball that she managed to pass. And we're all hugely relieved. And she recovered well. She came back to the farm, and less than a month later, this little monkey was born. And he has been extremely spoiled from day one. He and Annabelle stayed in the garden where the office is, so they had lots of human interaction. Applejack took a while to realize that he actually is a horse and not a dog. He absolutely loves bottom scratches. I'll see if he'll let me even do it now while he's eating. But he has this habit of, well, he had the habit of backing into you. So he would walk, and everybody knows with horses, you've got to avoid this part of them. But he would actually, if you came over to you, he'd turn like this at you because he wanted his bottom scratched. He also did very nearly embarrass me. We had JP Smith on the property who was doing a filming for Corf a couple of months ago about adoptions. And unfortunately, his cameraman jumped over the poles rather than using the gate to come in, and he got a fright and he turned and he kicked at JP Smith and missed him by 5 centimeters. That would have ended very, very badly for everybody.
So he's also a bit infamous on the farm.
He is. And Alan's done quite a lot of work with him. He's very naughty, so I get a report from Alan about all the horses that he works with. And it's like a headmaster sending out a report card, and there are all sorts of naughty but not untrainable. Very cute, but his manners need a lot of work.
Oh my goodness.
Extremely stubborn, doesn't want to do anything except go back to his paddock. Naughty but cute. Worked better than ever. Very cute, lots of energy. Quite naughty, but had some good moments. Worked okay, but very stubborn and naughty. So his report card doesn't read beautifully, but bless him, I don't think he knows what's being asked of him. So I think Alan's slowly teaching him of how to work well on a lunch rail and what's asked of him. But he's very, very sweet.
Jenny, do you remember when he was born? He had these tiny ears.
Yes, I know. Well, those ears haven't grown very much. They're still very little.
Well, that's why he's so naughty, because he doesn't listen.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's part of the problem.
Remember the time that he went through all those colics? Yes. He was coming down with colics like once every month, twice a month. He would come down with colics. So eventually we had to come and see what the heck is going on, because we know that they get proper feed.
What was the problem?
Teeth. He was teething. No, he wasn't teething. The teeth went too sharp, and I see. They sort that out. Wonderful. And since then, he's naughty, but that's the only time when he's kind is when he's sick. When he's sick. Well, thank goodness. Imagine if he wasn't. There's nothing worse than treating a horse that doesn't want to be treated.
This is the best. The absolute best.
But Penny, back to you. What made you decide to take on this huge responsibility of managing cart horse, and what have your challenges been so far?
Sure, 2 big questions.
Yes.
I did quite a lot of volunteer fundraising for cart horse for quite a number of years before I came on board. And the general manager position became available in 2016, and I think I had a midlife crisis and decided to jump out of my travel corporate career and follow animal welfare, which has always been very close to my heart. And working with carters, doing the volunteer fundraising, they are a very special organisation, and I just found an affiliation with them, and I'm very grateful to be full-time occupied and employed by an organisation that I hold in very high esteem. The challenges, gosh, there are many, and the most recent one was this morning, trying to get the sponsathon. So I understand why directors say that they don't like working with children and animals because they are so unpredictable. We had technological issues, we had the rain, we had horses breaking out of their paddocks. They obviously all knew that something was up today and they all wanted to be part of it. So breaking out of paddocks, hearing around the farm, all of us trying to get them back into their paddocks. And then Diana with an emergency. And Diana with her emergency. So I think for somebody who had quite a strong OCD personality, I've certainly learned that you can't plan anything. We put the horses' needs first always, and what the horses need we do, and as much as we can, plans go awry, and we just have to work around it. So yes, we plan to not have a plan, to be able to work on the fly, as it were.
We try our best, and working on the fly is what we do. Yeah. And then do you have something to say to our wonderful donors?
Please, please, please. As Karen says every week on Coffee with Cartels, no donation is ever too big or too small. Please, I know it's been tough. The 2 years of COVID have taken its toll on everybody. But it is a challenge to keep the farm running and keep these horses happy and healthy and fed. And it is our goal above all else to find these horses homes. And yes, please, we would appreciate every cent that we can get. So I thank you for your generosity so far. And I look forward to the sponsathon being a huge success.
Yes, and it will be.
Yes,
we still have a whole afternoon to go. Thank you so much, Penny. We'll be checking back with you again later to talk about Copper Penny.
Yes.
As you can see, Applejack is really enjoying his lunch, and we thought this a perfect opportunity for you to actually meet each and every single one of these horses. So please dig deep. And Donix, once again, is Applejack's groom. And Donix, is Applejack a good boy, a naughty boy?
Yes, Applejack is a good horse.
Is he a good boy?
He was born here.
Yes, he was.
I started working with him when he was 3 weeks.
3 weeks old.
Because I wanted to grow with
nice
until now. You don't have problem. But it's looking naughty, but it's not naughty. She likes to play.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's all.
You just got a sneaky trait in him.
Yeah.
And we often find him in between the paddock and jumping one butt in the paddock, two
inside.
Yes.
That time she was looking at the food outside.
Oh.
He is hungry.
Oh, he's
So
hungry.
you can see the food outside, you can put it another leg outside, and the next one you must eat. Yeah.
But they get fed so many times, so well. He's obviously a little bit of a gut because he gets lunch and he gets dinner and he gets snacks, he gets everything that he needs. But yet he still wants to get out of his paddock to look for feed in the thoroughfare. But Donix, thank you so much. I'm sure we'll be talking to you again a bit later. And Marika, you're going to be doing some more information about Applejack and Annabelle and the horrible decisions that we needed to make due to lack of funds. But as you can see, it worked out very, very well. And Applejack is here. Annabelle, his mom, survived. And back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Karen. Yes, I've got a little video for you about Annabelle. Annabelle's been adopted since, but yeah, it was a scary day. In July 2018, Annabelle crept deep into everyone's hearts. When very pregnant, she developed colic. Because we didn't know how far along she was, we were unsure if there were complications with the birth or if it was stomachache. Unresponsive to medicine, Annabelle was taken to Blue Cross Veterinary Hospital. With no options left and the pony in severe pain, we were leaning towards making a very hard decision. She had very little time left, but she used it and, to everyone's amazement, managed to pass the blockage on her own. After the colic cleared up, she recovered and was back to her old self soon enough. Less than a month later, she gave birth to Applejack with no complications whatsoever. He is currently the youngest horse at the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre. Last year, he became friends with Perfect Timing, so when Annabelle was adopted, he wasn't sad for long. The two of them, Applejack and Perfect Timing, can often be seen cavorting around the paddock. Although Applejack is very special to everyone, it would be wonderful if he too could find a home of his own. There you have it, little Applejack, the cutie pie on the farm. But we are here today to raise funds so that we can keep horses like him and his mother Annabelle and help them nurse them through back to good health. Our thermometer stands at 22,110 Rand at the moment. Our goal is to raise 300,000 Rand for the abused and neglected horses that are staying at the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre in Gordons Bay. So if you can't donate today, please make a pledge and send a WhatsApp to 079 513 4098. And if you have any friends, please share this stream with them. We're going to be streaming for another few hours today. We are hoping to introduce you to all of the horses that stay at the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre and tell you a little bit more about them, share their stories, and tell you why it's so important that this Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre keeps going and keeps being able to take care of horses like these. We are going to go back to Karen. There we go. Hi, Karen. We're back to
Hey,
you.
Linda. Thanks once again. We are here with Nancy, which didn't want to actually be caught. She was like, I'm doing my own thing today, but now here she is with George. And Melanie is going to speak about her. Melanie, what can you tell us about this sweet girl?
Nancy was the foal of Poplar. Unfortunately, the mother was beaten about 4 years ago. Then one Sunday late afternoon, it was already about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was winter. We received a call about Nancy still being in the Milnerton area. Now Nancy came in the Friday for shoes. We put shoes on her because of she needed the shoes on that day when she came in. And then but Nancy was also then booked off the Friday. And then the Sunday we received a call to say that Nancy was in the Milnerton area. She was lame and she was overloaded.
Oh no, Melanie.
We went all the way to Milnerton, find Nancy in the car, heavy overloaded, lame. We treated her on the scene and then she was permanently confiscated. Nancy also was a very sick at birth in the first few years. She was a very sick type of horse. She every now and again come up with colic. Even up to today, every now and again she will have a bit of a colicky. Yeah, but otherwise, Nancy, and also Nancy's a very nervous horse. But she, like you can see, she can also be very calm. At times it also depends on if you build a bit of trust with Nancy, she will allow you to fiddle and touch and
Yeah,
just
you can clearly see that she's done that.
yeah.
What basically makes a horse nervous? Is it
There's a
trust
lot of
issues?
factors, yes, that can contribute to that. And I think for Nancy it was also trust was one of the things because she was born in a very good stable yard.
Okay.
But then she was sold on to
That's the
another
problem.
owner, and then the second owner sold her on to a not very good owner, and that is where Nancy trust issues started because what the owner said, and also what was the problem with Nancy? Nancy have knock, like we would call it knock knees. Knock knees. She's also very toe out. And she was not suitable for a cart, but to pull a cart for her is also a bit of a strain on her legs. Yes. So that was also one of the reasons why we were constantly in talk with the owner not to put her in the cart.
She's not really a cart horse.
She's not
Because of her
a
form.
confirmation. She's not really.
Goodness. George, is Nancy your favorite, or do you have any favorites? Is she your favorite? How did I know that? She was scared. She was scared. Okay, shame. Sure, that's amazing. So she's come a long way with you. Yes. Oh, shame. To Diana. Diana's the one that gives them injections, and Diana's clearly not liked by a lot of these.
Yeah, because Nancy developed a lot of colic. So on the farm, Diana's the one that injects her. So that's why when she sees Diana, she knows a needle is coming.
So she's a clever girl as well.
Yeah.
And as you can see, very, very sweet. And Melanie, how long have you worked for Cart Horse?
I am in my this year. I've been with Carters for 5 years.
5 years. And what made you decide to become an equine welfare practitioner?
I always loved animals. Okay. I think what it was just for me a change of career that it made me wanted to do something different. Yes. So then I ended up with this.
Amazing. Well, we're glad that you did do a career change and come and join us, because you've done amazingly well with all these horses, and yes, you clearly are a natural with them, and as you said, you love animals, and very, very brave to be around these big beasts. I still sometimes get a bit nervous. But yes, we absolutely all that work for Cart Horse love what we do, and we're all here for these gorgeous horses, looking for forever homes. So once again, folks, dig deep. We need your donations. 300,000 rand is basically our target. And Marika keeps on telling you how to donate, and you can also pledge. So don't forget to hit that donate button. Marika, back to you, and you are going to be doing Dr. Lauren, which is our vet that drops everything for us when our horse is in need, in urgent need, and we might actually see her later on today. So back to you.
Thank you, Karen. So, yes, I'm going to be showing you a little video that we did earlier this year as part of our Coffee with Cart Horse shows. And we just interviewed Dr. Lauren to find out how and why she got involved with Cart Horse.
Welcome, Lauren, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Pleasure. Nice to see you guys.
Yeah, it's great to see you too. What made you decide to become a vet?
Well, I always knew I wanted to work with animals. and when I was young, you don't really know a lot coming out of high school. I thought of marine biology and a number of other things. And then, so I did a BSc at Stellenbosch, and I started that. And that's when I realized that a lot of people from that stream were going into veterinary. And it was something that I started thinking of a little bit more seriously. And so I got a job at Blue Cross Veterinary Hospital, and that's when it really sort of started to take shape. But I did unfortunately struggle to get into veterinary, so I finished my BSc degree. By that stage, I changed to a BSc Agriculture in animal science, and realized that was a good stream to go in. Gave me a very well-rounded animal-based degree, so I could go into a number of things. And I finished that at Stellenbosch, and then I went overseas for a year. I think I actually took a 2-year break and eventually managed to get into veterinary, and then came back to South Africa to study. And I guess the rest is history.
Yeah. Lovely story.
So, all of the vets at your practice happen to be women. Is that a coincidence, or was that designed on purpose?
I don't think it was designed on purpose, but we're not complaining. I think it just so happens that's just been available for hire at the time that we've needed new people, and it's just the way that Cape Vet has taken its path. So yeah.
Okay.
Women aren't traditionally seen to work with big animals. How is it that you came to work with equines, horses?
I'd always liked horses. I used to ride, actually since I was 9, and I think you guys have had the riding center on. Kim taught me to ride when I was much younger. And so I'd always had a passion for horses. But when I went into veterinary, I decided to keep an open mind and see what path sort of it took. And it just happened to bring me back to horses. I don't see my size or my strength as a disadvantage in large animal practice. I actually see it as an advantage because we're not very overbearing on the horses or threatening to them. And I think sometimes that, especially in the nervous horses and the carties per se, I think that actually acts as an advantage.
Okay, so do you find that there's a difference between working with private horses and with the cart horses?
Yeah, carties are a breed of their own, and not in a bad way, in a good way. They never cease to amaze me in the strength and the resilience that they have, and also in the way that they can trust people or learn to trust again after some of the situations that they've been in. Mm-hmm. So I feel often they have a reason, and sometimes they're easier to work with because a lot of them are very well handled and very well trained, so they actually are quite good.
Okay, and then what do you? I think you basically answered, but what do you like most about the cart horses?
Yeah, like I said, it's never, no two horses are the same. They don't play by the rules per se. They certainly haven't read the textbooks, and yeah, their resilience just it just astounds me sometimes. In some things where you think they're either not going to pull through or they would be so much more painful, they're really tough, and they fight back, and I really enjoy working with them. It always it gives me a lot of scope. We see some very interesting cases. They bring in lots of stuff that keeps us on our toes, so it's always a challenge, and that I also enjoy.
Oh, that's good.
Wonderful. Yeah. Lauren, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys, and thanks for all that everybody does there for the carties, and long may we continue.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Hi, everybody. I think the phone has disconnected us again. So we're going to have to wait and see. I don't know what's going on now. So there we go. Oh, we're back. There we go. Sure, I was worried. We really struggled to get this phone to connect this morning, so I was really worried just now.
Well, it worked when we did the first dry run. It worked when we did the second dry run, and on the day, Murphy's Law, it didn't. But we are online. Let's not
Okay.
jinx it. But up next is Inspector Gianna again with George, and she's going to be talking about Omi. Diana, everybody speaks so fondly about Omi. What is her story?
She's got a remarkable story, Cara. Oh, jeez. You know, when she used to belong to a owner, he was your traditional owner. He unfortunately has passed on a couple of years ago. He bought her in, and she came in late. At first, we thought that on a near high, on a left back leg. First, we thought it was a back spasm and a bit of swelling, and eventually it was a lymphangitis. And the lymphangitis really got very, very bad to the extent.
What is lymphangitis?
It's the inflammation of the lymph nodes.
Oh, okay.
So, and what it does, it causes the leg to swell up and it starts oozing. And eventually, if the leg swells up too much, then the skin breaks. Okay. And in her case, it was literally, you could see the open tissue.
Oh, my goodness.
So we've had Dr. Nick Offerstein, he's now also retired out, and he came to look at her, and the owner said that, you know, he can't see her suffer like that. He would rather have her to sleep.
Yes.
And, you know, we thought, geez, you know, it's not an option. And me and Dr. Offerstein is in the corner there, and I said to Dr. Offerstein, how can we put this beautiful lady, she hardly worked, how can we put her to sleep? You know, can we actually fix her? And he said to me, a lot of patience, a lot of love, a lot of treatment, you can. And I went back to the owner, I said, Mr. Slumdin, if it's okay with you, we would rather want to take her to our property in Hawke's Bay. You can sign her over to us. We will keep her alive. We will look after her, we will heal her, and then eventually we'll hope to find a good home for her. And he agreed.
Okay, he agreed to.
He was a very kind guy. Anyway, we started with the treatment and we treated her. And I remember Megan, she was tied up. There was a big patch of grass there, and she was tied up there to eat grass with this big open wound. And Megan came back white in the face, and she said, "Oh my goodness. You know, how can you know this?" I said, "No, she's actually okay. She's comfortable as she is."
And you're managing her pain.
That which is the most important.
Of course.
And we constantly contacted Dr. Offerstein. Anyway, she healed up completely, but she still had a little bit of a lameness in that leg. And then someone suggested to us, why don't you try acupuncture?
Yep.
So we phoned around, and then a lady read with the name of Dr. Sarah Peters. She said, I will do it for you guys. And she obviously gave us extremely good price.
Oh, amazing. That's what we need.
Well,
yes.
I mean, that is how we managed to get where we are. And she had about 6 or 7 sessions, and Omi was fine. Omi managed to be adopted out. She's a really lovely personality. It's very calm. I can't stress with you that the emotion of put it down with a personality like that, it was just not an option. And all we needed was the Offerstein to say that you can do it, just that little bit of motivation. Anyway, she's been adopted out a couple of times. The first time I know the owner ran into financial difficulties, and she had to come back. It was very traumatized. The owner was very traumatized. And as calm as tame she has become, she's quite a lady now, quite a madam. She's got a personality of her own. She has, me and George, we went, and with Blondie, we took her. She was adopted to the last adoption was in Hopefield, where the owner, the adopter, also had little Shetland ponies, and she was the boss. She bullied them. She bullied them. And the owner, onthou jy, George? We sê hulle het geskop vir die klein ponies hulle hardloop daar so rond.
So she was sent back.
So we had to go and fetch you, but we're not unhappy about that.
No, I'm sure. Because everybody adores Amy. So when she comes back, it's like, welcome back.
En ek en George in die aande as George skoolskiep dan het sy daar haar stalmaat wat langs haar staan, Jade.
Jade stands next to her.
Jade stands next to her. Dat hulle altyd 'n fight, 'n argument, né? George. Wat dink jy van haar, George? Sorry?
It's a long time here. So I mean, was here when you got here in 2011. You've also been here a long time, and you two have come a long way. Is she easy to work with? Good. And who's a? Okay. So she's still got issues with the back leg.
Yes.
So when she lies on it, it goes like a bit numb, and then, but eventually during the day it comes right. Okay.
But you know, it's amazing how she came to us. Firstly, you must know all the cart horses they get sold on.
Yes.
But literally,
They never have a bond
they
with
never
anybody.
ever manage to get a bond. And once when they have a bond that they can trust, like she now has the bond with George.
Yes.
I mean, I've watched George go in there and speak to her, like he speaks to her, oh, Omi, and she lifts the leg while she's eating, he's cleaning her feet.
She's happy.
She's standing, absolutely no issues whatsoever because she trusts me 100%. And I think that's something that we can learn from horses.
Absolutely. That's what they need. They need that trust, that love and care. And once they've got that, they're easy to work with, no issues. And she seems like such an absolute darling. Oh, look at those ears.
Oh, but she's a lady, huh? She can be such a lady. Don't dare walk past her and it's an off lady. The ears are going to right back. She's got the right. She's got the right to be a lady.
Yes, she does. She does.
I remember Karen one day. She came down with colic.
She came down with colic?
Yeah. And I treated her. And she didn't respond. Remember that day, George?
Ja.
Sy het nog nie ondergestaan.
Ja, right het ons vat hom daar.
Ons vat hom daar by die bloedkros. Dit was nog laat in die aand geweest.
Ja, maar later.
Ja. Anyway, like in the evening we take it to the bloedkros because obviously I don't have things with the healer. So we put it in the box. We put it in the box and we trucked it through to Blue Cross. And when we opened the box, oh yeah, so much manure. So I said to Dr. Lazard, sorry, I think I brought you a healthy horse.
Well, that's good. That maybe she enjoyed the rides. And you know, like when you put kids in the car to make them relax and.
Well, that's what they say. You know, if your horse don't want to pass me, put them in a box. Like a child don't want to sleep, put them in the car.
Oh, that is adorable.
But I mean, she's a very healthy horse, apart from that lymphitis. Yeah. Very kind horse.
Diana, George, thank you once again. We're going to speak to you just now. As you can see, another very deserving horse at the R&R. Let me just take this fly off the camera. Please, guys, dig deep. We need your donations. We need to hit target today for these horses. You've met most of them. It's a beautiful day out here at the R&R. It's quiet, except when a truck goes by, but it's beautiful and it's safe and it's just such a wonderful, wonderful place. As Marika said, it's my happy place. All these horses are happy. They're not working. They've got food, everything that they need. And eventually, once they've been rehabilitated, find their forever home. But now we're going to go back to Marika in the studio, and she's going to be doing a short story on Nika, and then we're going to meet Thunder, one of my favorites. Back to you, Marika.
Thanks, Karen. So, as you know, not all the horses that are at the R&R are there because they're confiscated or because they've been signed over. It is a recovery and rehabilitation center. So some of the horses are actually sent there by their owners when they need to recover. And one such story was Nika. Let me just find the slide. There's a little picture of Nika. And Nika has an owner called Japu, who you'll see later in a little video with his new horse. We are all very fond of Japu. He's one of our very favorite karties. He always takes very, very good care of his horses. And he he's just a laugh. He's a wonderful person and he's a wonderful horse owner. So Nika was also known as Bessie, and she was a frequent flyer at the R&R. She was first admitted for the treatment of a laceration between her front legs in November 2011 or 2000, yes. Then she was admitted again in December of that same year to fall down, and both her and her foal were returned to Japu in January 2012. At the end of 2012, beginning 2013, she seemed to like to spend Christmas at the R&R. Her owner, we call him Japu, but his name is Jade Nijhoff. And he had a hard time looking after her and asked if she could stay at the R&R. In return, he said he would work there. So, like I said before, Jade is one of our very, very good owners, and we were only happy to help him out. So, she stayed there during that time for that period, and Japu helped out at the R&R to pay for her keep. Tragically, she died in a motor vehicle accident when she went back to work, which is very, very sad. We know that the roads are dangerous places for the horses to be, and there are accidents. But we would like to remind you that actually horses or animal-drawn vehicles have right of way here in our Cape Town roads. So in the city of Cape Town, it's actually a bylaw that animal-drawn vehicles have the right of way. So please keep that in mind. When you drive along and you see a horse who's going slowly up a hill, be grateful that his owner is not pushing him too hard up the hill. And be grateful that they're going slowly down the hill, slowly around a bend. So that's the story of Nika, or also known as Bessie. And then, of course, I cannot go without reminding you to donate. So that's our SnapScan QR code. If you want to donate on SnapScan, you can either just scan that code, or you can go into your phone, open up the SnapScan app, go to the bottom right hand corner, click on more, donate, and then search for Cart Horse Protection Association. Otherwise, if you're watching on the website, on our Cart Horse website, you can just click on the donate button below and a form will come up and enable you to donate 100 Rand, 50 Rand, 1,000 Rand. We are grateful for all donations that we receive today. So far, we've raised just over 22,000 Rand, but we need to raise 300,000 Rand today. So please share this stream with all your friends. We're streaming on Facebook, we're streaming on YouTube, we're streaming on Twitch. If you have any gaming friends, let them know, tell them to just drop in and watch us. And if they like horses, they can meet all the horses at the R&R and meet some of our staff and everyone who takes care of the horses and makes things happen. We love what we do. We love these horses, but we need your support. So if you can't donate today, we understand. Please send a WhatsApp to 079 513 4098 if you'd like to pledge to donate at a later date. So with that, I think Karen might be ready for us. I can just see her scrambling across the paddock there. There we go. Karen, are you ready for us?
Yes, yes. I'm just going to take you down to Thunder, which is actually one of my favorites. Not that we should have favorites, but the reason he's so sweet is that we had our year-end function and we were all having pizza and Thunder just ate all the knickknacks. So eventually we made him a carrot pizza, which he absolutely loved and adored. And whatever we were eating, he was very, very curious and an absolute sweetheart. Just careful, Tulani. There's quite a few rocks here, but he's an absolute sweetie. And like I said, very, very curious. And like I said, completely loves his knickknacks. And Diana is going to speak about him as well as Banani. And this is Thunder. Hey, gorgeous boy. Hi. Hello. Bananas, what is your connection to gorgeous Thunder?
I can first talk about how Satan can come to English because my English is not perfect like it's supposed to be.
Okay.
Utanda khumbula ngenye imini ya law enforcement yasifonela sibhaka cardos sibhaka ekuseni so ngishontsha amaxesha ephaa ngabo-11 uthando phaa nestrap nansika i-transport ngokuthi amakela i-transport zazibiwe asitiri i-transport zirba kutanda khariyete basibasa siyalfa basa kutanda khariyete. Now what is happening? Law enforcement will call also to come after they need to pick up for Tanda there. By the time it's coming there, was plenty law enforcement was staying there because I think it was a day for patrolling in the strip yard to look something was stealing so. Now was Tanda and another was here. Tanda was the transport and Tanda, his boss also was here. He himself was driving. And his transport was very heavy.
It's very heavy.
It was very heavy. I think
So overloaded.
I think it was 4 planes, the big transport.
Yes.
In top his vehicle. And Tanda, was me and Inspector Udet.
Oh, yes, yes.
The time was me and Inspector Udet. Now he's not here, Mr. Osh.
Yes.
He's not here now. Tanda to get him to the box to bring him here in R&R. But also the time, I think the Tanda his condition was not nice. Perfect enough. You can be in the road also. And I think the time also the front freight also was in the
very bad shape.
I was very bad because why? Also the time Tanda was working before that I was working too much.
So he was basically overworked, overloaded, and his shoes weren't proper. The front feet,
also
bad condition.
Yes. Now me and Inspector also come there to pick up the Tommy Colon Hospital also pick up to bring him from. And I remember also another day also was December. I think it was Christmas day, but the second year was my second chilling year. That was something with peanuts and chips, you know.
Yes. Oh, I mentioned that. And you ate the knickknacks.
Yes. Then we come and eat the knickknacks and eat
the pizza.
The peanuts.
Oh, the peanuts as well.
Peanuts
Yes,
also.
I remember. We had to move everything.
Yes. Now the time I was seeing myself there, and I'm trying to come right soon.
Yes.
So be like I was.
Oh.
Because when the tired, everything was making from tired. They work hard. You know how they cut things in the horses. Sometimes people abuse the horses. Now we try to help them.
And his true personality came through.
I don't come through to listen for you and take your plane to try to give them to what his was.
Yes.
The South China is here in fun.
Dat hy Bonani daai van die Kersfees. Onthou jy hoe hy want Herbert kyk altyd na hom.
Ja.
Onthou jy hoe hy na Herbert toe gaan het toe hy op sy kop so Herbert se skouer gesit het. Herbert hom net so geskryt jou.
I remember I did to say was man I said we open except from Opamos. Opa gave me no. He said we open seen it. I said no I have tank in the neighbor US. Is it a copy passes for
that is adorable.
Mama go I been at the copy is here.
Yes.
I said nah I can't say pass.
Oh.
I cannot remember from Alted Bro.
Absolutely. Like you said, once they find that trust and they love trust and they're loved and they're looked after, they just sort of are so grateful and clearly let you know about it.
But you know, Sunday had a tough life before he ended up with John Francis. He had a couple of owners and one good owner. He had Carlos, he's a son of a traditional owner, so he's got lots of traditional methods. And he gave his horse to Nasruddin Oppos, Mr. Oppos. He had fun at one stage and he gave fun to his brother-in-law to work. And they kept him working, they kept him working. 1 at 9 o'clock. I picked Thunder up between Old Mutual and so on. Oh my God.
9 o'clock at night.
At 9 o'clock at night, yes.
But on the, what time are they supposed to be back home?
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah. And you know, when you pick them up, there's always excuses, this and excuses that. Anyway, because Mr. August was a really good and we know that he sorts things out his way. I think the way we're not allowed to sort it out, but we love to sort it.
So basically, it was a driver that was driving with them,
the driver,
not the owner.
Yeah, his brother.
Oh yes, sorry, you said.
And we gave Thunder back, but he ended up selling Thunder. I think Thunder was too small. But I mean, you dare not try and take his bite in the mornings when all his buddies are out in the paddocks. He just does not stand still. Me and George try one morning. He's up, the ears up, all his eyes are on the paddocks. The ears are forward. When you come closer, he's up. You dare not come close to him with a needle. His back is really, but I mean, he's adorable. When he's in his stable and he knows he's safe, you are welcome. Oh, so we are happy to have him here. I know a former colleague of us, Andrea Alba, Inspector Alba.
Yes, Andrea.
She really wanted to adopt him. I don't think she's still in the process. She's still in, but he is gorgeous.
He likes his food as well.
Yeah, Bontes won't eat that. Trust me. That's about it, I think.
Donix, what is your experience with Thunder? Is he easy to work with? Does he like to have his feet cleaned? Does he like to sleep late?
Yeah, Thunder, where the time of coming here, he was very naughty.
Very naughty.
He's very naughty. But now we are doing our job here in the farm.
Yes.
Now it's very, very nice to us. We can do everything. It's no problem.
It's amazing.
Because that time they don't know us. No. But now we are praying for him. Nothing happened. You can do everything nicely.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, hearing you speaking about all these horses that you look after and the bonds and how far you come with them is just, it's just super and so special. I mean, you clearly have the knack and love what you're doing.
Can I say something about this? We had a horse called Charlie. Sorry that I spoke about Charlie. He and Charlie are doing martial arts. Yes, Charlie the big, the South Mutilator.
Oh, that one.
Big grey horse. And then he had someone here that was animal administrator or something like that. And according to her, Charlie asked for Donix. Donix is his buddy. Charlie didn't like females.
Sorry, Diana.
No, anyone who could work with me.
Sure.
Donix was literally the only one. And I don't know, you were on leave when did you go with me when Charlie was put to sleep?
Yes.
When he was put to sleep during COVID. But him and Charlie it was remarkable. You know, Charlie was also very angry, but he wanted something done. Charlie, 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 I don't know what he says to Charlie.
You're obviously the horse whisperer, Donix. You're the horse whisperer. It's such a lovely story.
Yeah, I know. I think this is animal. If you are working with animal, you must try to speak with him, so the animal is gonna know you. You are this my friend. So if you can stay there, you can follow him. That was gonna come to you because they know you and they know your voice and they know your face. That's the secret if you are working with the animal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you do it incredibly well.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, my nickname for Donix is Dr. Julius.
No, it's not nickname, it's my name.
It's your name. I'm just Dr. in front. Dr. Julius.
Yes.
Because he's very picky to pick up. Him and all the grooms, yes.
They know their horses very well and they know what to look out for. And That's amazing. So they basically know them inside out. I mean, that's very, very, very special. Thank you so much for talking about whoopsies.
Thank you very much.
Perfect timing. Interesting. Diana, Danix, thank you so very much.
Thank you
Really
very
appreciate your time. And Marika, we are going
Yes.
to go back to you in the studio for you to tell folks to donate, pledge. We need your donations. We need the funds to look after all these precious, beautiful horses that are so, so very deserving. Marika, you're going to be doing Tanya, which is our treasurer, an interview on her and her story about cartels. Back to you.
Yes, I'm going to share this interview that we did with Tanya, also earlier this year as part of the Coffee with Cartors series. And yes, we had a very interesting conversation with Tanya, and she's our treasurer, and will tell you why it's so
Hi, Tanya,
important.
and welcome. And thank you so very much for taking out the time of your busy schedule for this interview with us today.
That's a pleasure.
Tanya, what made you and your husband decide to become cattle farmers in the Karoo?
My husband bought the farms about 21 years ago. And at the time, it was predominantly a sheep farm, and he moved over to cattle. And then we got married, and we got married on the farm. And so we did a lot of renovations on the farm, and there was a lot of garden work that had to be done and stuff like that. So I kind of kept coming up after we got married to make sure everything was in order. And for some reason, for my sins, I got involved in the farming operation. And from knowing absolutely nothing about farming. So it was a huge learning curve all around, but yeah.
So what are some of your biggest challenges and worst fears as a farmer?
There are droughts. Being in the Karoo, droughts it's really awful to see what a drought can do to animals. I've learned really hard lessons from the first major drought that I went through about 2016. And I've taken that on board. So every other year that we've had, which has been dry, I've applied those I've been in better situations to be able to handle the drought. Apart from droughts, it's also cash flow. Farming and cash flow is not easy. And then the other longer term challenge that we actually have is more the irresponsible and overutilization of underground water by neighbors. And I've started seeing the impact of that, not necessarily on our farm, but on neighboring farms further down in the valley, where they've actually run out of water on their farms. Boreholes have dried up. So yeah, and it's really, and challenges, it's all about managing all of this.
On that note, what advice would you give to women who are watching, who want to follow in your path?
Believe in yourself. Believe that you can do it and stick with it. Don't follow trends, because by the time you actually going into the latest and the newest thing that's happening, for instance, ostrich farming or game farming, by the time you're getting in there, it's too late already. So stick with what you do. Make the most. Sorry, that's a chicken.
I love it.
She's in a nesting box next to me in the office.
Oh, adorable.
Yeah. So also make the most of what you are doing. As a woman, you've got to stand out above the rest. And it really is hard, because people do think, oh, you're only a woman, you don't know anything about farming. And especially if you're coming from the city, it's even worse. So what I tried to do was because it's predominantly cattle farming, I would buy the best bulls I possibly could for genetic purposes, and according to my pocket, buy the best so that you produce the best calves, so that you produce cattle that people actually want. And now I'm in that situation where people are wanting my stuff without me actually having to beg and plead people to take. So, yeah. And also remember with farming, it's a long-term cycle. So what you do now, you'll only see the benefits of it in 3-4 years' time. So it's really you just got to keep at it. And as I said, believe in yourself.
Yeah. In addition to all of this, you decided to volunteer for the Cart Horse Management Committee and ended up being the treasurer. How did that happen?
Okay, so like a long time ago, I'm actually an accountant by trade, and I was riding many moons ago at the Hart Bay Riding Centre, and there was an advert that came out for a deputy treasurer. And I thought, well, I've always wanted to, when I was in full-time employment, or when I was working actually, paid working, I should say, I always wanted to do charity work. And it was the right opportunity to sort of combine my skills with doing charity work. And I really liked the fit that it was also working horses, and it seemed to sort of fit in with the farming side of things as well, because I could use a lot of my limited knowledge of farming sort of could help a little bit with cart horse.
Wow.
So yeah, and then Jan Fonk left, the treasurer, and then I by default became the treasurer. So yeah. So but it's been very, very rewarding.
Oh, that's so great to hear. But Tanya, whenever we have meetings or Zoom meetings, we always see your chickens and your ducks in your office. Please do tell us more about these very special chickens and that you have running around the office.
Well, this love affair started just by accident. A number of years ago, I got chickens in really as pest control for. We've got kraals, sheep kraals around the house, quite close to the house, and in summer with the rains, the flies are a big problem. So I don't like spraying, and yeah, I thought good idea to get some chickens. Well, yeah. So anyway, I then one day came across this severely injured chick with this huge big gash under her. Her leg was broken, and anyway, we wrapped her up as best we could, and took her off to the vet. And long story short, she's actually the start of the whole thing, from me actually really coming into close contact with chickens, and they've just crept into our hearts, and they've got such personalities and such characters. They recognize you. They just. I've got one of the chickens. She'll jump on your lap or even onto my shoulder when I'm sitting and peck to get attention. And if I've been away, they come up individually and come up for recognition and cuddles, and they're just amazing. They're bloody noisy. But I suppose if I had to lay an egg every day, I'd also be noisy. So, and then the ducks. Actually, I've got to blame Joyce Beaton, our committee member for the ducks, because they started off as rescues, 3 little rescues that she was wanting a home for. So I, again, in my infinite wisdom, said I'll take them. And then I got a Drake, which was the worst thing I could have done because I just got a population explosion of second to none. And now I've got Muscovies everywhere. But they are terribly cute. So yeah, and the one I've got now is actually the mother's rejected it. So
oh
my
I'm
goodness.
looking after it. So yeah. In fact, we went for a Braai in the Veld on Sunday and Ducky went with. Yeah.
Well, farm life seems to look and sound absolutely amazing, and thank you so much for sharing your story with us, and thanks for your commitment to us in the committee, and thanks once again for your time. We really
Absolute
appreciate
pleasure.
it.
Thanks,
Absolute
Tanya.
pleasure. Thanks,
Okay.
There we are. I hope you enjoyed the recap of Tanya's interview. And then I'm just going to say thank you to Emma for your 500 Rand donation. It goes a long way. Thank you so much. We need to raise 300,000 Rand today, which is in fact only a small portion of what the R&R costs. The R&R costs us over 2 million Rand every financial year, for which we get a big chunk sponsored by the Les Gel Foundation, a grant that we receive. But that leaves us with still more than 1 million Rand that we have to cover ourselves. So that's a cost of over 99,000 Rand per month, every month for the horses. With the current 33 horses at the R&R, that's a cost of 3,023 Rand, 33 cents per horse per month. So that's over 3,000 Rand per horse per month, every month that we have to pay. So the 300,000 Rand that we're trying to raise today is really only a fraction of what it costs us. And we put together this day especially so we could introduce you to the horses, so you could see where your money goes. You can see the people and all the love and the care and the attention they pay to these horses and the effort they make to keep these horses happy and healthy. I'm going to try and go back to Karen. I think she's ready for us. Are you ready, Karen?
Yes, hi.
Hi.
Up next, folks, is gorgeous Dora. And what I'm doing here, Ellen's going to tell you all about her state when she first arrived. Ellen, tell us about Dora and her rehabilitation.
I've been working with her for probably, a good 6 months now.
Okay.
And when I first started working with her, she did not like humans. She would literally do anything she could to be as far away from you as humanly possible, and did not want to be caught and did not want to interact. And now she's interacting with us, and she's just having the time of her life. And on the outside, there's still some thorns, and she doesn't want to trust everybody. But with the people that she interacts with on a daily basis, she loves them, and she will interact with them and show them as much affection as she possibly can. She's comfortable. Yeah, she's comfortable. Nowadays she'll put in as much effort as it takes to kind of get the conversation going and just spend time with us. And she's just very friendly and very kind, and she's got a whole new lease on life. Just enjoying people and enjoying like connection.
Bond and connection, as a horse should.
Yeah.
And Ellen, your rehabilitation style, because you were just saying earlier on, you don't want these horses to go out and failed adoption and have to come back again. Yeah. So how do you make sure that the horse basically goes out to where will be happy and comfortable?
There's two sides to it. There's the side that you need the horse to be as comfortable and as happy as humanly possible, and comfortable in its surroundings, and to the point where it will have good experiences and keep having good experiences. And as long as the horse is enjoying life and enjoying the people around it, then the horse will thrive. But as soon as we start having issues and we start going back to a place where the horse was uncomfortable from probably where bringing back memories that it had from previous traumas, then we're going to start having issues again. So it's very important also to train the new owners on how to look after these horses, because these are special horses. They're special to us, but they're also special in the way that they need a lot of love and a lot of attention from us and a lot of care, and we have to show them love and hope that they show us love too.
Oh, look at that. Sure. Emmanuel tried to rope Dora in, but she was not interested. She was like, Alan's here, he's my guy. And also Dora, when Philippa Johnson came here, the bond between Dora and Philippa was unbelievable. You could not, when she came here, you could not touch her face. She had facial issues, as Carmen would say. You could not touch her. You could not go near her. And look at her now. She's absolutely thriving with the attention and the love and the care that she's been given here. And as Philippa said, if she could put Dora in her suitcase and take her home with her, she would. They fell madly in love. And as you can see, very, very special. And Emmanuel, working with her, what makes her so special to you? Is she easy to work with?
This was when you're working, it's easy. Nothing problem. This one working nicely. Because if we go inside the stable, and I say we're taking out it, and I say because no problem with this one. I like it.
And when she first came, did you find it difficult to work with her? And you've seen the progress that she's made since she's arrived?
This one before he was so much scared for people, because if someone was coming, you need to touch it, then he was scared so much. But now it's lovely because we can touch it properly. That for now, just only when he's eating, she don't like somebody to disturb her. Yeah, because same like a human being, if you eating somebody say, come here, then you say, sometimes you can say, okay, I'm fine now, I'm not thinking.
Yes.
So this one also say, maybe she have that feeling, but it's not like that, but it's nice horse.
She is lovely. Oh my goodness. And enjoys the guys in her life, clearly. And as you can see, very, very, very much loved. But folks, we're going to move on to, thanks, Alan, and thank you so much. We really appreciate your time here today with us and the love that you share and the amazing work you do with our horses. So thanks. Almost forgot. Dr. Lauren is here. I don't know if you remember earlier on, Ghost had that gash on his face. So we're just going to change the program a little bit. We're going to do Copper Penny a bit later, and we're going to go to Dr. Lauren and see what she's up to. She is given Ghost an injection just to sort of calm him and like an anesthetic. So Marika, what we're going to do is we're going to walk up and back to you, and hopefully when you're done, then we'll be in the stable and we can film Dr. Lauren doing her magic.
Perfect, we'll do that. I'm going to show you a video that we made for our 20th anniversary. We are currently 26 years old, but it was such a lovely video that we felt that we needed to share it again. So you can watch that while Karen ambles up to the stables.
Some reflections on the working horse.
Suddenly, as you're stuck in traffic and the long commute home, suddenly there'll be this blast from a free and liberated past as a young boy gallops down the side of the freeway on a horse that is just as happy and liberated as he is, many times bareback, and you just get a brief inkling of an ancient relationship between humans and horses that has actually persisted. And I think on a purely, utilitarian level as well, horses have a place to play in the city. Soweto, they're hauling coal. Here they're doing scrap. Here they're providing far more than just, low commercial transport for people who actually are fairly poverty-stricken very often. They're doing far more than that. They're also providing ties to the past, ties to what families have done for generations, and actually, I think, a tie to the future, because I would be very surprised not to see horses being more important as we move to greater understandings of sustainability.
The Cart Horse Protection Association was created in 1995 with the express mission of improving the life and working conditions of the Cape cart horse. Why do we do what we've been doing over the last 20 years? Has it been for the communities on the Cape Flats? For the residents of the Greater Cape Town area? Or perhaps to uphold Great Cape traditions and heritage? Maybe it's been for the carties, those streetwise smoso-cum scavengers who ply our suburbs for scrap and any other opportunities that might come their way. It's been for all these things, but most of all, it's been for the horses.
But they're not the main focus why we are here. The horses are.
It all comes down to the well-being of the horse.
At the end of the day, it's about the horses.
The 90s were tough. The newly formed Cart Horse Protection Association had many mountains to climb. After the turn of the millennium, there was light at the end of the tunnel. Have we made a difference?
Many times you get asked, do you feel that Cart Horse has made a difference, or is the abuse out there really bad? And I always answer that we're 20 years old. If you look at the organisation and the horses and the people 20 years ago and you compare them to now, it's phenomenal.
Yes, we've made a difference, and that is why we motivate, because we want to continue to make difference, because you improve a horse's life.
So what's been the recipe that's led to the Cart Horse Protection Association's success over the last 20 years? One of the ingredients is know your territory.
Well, it's important to know and understand who you work with, who you deal with, the background of the person who you deal with. Once you know that, then obviously you know where they stay, you know how they stay, you know how they live, you know their horses. And based upon that, you can form a little bit of a picture of who you're dealing with and what you're dealing with and how you can educate and how you can go forward. It's easy. After a while, it's easy to relate to the area. You know how to work with the people, and you become acceptable, or they accept you within their area much more than they would accept the police. Once you're within their circle, then you're okay. You trust and they will listen. Educate. Educate leads to improvement in the condition of the horse, and preventing the abuse, hopefully.
We are also fair and consistent at all times.
The cart horse owners also know that there's no excuse for abuse or neglect, because we are here. And over the years, we've always educated and we've been very fair. Fairness generates trust, and so when we get a situation now where we confiscate, it is understood that this is what is supposed to happen, and because we are here and they have an opportunity to come to us for help if they want.
Maar Jada, moet je mij bel? Ek kan nie sien dat jou paarden staan die hele naweek sonder kos nie.
Because we are fair, when you do confiscate, then they know. If you say unhitch, load, they have been warned. They had all the opportunities to improve themselves, and they know that they were in the wrong, and they would tell you, sorry, I know I'm wrong. I know I was wrong.
Another important ingredient has been the caliber of our staff.
Our staff members are one of the biggest cornerstones of the success of the organisation and the work that we've done. We have a lot of staff members that have been with us for many, many years and are very dedicated and committed. I also think a lot of the staff members, Cart Horse isn't just a job, it's a life. And so you almost dedicate your life to your job and to the cause and to the success and to the lives of the horses.
The establishment of a Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre out at Somerset West enhanced our service offering hugely. This facility was made possible by a generous bequest from the late B.T. van Vliet. It provides a place of safety for abused cart horses, sick and injured animals, as well as equines needing rest and a rehabilitation. It offers maternity care for foaling mares. The centre provides a platform to interface with the public at a different level, such as at this Wash a Horse Day, where people from other walks of life can learn about the association's work. The people who 20 years ago had a vision for the cart horse's future.
We mustn't forget the people who started the future, because I think the people who started the future has done an extremely good job. Their vision what they saw about the horse and how they went about to create the cart horse. They need, like Carl would say, hats off for them.
The need for maintaining high standards and ongoing training is vital.
Obviously, the standard that was set by my predecessor, by Sue Much and Dr. Noyland, was very high. Now, it's up to us to continue training new staff members and to try our best to maintain the high standards. We do education, we do now new training with new equine welfare practitioners. It's currently undergoing, and it's very important to continuously train new people to do exactly what we do, what we've been doing for 20 years.
The industry will never die, but it will get smaller, because that's what has happened over the years. It's never got bigger, it has got smaller, and hopefully one day we'll have a core of owners who are really good horsemen and are here, but it's not getting bigger or growing, which is a comfort.
What Cape Town's cart horse industry has meant to the people of the Cart Horse Protection Association.
The people we work with and the abuse we see and how they try and improve themselves has changed me, has made me a better person. So it's not what we can do for them, it's I need to thank them for making me, I hope, a better person. And that is why you don't want to stop, because you feel good about what you do, you feel good about how you do it. You believe in what your organization stands for, because I believe 100% what CARTO stands for. And that is why we just hang around, stay around.
Cart horses have a way of finding places in the bottom of people's hearts.
When I started, all these horses coming to the clinic and all these new horses, new faces, once you start to meet them, once you start to meet the horses, you realize how a special breed of horse the working cart horse is. It's not your normal horse. Your working cart horse is really not a normal horse. They're bomb-proof. Bullets can fly all over and they will munch away. And they found their own way to creep right into the bottom of your heart. And there where they are, there they stay till the day I'll die.
There we go. I hope you enjoyed that. It was just a short little video. Karen, we're back online. I see Dr. Lauren is there.
Why is it buffering now?
Oh no. Have we lost connection again? Oh dear. It sounds like we've lost connection. While they're busy, I hope they will reestablish the connection quite soon. I'm going to remind you quickly on how to donate. I'm just going to share the slides again. And then, oops. Oh, because it's not on the stream. There we go. That's our... Oh no. Just trying to read. Okay, they've lost connection with me, it seems. I'm just trying to quickly get them to reconnect. I hope we don't lose connection completely. Okay. Anyway,
yeah.
There we go. We're back.
So hi folks. We're here with Dr. Lauren. As you saw earlier on, Ghost had a gash, and so we've got this perfect opportunity to film Dr. Lauren doing her magic, and Diana's going to ask her the necessary questions because I'm not sure about the procedure and head injuries and blood.
Okay, Dr. Lauren, how important or how dangerous is it injury like that to the head?
I think it depends if it's a blunt force trauma or like a laceration or a cut. So in this case, I think he caught his head on something sharp. It's gone. There isn't a lot of padding under the skin over the skull. So it's gone right down to the bone, which makes it look a lot worse than it probably is. Fortunately, the head heals very quickly because there's a good blood supply if we can keep it clean.
They do heal better being sutured because the head is always low to the ground and in the hay net and the food, so they do tend to get quite dirty, these wounds. Had this been a kick or something to the head, you are they can fracture the skull, and it can go into the sinuses, and that can be obviously a lot worse. So he was quite lucky in this case that it was just what it was. So it should come together quite nicely, and I see that I'm sure he will have a full recovery.
Now, we've now, during the interviews, we've now heard how naughty he is and how bit of a bully. Can we just quickly tell me, was he easy to tranquilize and to inject?
Yeah, we've seen a lot worse. Yeah, at Cartels, they always give us a run for the money, but my secret weapon with them is food, and I've discovered that a way to a horse's heart or head usually is through its stomach. So I often, when I have to inject them, I make it a pleasant experience, and I give them a little handful of concentrates, which distracts them enough, and he didn't even flinch for the needle. He wasn't worried about it at all.
Wow.
So that's cool.
You can bribe humans with chocolates as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And children with sweets.
Dr. Lauren, what exactly have you done up till now?
So I sedated him so that, because he didn't really want us going near his head. He doesn't like to be fiddled with when he's awake. So I've sedated him to make him nice and quiet. And then I've cleaned it and shaved it, and then we put local anesthetic there so that he can't feel anything. I've just checked the wound and the underlying bone, and everything's fine. And now we're putting it back together.
And then the follow-up treatment for him?
Also, yeah, I gave him a bit of covering antibiotics and a tetanus shot. And I think if we keep it clean and if he is a good patient, so it'll depend on him, then it should heal fairly well. A little bit of anti-inflammatories, and other than that, it should be fine. Oh, are you waking up?
Yeah, he's waking up. And how long normally does these type of wounds heal? 14 days?
Yeah, we leave sutures in usually 10 as a standard 10 to 14 days. We find often with the head, if they heal uneventfully and kept clean, often you can take them out a little bit earlier, 10 days. But usually somewhere between then, 10 to 14 days.
And he would just have a lovely little mark there in front of his.
Yeah, they often don't. It depends on the horse. Everybody scars differently, but often once the hair grows back, they usually close over, and you barely even know there's something there.
Now that we have you here, Dr. Lauren is also the vet that Cartels use very, very often. So I'm going to ask her a very difficult question while she's busy doing that very tough job. Dr. Lauren, what do you think about the Cartels, and what was the most difficult case? Or would you want to answer once you've done?
No. I love the Cartels. In fact, a week without a Cartels is a very boring week for me. I love what they bring. They always bring surprises and things, and like I've said in my coffee with Cartels, they're very resilient, so they often survive things or are not as painful for certain conditions that you would expect. So I find it very rewarding work. I find them incredibly, despite some of the situations they find themselves in, I find them incredibly trusting. I find it quite a nice challenge, and it's a bit of I try to be able to get through to every single one of them, even the hardest cases. Now, who is the hardest case? You think I'm going to say Caesar Boy, but you wasn't.
No, I actually was not going to say Caesar Boy. I was going to think Max or Black Beauty. What was the name? Black Princess?
Yeah, those are. We've had some cases that, despite our efforts, we've been unable to save, and those are always hard. As vets and welfare workers and caring for animals, we always want the best outcome for the horse. Unfortunately, that doesn't always go our way. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy.
Stay.
I've got one more to do. Okay, good boy. Good. Good boy, last one.
I remember you coming to us, it was during a weekend, I think it was a Saturday morning. I told you about a horse that she passed from here, but she was unhappy, and you nearly spent 3 hours here with her, and how hard you try to pull her through. And what emotionally does it do to you that in spite of all your effort, and you've went all out to help her?
It's always hard. Nobody ever likes to lose a patient. I think I've become quite good at putting my emotions in a box and closing them up once it's done so you can be available for the next patient. Some things I'm not a surgeon. We don't have a surgical facility. It's not, as it's been said before, it's not within the scope and the mandates of CARTOS to be able to unfortunately do surgeries. So that does make it difficult because sometimes surgery would be the solution. But we do what we can and we hope the best. I do find that the earlier we see these cases and in the process of whatever is going on, the more success we have. And you guys are very good at being able to identify what is out of your guys' scope and needs more veterinary care or hospitalization. So I think we've been doing some wonderful work in the last couple of years. I think we've got a nice team between everyone, and yeah.
Thank you. I just want to say that we had a horse called Rabia here, and she was pregnant. And Dr. Lauren came to visit one of the other horses, and Dr. Lauren said she's going to fall down. Was it the next day? But she called the time when Rabia fell down to the T. And it was a little mare, little filly, and the filly was named after Dr. Lauren. We called her Miss Lauren. And she had no choice, but she actually ended up adopting Miss Lauren.
Yeah, we've now called her Little Miss. We call her Little Miss, and she's prancing around at the riding center, living her best life, teaching little kids, and she's got a little girl that rides her, that loves her to bits. And yeah, she's been a very sweet little pony. I must say, another example of CARTOS is never puts her foot wrong, sort of doesn't bat an eyelid at anything. Nothing phases her. Yeah, they're just a special kind of horse.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lauren. Guys, you've seen Dr. Lauren doing this procedure. It doesn't come for free. Although they give us discounts and they give us guidance, we cannot expect it to come for free. And that's exactly why we need your donation. Please, if possible, please help us. Thank you. Thanks, Mama. Thanks, Dr. Lauren.
Good boy, Boris. Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Lauren. We seem to be having, oh, what a good boy. Okay, we can. Folks, we seem to be having connection problems again. You can still see us, but we can't see Marika. But Marika is going to do the R&R video, which is a lovely video to watch, and then we're just going to quickly see if we can reconnect our phone on this side. So back to Marika in the studio.
Okay, I'm gonna show you this video, and then while we show the video, we're gonna try and reconnect the phone at the other end.
Who can say where the road goes, where the day flows, only time? And who can say can see clearly now, the rain is gone. I can see all obstacles in my way. Gone are the dark clouds that had me blind. It's gonna be a bright, 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 sunshiny day. It's gonna be a bright, 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 sunshiny day. I think I can make it now. The pain is gone. All of the bad feelings have disappeared. Here is that rainbow I've been praying for. It's gonna be a bright, 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 sunshiny day. Look all around, there's nothing but blue sky. Look straight ahead, nothing but blue I can see clearly now, the rain is gone. I can see all obstacles in my way. Gone are the dark clouds that had me blind. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. Gonna be a bright,
Oh dear, we're still trying to reconnect Karen, but while she does that, I am quickly going to take you through our donation methods again. Oh, I need to add that to the string first. So here is our QR code for SnapScan. If you just click your phone at that and open up SnapScan, you can make a donation to Cart Horse, or you can just open the SnapScan app on your phone and try to click on the bottom right corner and then on more in the bottom right corner, click on donate, search for Cart Horse, and make a donation of 50 Rand, 100 Rand, 1,000 Rand. We need to raise 300,000 Rand today, of which we've raised 23,720 Rand so far, which means we still have 276,000 Rand to go. I see Karen's just connected via her laptop. That's our plan B. So, can you hear me, Karen?
No.
I don't think she can. I'm gonna. Oops. Okay. Whoops. I'm gonna mute Karen. So this is what our donations look like so far. Our little fundraising thermometer is looking rather sad, only down at the bottom there. We've got 300,000 Rand to raise today. So that's quite an amount of money, but there's a reason for that. Our expenses for the R&R, which is the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre, for those of you who have joined late, is over 2 million Rand a financial year. So we get a big chunk of that sponsored by the Les Gel Foundation grant, but it still leaves us well over 1 million Rand that we have to raise ourselves. That is a cost of 99,769 Rand every month. That's what it costs us to run the R&R. With the current 33 horses residing there, this calculates to a cost of 3,023 Rand per horse every month. So that's the money that we have to raise. But that's only a fraction of it that we're trying to raise today. So today we're trying to raise 300,000 Rand. And we thought, what a good idea to introduce you to all the horses who live at the R&R and to show you what we do to care for them. We were unfortunate for Ghost, but fortunate enough to show you Dr. Lauren at work, Diana, all the EWPs, the grooms, the farriers. We want to introduce you to our whole team. And this operation has given us the opportunity, if only technology will cooperate. We're hoping that we can get connection soon. But if you can't donate today, then please make a pledge on WhatsApp on 079 513 4098. So if you can't make a donation today, please send a WhatsApp and pledge your donation for a later date. Karen, I actually see the phone is up and going again. I don't know if they can see me.
Let me just check.
The phone is showing. I don't know whether they're completely connected.
Okay, can you just give us a moment and you can carry on? I just want to see if it's working properly.
Sure.
Hold on.
Sure.
Thanks, Marika.
It's always fun. We have been streaming for 4 hours, 40 minutes at this time. Our aim was to stream for 8 hours so that we could introduce you to all the animals and that we can raise this 300,000 Rand today. Thank you so much to everyone who've already donated. I will put up your names again, but thank you very much for each and every person who has donated. It looks like technology is being our friend again. Just hope Karen knows the phone's on mute. Just need to let her know. Karen, the phone is on mute. We have surpassed. There we go. Yay, we're back.
Thanks so much, Marika. Okay. Here we have our next horse is Copper Penny, and Copper Penny,
she's gorgeous.
She is. Copper Penny is named after our general manager, Penny. And Penny, what can you tell us about gorgeous Copper Penny?
Sorry.
No worries.
Busy sorting out a small horse here behind us. I spoke earlier about the things we don't plan for.
Can I
Yes.
interrupt and can I start first?
Yes,
because
of
I'm
course.
going to enjoy this one. Okay, so we received a complaint. The name never used to be Copper Penny. The name used to be Fazlin, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And she was a 2-year-old, and she's been ridden on back in Uitzig. And our former colleague Tori saw her, but that was after the owner has been warned over and over, and warning letters has been given to him, no response. And Tori phoned me, and we loaded Copper Penny. And it was a clear case. He was not going to get Copper Penny back. That was in December. So our general manager started in April, and we've got a bit of a thing. If you look at Copper Penny and if you look at our general manager, you'll see there's a resemblance. We changed the name Copper Penny after our manager. Not only that, when Copper Penny gets angry or that P word off, she pulls her ears back. Where our general manager doesn't do that. She just gets very, very red in the face. Now I hand over to my manager.
Well, I don't know much more about her story other than that. I mean, we took her off the kids that were riding her in Uitzig, and she's been with us. She's lovely. I've had her report actually. I spoke about Applejack's report from the headmaster, but Alan's done quite a bit of work with her already, and for the most part, she's quite good. She has some stubborn streaks, and she has some days where she's just not in the mood, which I suppose is quite okay because that's what happens in life. But generally, she's coming on quite nicely. You can see she's actually wanting to get back to her paddock. She was in Blue Cross recently.
Yeah,
Donna.
last week on Friday, she got sick and now Dr. Lauren came out and then Dr. Lauren treated her, treated her. And when we got to the farm, she was still very uncomfortable and I spoke to Dr. Lauren. When I spoke to Dr. Lauren, the first thing Dr. Lauren said was, why on earth has nobody adopted her? She's gorgeous. Anyway, so Dr. Lauren advised me that we take this through to Blue Cross. And the first thing, when I offloaded her at Blue Cross, Dr. Cynthia Dunlin said to me, she's gorgeous. Is she up for adoption? And I said, yes. So, but you know what they say about chestnut names? Huh?
What do they say about chestnut bears?
You tell me, Penny. They've got a bit of a temper. I know my mum was one.
We do have a little bit of a temper.
Yeah. But she's a nice horse and she's not vicious. She's just very temperamental, yeah. But she's beautiful.
And then Emmanuel, what is Copper Penny like to work with? Is she easy? Does she have specific friends?
This one is very, very nice friend for these horses because no any kind of a problem for this horse. If you see somebody can say the problem for this one, then it's relying for working for this one because it's so friendly for this horses with everybody.
With everybody.
Not only for me, but for anyone.
Oh wow, that's very special. And she's clearly full because she doesn't want to eat.
And even if you try to touch it, sometimes if you hold it, just open your mouth to say like this. Say, I'm understanding what you say.
Oh, gorgeous! Doing all these hand movements. You also know your horses quite well, Emmanuel. That's lovely. The second horse whisperer. I'm just very interested for one day to have listen to all the conversations that all the grooms have with their horses. I'm sure it can be actually quite therapeutic for them as well.
Yeah, when we've got a colleague at night and Emmanuel is on duty, he does night shift with me. He wakes up and he sends me SMSs that Emmanuel has passed me here, and he takes his turn because he wants to be involved with every single aspect of staff to each point, which is really very remarkable. It's very
nice.
special.
I have to say, talking to all the grooms, I'm so glad that they're finally getting a voice and people getting to meet them and see what an amazing job they all do and the passion and the love that they have for these horses. And I think it's a true calling. Yes. And to look after these horses 24/7 is brilliant. Amazing. But Penny, thank you so very much. Thanks, Dion. I'm sure we're going to hook up with you guys again. And we're going to go back to the studio where we've changed things around a bit. Marika, I hope you're still connected. Marika?
That's fine. I'm still here.
Awesome. Brilliant. So Marika's going to talk about Queen Claudia, just a quick short story. And then we're going to head over and interview Bobby, which is an interesting little poppet as well that's living here at the R&R. But please, folks, please remember to donate. Our leaderboard is looking very, very bleak. We need to raise 300,000 Rand for all these precious horses living at the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre. And we're all here for you so you can get to know where your donations are going to firsthand. So back to you, Marika, while we move over to Bobby.
Thanks, Karen. Thank you. So I'm going to mute them. There we go. So they can walk over. As you can see, we've got a whole station set up, and it's the one time this year that we can work together as a whole team, because normally fundraising is off doing their little thing in the office and the barriers do their thing and the EWPs do their thing. So it's the one day we've even roped in the general manager. The only person you can't see is Carl, who deserves a mention. Carl captures all of your donations. He knows a lot of you by name, if not in person. And he is sitting in the office right now, capturing all the donations, capturing the end of month transactions that comes through. So I really think Carl deserves a special mention because him and Megan are in the office. Megan is letting me know as the donations come in, and Carl is capturing them as they come in. And they really do deserve a mention. But it's the one day that we can all do something together. And I think Karen and I have worked really, really hard to put this day together, and we really want to make a success of it. So please share, share, share. If you have friends anywhere in the world, we're streaming on Facebook, we're streaming on YouTube, we're streaming on Twitch. So if you have friends on any of these platforms, if they don't know how to work any of these platforms, send them to our website. They can go to carthorse.org.za/sponsathon, and they can watch the stream from our website. And if you are watching on the website, click on the donate button below. If you want to make a donation, it'll take you straight to a form, and you can donate 50 Rand, 100 Rand, 1,000 Rand. We've had wonderful donations already today, so thank you to everyone who's donated. And I'm going to tell you about King Claudia now before I get too carried away with the donations. There is a picture of Queen Claudia. Queen Claudia was confiscated in 2016 after her drivers were involved in a housebreaking incident. They tried to escape, and the horse was run into traffic, causing an accident, which could have been much worse than what it actually was. She was adopted out in 2017, and she's still living happily at her adoptive home. But just look what a gorgeous, gorgeous mare she was. And the reason we tell you these stories is to let you know where your donations will go. It's not always for a horse that lives at the R&R for years and years and years. Some of them are there for a very short while, only to recover and be adopted out. Some of them, like our dear Omi that you saw earlier, is there for many years. She's been adopted out, and every time her adoption just doesn't seem to work out. So there are various reasons that horses go to the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre. It's not always one thing or just another thing. There are various different reasons how they end up there. Sometimes, like you saw with Boy Orchids, they sign their horses over voluntarily, and there's a lot of reasons how the horses end up at the R&R. And I see Karen is ready for us with Bobby. Here we go. Now let me just unmute Karen. There we
are
go,
back
Karen.
at the oh, sorry.
Yep, ready for
Can
you.
you see me?
Yes.
Brilliant. The next puppet we are going to be talking about is Bobby. He actually didn't want to be interviewed today, but here he is, and he's gorgeous. And here to speak about Bobby is Carmen. But when I first started at Cartles, I remember it was the first horse that I actually went to confiscate with our equine welfare practitioners. Rick and I just started, and it was actually horrific to see the state that he was actually in. He was emaciated. He was standing in a filthy, dirty stable with rocks, no water, no food, rocks and manure all over the floor, no soft beds. And we confiscated him immediately, and so he is very, very special to me in my heart, and to see how far he's come. And that was like 4.5 years ago. So this is obviously how long he's been here. So also another very, very sad story, but that's why the R&R is here, because of horses that need a safe place to come to and to be rehabilitated, and mind, body, and soul. But Carmen has been working here for about, how long have you been working at the R&R?
February will be 2 years.
2 years. Oh wow, okay.
Yes.
Time flies.
When you're having fun.
Yes. But now you know all these horses and their personalities. What can you tell us? What is so interesting or special, or any quirks about Bobby?
Yeah, Bobby. Yeah, very inquisitive. Inquisitively naughty, I would say.
That's what I hear about him.
But it's that fun naughty. It's not the
malicious naughty.
No. He's just a bag of fun. Very aware, very inquisitive. I have put him in this paddock just for the geldings to sort of just teach him, guide him a little bit. He does think he's a 19 hand stallion.
He's got a bit of an ego.
Yeah, but he's very sweet. He's very gentle. He's very loving, very intelligent, like they all are. But he is, yeah, that's the two words that come to mind: inquisitively naughty.
And tell me, how old do you know more or less what he's?
Yeah,
maybe we should ask Diana.
Obviously, we can't be 100% on the ages, but he's about 8, 9.
Yeah, Bobby's about 8, 9 years old.
But as you can see, yeah, he's just very inquisitive, which is
Yes.
lovely.
He still looks like a youngster.
Yeah, yes, and he acts like a youngster.
He does.
Yeah, acts like a young bulb, and yeah, that's always lovely, to have the energy that he has.
Well, you're spot on, Carmen. We've just confirmed by Inspector Diana he's about 8, 9, 10 years old. And not spot on, but average is difficult to tell the ages of the horses. But he is gorgeous,
yeah,
and is special. And I'm so glad Emmanuel was able to catch him. So you could meet him, and I'm sure he's enjoying the attention. And Emmanuel, what is Bobby like to work with? Is he as naughty as everybody says he is?
No, this one when we working with this one for grooming time, this one is no problem. Good.
No problem.
No problem because she like to pick up food by itself to cleaning properly. This one is no problem. Even before he was like it pulling. When you come into food like this one, then he was pulling, no fighting, but just pulling to learning. But now just standing properly, waiting nicely like this one. And also in outside in paddock now you find a friend you see Spartan, you play together.
Spartan is friend.
Spartan is a friend, but you have a little bit of problem with another inspector that is chasing, but when he stayed closer to Spartan is not running. Yeah, because he's a friend, but this one's a nice one.
Okay.
Yes.
Emmanuel, thank you so very much. There we go. This is Bobby, one of the naughty ones, but as you can see, he's just mischievous, not in a bad way. Very, very sweet, easy to work with, easy to be groomed, and once again, one of our horses that we look after at our Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre. And as I said, when we found Bobby, my first conversation, he was absolutely emaciated, and look at him now, different horse, happy personality. He's really come a long way, and that's what we do here at the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre. We give these horses a safe and warm and loving environment just to thrive with their real personalities coming through, so they can eventually find their forever home. But while we have them here, we need your donations. Pledge, donate 50 Rand, 100 Rand, 10,000 Rand. We really need your donations. So come on, folks, as Philippa was saying, dig deep and donate. Marika's going to tell you, yes.
We've just had a donation from Sally Manderson of 3,005 Rand.
Oh my goodness, Sally! That's amazing! Guys, another 3,000 Rand donation! Woo! Awesome. Thank you, Sally. Oh my goodness. You've made, wow, that's incredible. So where are we at? Yes. Where are we at for the leaderboard?
I haven't added in the 3,000 Rand yet, but somewhere around 26,000 Rand now.
26,000 Rand so far, folks. Yeah. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Keep those donations coming in. Please, we need your support. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Looks like Bobby's having a snooze here with us under the tree with me shouting, so lively with our donations coming in. But we're going to go back to the studio, and Marika's going to tell us Rocket's short story, and then sorry, we'll be back with Inspector.
Okay.
Back to you, Marika.
Karen says it's a short story, but Rocket actually has quite a long story. I hope I'm unmuted. Yes, I am. Oh, that's a relief. Rocket was signed over to Cart Horse in 2010, and he was the first horse to be rehomed through our recovery through our own adoption program. So before that, we had to make use of the of the SPCA, and so he was the first horse that was rehomed in our own adoption program. He had initially flagged up on CHPA's radar following a report of abuse. When our inspectors arrived there, they were appalled at his condition. Aside from being underweight and in a general poor state, it was immediately apparent that Rocket was suffering considerable pain from radiating from an acute hindquarter injury. Without any negotiation, he was immediately removed from the owner and he was relocated to the safety of the rehabilitation center, where he subsequently received the required veterinary care and attention to aid him in his road to recovery. In April 2011, he was adopted, and I'm going to read you a little letter that we received from his adopter. In April 2011, some friends and I decided to give a rescued cart pony a second chance at a new life. We went out to meet Rocket at the Furlan Center, and all fell in love immediately. The plan was for him to be gelded and come to live at my friend's stable yard, where I would train him for riding. Long term, we were hoping he would make a lovely child's pony. He had not had an easy start to life and had trouble trusting people. After some time together, we formed a very close bond and worked well together. His training took longer than expected, and he never did find the right child. He did teach us all a lot and had many fans throughout the years. In the end, he became a foster fail, and I couldn't part with him. With help from many people over the years, he turned into the most amazing pony. He led many a scared horse out hacking, he taught people to ride, and my personal proudest moment was him leading the evacuation of horses from our yard to safety during a fire in 2015. He walked straight through the busy traffic and past fire trucks with sirens to lead the way for the others. He now lives a quiet life at home with me and my other horses. Looking back through our 8 years together, I couldn't imagine life without my cart pony. So that just goes to show they seem to not end up being child's ponies a lot of the time, but there are others that are perfect child's ponies despite all of the trauma that they went through. But we are here today to get donations. We are trying to raise 300,000 Rand for the support and care of these abused and neglected horses at our Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre in Gordons Bay. If you want to donate through SnapScan, that to me is the easiest. You either snap the QR code or you go into the app, go to donate, search for cart horse and donate 50, 100, 1,000 Rand. Anything we will greatly appreciate. If you can't donate today, then please send a WhatsApp to 079 513 4098 and pledge whatever amount you can donate at a later stage. Now, we were going to go back to Thunder, but I see everyone's under the gazebo, so I don't quite know what's going on. Let's hear what is going on. It looks like they're having a lot of fun. Let's put the sound back on. There we go. Hello, everyone.
Hi, sorry, are we back on again?
Yes.
Okay, that was quick.
Yeah, it wasn't. Didn't take as long
Our
as I
cameraman
thought it
has
would.
just gone. He'll be back in 2 6.
Okay, well, I was
And then
just
we're going to go
telling
and meet
everyone.
Inspector.
I was just telling everyone how much fun we are having and how it's the only time that we actually get to do something together, the field staff and the admin staff and everybody.
Hi. We are back. Our cameraman's back. Everybody needs a little bit of a break. It's been a marathon today. And thank you so much for those donations. Keep them coming, please. We really, really do need your support for these special horses. And this is Inspector, and Melody is going to and Ashley is going to speak about Inspector, and George is his groom. Ashley, what can you tell us about Inspector? He's got a bit of a history with us.
Yes, hi, it's me again. Inspector was a young horse. He used to belong to an owner called Melton September. In those years, he was 2 years old, too young on the road. We catch him, so we took him away. And after a while, we educate the owner and we gave him back to the owner. Shortly after that, the owner shell him on to a different owner where he actually just stand and work now and then with him. So, all those times when he was standing, when they tried to put him back in the cart, he was fighting with the cart, kick the cart, fight the drivers and all those things. So they've asked us to get a new owner for him, which we get a new owner, Leroy de Villiers. And Leroy de Villiers was the guy who buy him off Mr. Usher. So eventually end up with Leroy de Villiers, and he became a better horse. We also gelded him. We put his shoes on. He was behaving much better after he was with Mr. Leroy de Villiers. And the inspector will explain you now what happened at Mr. Leroy de Villiers with the horse.
Like you just heard, Ashley was saying that when they first confiscated, Inspector was only 2 years old. So ideally with the cart horses, we ask the owners to not work the horses before they're 3 years old. So reason for that is to allow their legs, their bones to really grow strong. But like Inspector, who started working at the age of 2. So by the time when Inspector got to Leroy de Villiers, because he started working at the early age, he already developed some leg problems. It wasn't very worse, but the longer he worked, it started to get worse. So at one point, while he was at Leroy, there was conversations taking place with Leroy about looking after Inspector's legs. The Inspector can't work every day. Inspector can't work too far. Inspector can't work 7 days a week. There was endless talks with the owner regarding his legs. And then one afternoon, one of our inspectors got a call from law enforcement. But now before the injury, the law enforcement was called in. What happened also was that we first had a vet in to check Inspector's legs because we were worried about him. And he was also seen by a chiro practitioner. And when at the time when she sees him, there was problems with his back. That he had like a banana bow back, and his legs already had problems. So he was booked off, and then he was standing for a couple of weeks, and then later on they put him back into the car, and that was the day when the law enforcement called one of our inspector sisters to complain about Inspector being at the scrapyard in Epi. I think it was in the news. It was all over the newspapers about this cart horse with the transformer. The transformer was worth 1.2 million or something like that. It with the overloaded transformer on the cart. So when Judith went out, he found that it was inspecting the cart. Taking in consideration his legs at the time of him being in the cart, the chiropractitioner's report, the vet's report, and also the day when he was in the scrapyard, his condition was not acceptable to be put in a cart. So that was the day when he was basically the owner said, instead of taking my horse to a safe place, law enforcement confiscating my horse, he rather asked carters to take the horse. So
The case took for about over a year. And then what happened when criminal cases take place, it's normally the carters is then the place of safety. They have to pay for the time while the horse is standing at the rehabilitation center. And then when the owner came out of prison and the case was then, we don't know what really happened. Not that we don't know what happened to the case, but for some other reason, the charges against the owner was withdrawn and we wanted inspector back. So he had to pay for the over the year that the inspector was standing at the Recovery Rehabilitation Centre and he couldn't afford the money and then he decided to sign inspector over. So yeah, that is inspector's story. And then also inspector was gelded here at the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre because of his behavior. Like Ashley said earlier, he was biting, he was kicking. At the time when he came to the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre, he had all the horses running around here.
Thank you so much, Melanie. It's an amazing story. This poor puppet. Excuse me, George. What has your experience been like with them to manage and to groom and to look after?
Instructor is good now, Mary. Before was not good. I was biting the time I was a stallion.
Yes.
Biting pretty peltos every day. Mary now is coming down.
Okay.
It's good now. We are grooming, no problem. Time to get another horses. The time I was stand alone, I was like to fight him. Fighting, took the pose.
Was he an angry horse?
Yes, yes.
And he's clearly changed, done 100% turn.
Yes.
You can handle him, you can groom him.
Still.
Yes, stand still. You, like I said, also clearly have a gift, and you enjoy working with him. And does he have a special friend?
His own friend is Spartan.
He's Spartan. He also
don't like a Bobby.
He doesn't like Bobby. Well, Bobby's naughty. They must keep Bobby in check. They must teach him.
Spartan and Miriam.
And Miriam, yes. Miriam, Dr. Lawrence actually seeing to her now, so we will come back to Miriam a bit later. And Spartan's waiting over there for us as well. But we might just be interrupted because Marika has an interview with Cape Talk, which will be, so we will just, let me just see, this is the communication.
Yeah, it's not yet. I'm still here for the moment. I'm still here for 5 minutes.
Well, Marika's going to go and do Mr. Sali's story. And then when Cape Talk phones her, hopefully we'll get more donations in from the public, as we need that 300,000 rand to look after horses like Inspector and like Spartan. They come in very, very angry, and once gelded, and once, worked with a gentle hand and a kind heart and inside voices, these horses clearly just completely change and become very, very different, and as they deserve to be. And yes, Spartan is, Inspector is very, very special, and clearly also gone through a lot with the whole story. And a lot of them are very, very interesting stories, as you can hear, what these horses have been subjected to, police, law enforcement, abuse, and they're still here living out their days. And once ready, they will go to their forever homes. But in the interim, we need to look after them and make sure that they get 100% care, which they deserve. So I'm just going to see if Marika.
Yeah, we've had another pledge. We've had another pledge of 1,000 rand from Heather Dresner.
Awesome, brilliant!
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think we're on 27,000 now. Come on, folks, dig deep.
Yeah. Yeah, almost 28,000. So while we're waiting, I'm going to play a video of Mr. Sali, who is a cart horse, a long-time cart horse owner that Karen and I went to visit, and we had an interview and a visit with him. And afterwards, Karen will be back.
Is dit my jongste suster? Ek is die oudste van die 5. Okay. Dan is dit my jongste suster, sy was net gebore. As gebore toe kom ons doen trek ons rondjie. Maar ek was die oudste. Ek was maar 9 jaar oud toe ons toe.
Was jy 9?
Ja.
Dis baie swaar gewees het van jou
ja,
huis.
Ek mis dit. Want ek het baie dinge gedoen vir my mamma.
Ja.
Winkels toe gegaan. Dan loop ons afkaap toe, oudkeis toe en dan kom ek weer terug so. Ons het vir die vrou hier betaal en staan ons op die oorkant. En hulle naar aan die huis te heen. En van sinds hy het af en toe speren en die pad nog.
Hier ek ons in die waterbrand kon hom.
Ja.
En toe ook vrou vir my. Nou staan die PD en as ek so maak af al die binne die water mekaar nou toe staan jy alleen toe kon die vrou na my toe te sê die vrou vir my. Sê my 'n prys vir die pet. Dan gee ek nog 'n pet toe. Ek sê ek kan nie wat los.
Wow.
Ways to donate. He said, please donate. But I know, but just so you're ready, but if she gets interviewed, they're going to plan for us. No, but she's not going to be calling us. She's going to be talking on the phone, switch this off, or it's just basically another little bit of an insert. Whilst you talk. Okay. We're back. Right, folks, we back at the R&R. Come team, come get behind me. This is the team. We all here at the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre. You've met everybody. And we're all going to be pleading to you to please donate while Marika speaks on Cape Talk. Inspector Diana, Melanie, Thea, Marlon, Benani, Penny, Carmen, and JJ has been running around in the background for us. And then George and the grooms. The others are in the stables cleaning up. So by the time the horses go to bed. They've got their bedrooms are nice and clean and soft and dry. So come on, folks, let's tell everybody that they need to donate generously. We need to raise 300,000 rand. So just put your hands up in the air and say, please donate for these wonderful horses. Please donate. Exactly. Wonderful. Yes, absolutely. And everybody that works for Cart Horse has got a specific role. And even Bonte. He's the watchdog in the evenings when Diana and the grooms go searching for if there are any issues. But once again, folks, please donate. We need your help. And like I said, everybody that works for Cart Horse has got a specific role. We've got our equine welfare practitioners, we've got our grooms, we've got our farriers, which are very, very important. We've got management, which is so crucial to keeping us all intact, and obviously the fundraisers, making sure that the R&R, exactly everything functions. Thanks, Marlon. Our Epping office, that these horses can come and get shoes, and obviously have a place of safety where these horses can come to rehabilitate, and get better and recover from for any ordeals that they've experienced. And as you've seen today, it also costs, because when one of our horses gets sick or they get injured, our vet comes out immediately. We don't second guess, and they come out and they make sure that these horses are happy, healthy, and never to be or experience hurt and pain and abuse ever again. So once again, please donate. And we're going to go back to the studio just now once Marika is finished with her interview, and hopefully we'll get more people to donate to this wonderful, awesome team that I work for. I've been here almost 5 years. Next year, April, will be 5 years. And we work very, very well together as a team. We all come together for the horses. And Diana always says the horses always, always come first. And that is our first priority. And then the rest just basically follows in. But like I said, we're a small team, and we do all the cart horses, working cart horses on the Cape Flats. And I think we do an absolute remarkable job with the leadership from our management, Penny, and our committee that gives us great direction and lets us able to carry on with our work. And as you can see, every day is different. It's not the same. The passion and the dedication and commitment that each and every single person has here next to me and behind me is just unbelievable. And I'm very happy and grateful to be working with such an amazing team that really, really give their all. And everybody that's been here, well, the majority of, I mean, Benani's been here. How long have you been here for, Benani?
I think I've been here 15 years now.
15 years. Gianna, 22 years. Ashley, 20 years. Melanie, 5 years. Sia, 3 years. JJ's 2 years. Marlon's been here also 5 years. So everybody that comes through Cart Horse basically stays, because it is such a wonderful, worthy organization, and looking after these precious souls and getting to know them and their personalities, and doing what we need to bring out their good sides. Like I said, horses like Inspector was angry, couldn't deal with him, and now he's an absolute different horse, and this is what we do. And hopefully one day he will find his forever home. But please help us in the meantime to look after these horses by pledging, by donating, be it 50 Rand, 100 Rand, 50,000 Rand. We also gladly accept your euros, your pounds, your dollars. The exchange rate is shockingly bad, but when you
Sounds
donate,
like a private dancer now. American
yeah,
Express.
just put it there. I mean, yes, we take credit cards, American Express, debit card. No, I'm kidding. But please donate. And like I said, the exchange rate is shocking. But if you do donate from overseas, it is a huge chunk of money that we can put towards these gorgeous horses. And as you can see, this is a beautiful, beautiful place of safety, quiet. Yes, we do have the highway on the side, but I mean, it's with the birds and the horses and the banter, you hardly get to hear that. And we're in a beautiful part of the world, in Gordons Bay, sort of before you go onto What's mountain? Bravo. And last is Flowry Pass. I always get the mountains confused. But please dig deep, donate, share this video, share the stream with your family and friends. Oh, no. What? Oh dear. Our shavings is just arrived for the horses. And how many shavings do we go through at the farm? George, hoeveel sakke van daai shavings gebruik julle? 80 bags, 120 bags. We go through a lot of shavings because, as we say, all the horses need a warm, dry bed to sleep on every night. And the grooms make sure, like, as I said, when they do go to bed, when they are taken in at 5 o'clock and they get their dinner, their stables are fresh and clean water, clean food, and everything they need for a very, very good night's sleep. Sorry, I need to just have a quick. Our shavings have arrived. I don't know if they can come in. And we use high quality shavings as well. It's not dust, it's proper shavings. It's proper shavings, as Diana said. Nothing. We don't skimp on anything. The food is Ote, Lucerne, Teff. And horse, yes. And some of them need additional nutritions, then we buy in. You know, that's one thing that we've never been skimping. No, I know that for a fact. Because horses come in emaciated and under condition, and they need all those nutrients and vitamins and nummies to get to where most of these horses that came in here skin and bone, and look at them now, just healthy, shiny, happy and healthy, never to worry about where their next meal is coming from, or if they can lie down and rest their weary feet and legs. It's quiet. You know what, Lauren, for us as the field team, it's also, it's such a comforting fact, you know, when we remove horses. I don't know if you guys feel the same, and we bring the horses to R&R. We just know that they're going to be looked after. Yes. We never ask where the money comes from, because you guys, the fundraising department, work so hard to raise the money. We do. Yeah, we work very hard. And what we expect is we do all the hard work to get the horse off the road, away from abuse. Very hard work. What we expect is that the horse needs to get the best care, because we are so pedantic about our horses. So we definitely need the money to keep us comfortable. Absolutely. And also, folks, what you also need to remember is that Diana, or Cartos, Diana, our inspectors, are available 24/7 for these horses. So when we get a call out at 10 o'clock at night, or a Saturday or a Sunday, we are there. We assess the situation. If a vet is needed, those calls are made. So these horses really are, and the owners know that. And so my voice, your voice is busy going there. Yeah, my throat's getting a little bit dry. Sorry. You know, sometimes, and it's not only about horses that we get complaints. You know, we get complaints about cats and dogs. Yes. And we escalate it to the right person. People. One night, in the middle of the night, I had law enforcement phoning me about confiscation of crayfish. Who should they call? Who should they call? Yeah, it was you. You made the right call. Diana. You made the right call, but it was a little bit too far for me. So I think our status that we have out there, we've worked very hard, and because we don't do things secondhand. No. If we can't do it properly, we don't do it at all. We do it 100%. Yeah, 110% actually. And the fundraising team is always, you know, if we need something, we go to the fundraising team, and it's when you want it, you need to get it. Which is very assuring. I mean, you look at the farriers. How much are your tools? Yeah, how much are your tools?
Yeah, a full set of tools with everything that you need as a farrier can be around about 12 to 14, 15,000 rand. It's everything included that you need. Proper shoes.
And we've got 3 farriers, and everyone needs their own set. And obviously, it doesn't last forever. So, it is an expensive and costly thing, but that's why we need the funds to be brought in so these horses' feet can be taken care of, their health can be taken care of, their mental health can be taken care of. And also the feed, yes, absolutely, which is so very important. Thanks, Ashley. Which is so important because if the horses aren't properly fed, they can't go out and work, they can't pull the load. And these horses are incredibly special, and they're a different breed.
Yeah, what I also want to say is the feed is with the youth. It's mostly now the field team that's here. But we also work very closely together with one another. You know, the farriers, they would do home trimming, and they would say to us, look, there's an owner whose horses is not up to standard condition-wise. We suspect that he's in need of help. And carters will help. Carters will give the feed for free. We don't ask. It's we don't always wait for the owner to ask us.
You can see
any of them will come and say, listen, we need to give feed to this horse because the owner is struggling financially. It's just a crowd to come and ask us, and we give. No questions asked, because we know if the horse is healthy, then the secondary focus of carters is that the family would be able to eat. The family would be able, the horse would be able to go out to eat. And also, if you've got difficult owners, then you know the guys stand up and they work very closely with the owners. You know, give the feed, go visit the owner. It's educate him how to feed the horse, what to do.
See,
what do you mean something out of me?
But Marika's finished with the interview, and what I forgot to mention is Sia is our harness maker, and he does an incredible job, and he does it all by hand. Well done. And the work that you do is absolutely 100%, and he does it all with second-hand tack. So that's also another thing that we need. But Marika, back to you in the studio. How did the interview go?
Hey, no, it went very well. I had a lovely interview. I had a lovely chat to Abongile, who's on. Oh,
Is
no.
it buffering? Oh, dear.
Oh, dear. They can't hear me.
I
Okay.
don't know if you can see us. Let's just have a look.
No, I can see you.
Okay, we can't see Marika at the moment. We seem to be having a technical problem again. But in the meantime, we're going to speak about Spartan, and George and Diana are going to, and Dr. Lauren. And she will be coming any second. We saw Dr. Lauren earlier on doing the stitches on Ghost that got a very bad bump on his forehead. And Spartan also has a very interesting story. And yeah, we're just going to wait for Dr. Lauren to come through. In the meantime, I'm going to repeat myself and say, please donate. We need your donations. These flies, we really need your donations. And we really need to reach our 300,000 Rand target today to look after these precious horses living at our recovery and our rehabilitation centre. Dr. Lauren is on her way, and Dr. Lauren had quite a bit to do with Spartan's recovery. Hi, Dr. Lauren, back again.
I don't seem to be able to leave.
No. You and Diana know Spartan quite well. What can you tell us about Spartan, Diana? And
well, when Spartan came into the industry, I think he was brought from Samoa, I might be mistaken. He was a skittish, scared little pony.
Oh,
You can imagine yourself roaming around and then suddenly being put in the cart. And we tried to teach the owner how to go about to deal with Spartan. Spartan couldn't get going condition. When they put him in a cart, he would take off with the cart and break the harness, break the cart. It was really, and then his condition would go down, then the owner would let him stand. And then his condition is up again, put him in the cart. Anyway, so eventually, after a year or so, when Spartan was able to pull a cart and not so skittish anymore, they took Scrap to the scrap yard, and happened at the same time when Carter's was doing the driver's license for the drivers. You know, we put quite a lot of stress on indicating. When you turn left, indicate. You know, it's for the people behind you. Whichever direction you're going to go, stop, then you indicate because it's for the people behind you. But it's like talking to a stone. You know, they don't listen. Anyway, Spartan was on his way to the scrap backyard. They didn't indicate, they didn't signal that they were going to turn to their right, and a motorbike overtake Spartan as he was in the turn and hit him right on the right front leg. They came running to us, and of course they say, "Oh, it's the motorbike's fault. It's the motorbike's fault." Anyway, long story short, it was at first it was just a very superficial, what we thought, injury, and we treated it and we bandaged it, and we asked him to keep him on the stable or in the stable until the next morning. And the next morning when we got there, they didn't follow the instructions. He was running around on the field, and eventually when they found him, they saw that it's more serious, much more serious than what we thought. Anyway, that is where who came in? Dr. Lauren.
Yes.
There, Dr. Lauren came in. Oh, over to you, Dr. Lauren.
I'm starting to become part of the furniture now. I actually remember meeting Spartan very clearly. He was a very angry, very painful horse. He was in a lot of pain, and if I remember correctly, I don't think he could actually put much weight on that leg where he could barely walk. And I met the inspector at the time and was taken to his residence where he lived. And we treated him there, and I thought he had a carpal canal infection, which is very painful and quite serious. We put him on some very strong antibiotics, and he made quite a good improvement initially from a pain perspective once we had him on good pain medication. But because of the nature of the injury and them not being able to look after the bandages and stuff, I think we decided then to bring him here to the R&R to continue with the rehabilitation and fix him up. And I remember quite clearly, once he got here, he was a very angry horse. Like I couldn't do anything with him when I first met him. Everyone had to hold on to him, hold his head. We had to sedate him heavily. And when I came back to re-scan him after everything had healed up, we were standing in the stables there, and I'd sedated him and I was scanning him, and he was standing quietly. And one of the carters came to visit their horses that had been caught running around somewhere and were here, being held here. And just when he heard that voice, his ears went back and he started mouthing, and he got a bit angry. And it was very interesting.
I was just going to say, you could relate.
I remember, like, it really stuck with me because I remember it so clearly, like how his personality just changed in hearing this person's voice, whether it was that particular person or just the inflection in the voice or the tone, or he just didn't like it. And as soon as the person disappeared again, then he was fine and quiet and calm. And since then, he's gone from strength to strength. I wondered what it would be like, how he would manage and how he would rehabilitate. He's, as far as I know, he's a very soft-natured, sweet boy. I mean, he's turned around. He's a totally different horse. He's done very well.
Yeah, he's also found a lovely owner that stays in a area where there's unfortunately a lot of sand paddocks, and he ended up with quite a lot of sand.
Oh yes, yeah.
And then he was returned to us.
Seems like he likes it now.
But
They all.
Yeah, he's a solid boy. You don't want him to Bob Dolly to be kicked by him.
No, you don't.
Because he's going to
fight back.
He's going to fight back. And he's very fond of his food. He's a very healthy horse now. Very healthy. No issues with him. Yeah, he has. And you can actually walk past the stable. You can actually pet him. Every now and then he will pull his ears back, but he won't bite. He's just letting you know that I'm still here. I'm still the boss. But compared to what he was,
come a long way. Yeah. Well, most of them have come a long way, and that's why we have the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre with these horses in much need of care, veterinary care. Sorry, I'm sitting right in front of you. Veterinary care, and thank you very much for that insight and his story. And George, can you tell us what Spartan is like to look after as a groom on a daily basis? He's a good boy.
Yeah, stallion was a kicker.
He's a kicker.
He is a kicker.
But it's amazing once all the horses, once they've been gelded,
Yeah,
they're just different.
my problem is the scared now. You don't like a noise or a lot of people like.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay. Was he always like that?
Yes.
Okay. That's
Even the time I was injured in the leg, was me looking after him. Diana gave me treatment or medicine to put there with bandage. It was me. The time I was getting injured there by motorbike that kept out.
so he's clearly traumatized with the noise and the pain, and as Dr. Ryan said, hearing that voice, it's interesting. Animals do remember; they do experience trauma, and thank goodness he doesn't ever have to go through that again. But we're going to we are having connection problems once again. But so far so good. Keep those donations coming in. We're going to try and reconnect on our side, and we're going to go back to Marika in the studio to do another video so we can try and reconnect again. So please stay with us, and please don't forget to donate and pledge for our sponsathon for 300,000 Rand. Back to you, Marika.
Right. Okay, so hopefully Karen and them will be able to reconnect the video. I'm going to keep you entertained. In the meantime, I believe people are having problems donating via the website. Maybe that's because we're getting so many donations in. I hope so. When I get a break, I'm going to email our website person who does everything. She is wonderful, Natalie Spires. I just have to mention her by name because she has done me so many favors in the last few weeks, and she's helped me get the donation page up and running and the streaming page. So I'm really hoping that we can get the website sorted out so we can get donations. Otherwise, please go to SnapScan, use the SnapScan QR code, which I will put up again, or just go into the SnapScan app and click on the bottom right hand bottom corner. There's a little thingy that says more, so you click on more, and then you search. Then there's donate option, and then you search for Cartos, and you can donate whatever amount you like. I want to show you. I know Dr. Lauren and Diana have spoken. Oh, they're coming back. Have spoken about Spartan's injury, and we actually have a video of the MVA happening, and then I've got some photos. It's like a very short clip. It's not totally gruesome. It just shows you how quick something like that can happen. So we've got that, and then I've got a picture showing his wounds. You almost need to see that twice to actually see it happen. That's how quick it happens. So I want to show you. There's the picture of Dr. Lauren once again coming to our rescue and helping him. That was the extent of his wound. So it wasn't too terrible. And like Diana said, he was adopted out to a lovely home, and then he kept on getting sand colic, so he had to be returned, which was quite sad. He's not a terrible person. He's a wonderful pony, and despite everything he's been through, he's a nice little man. So I think we've got Karen back, but before we do go back there, I just want to remind you that if you can't donate today, you can always pledge by sending a WhatsApp to 079 513 4098. Currently, our little thermometer is standing at almost 30,000. It's 29,935 Rand. So we've got 270,000 Rand to go. So I hope that people might not have so many problems with the website. While we've got Karen going, I will try and quickly contact Natalie and see if we can do something. Maybe it's to do with the fact that we're streaming on the website. I don't know. I hope not, because that would be awful. I know we have quite a few people watching on the site. But anyway, I'm going to try and connect back. Oop, I can see Karen's trying to connect back. While she's doing that, I'm going to remove this here so that you can get to that QR code. So if you can't connect on the website, if you can't donate through the website, then please just scan the QR code or just download SnapScan on your phone and go to more, donate, cart horse, and then donate whatever amount you can. No amount is too big or too small. Okay, we've got Karen back in the office looking exhausted. Oh dear. I don't know if she's ready to go on air again.
Hey, Marika.
Hi. You all right?
Yeah, running around like a mad thing, folks. We've
Like
lost
one of those
connection.
chickens we keep hearing.
Yes, they are very verbal, and I'm sure they are displaying a displeasure of not being interviewed.
Yes. Well, I see the phone is connecting. I don't know
Are we back
if
again?
it's it. Well, I can see the image on the phone. I don't know if they can hear me.
Okay,
So
I'm just going
we'll
to
just
get
have to
Denise
find out.
quickly
Yeah,
check and
if they can
see
hear me.
if we can see.
Here
Can
we
we see
go.
her?
There she is.
Okay, right. I'm going to
Are
run
we
back to
back
the
on?
phone, folks. Yes, we're
Shame,
back on. Please don't go away. We've still got quite a few horses to introduce you to. And please
Yes.
don't forget to donate, as Marika says.
While Karen makes her way back to the phone, I'll just keep talking and tell you how hard we've worked on this day and how much we wanted to share with you all the horses that live at the R&R at the moment, their stories, and we wanted to give faces to the names of the staff that
Where's
work so
Hennessy?
hard. Hang on.
Okay, it's gone now.
It's gone now again.
Yeah? I can still hear you guys. Oh dear. I don't think they can hear me. Oh dear. I don't think they can hear me. Okay.
Hey, Marika. You seem to
Hello.
have lost
I see.
connection
I
again.
see. You're going to be very fit after today, Karen.
I know. Well, at least I'm getting my exercise in for the day.
Do you have your step counter on your arm?
Sorry, what we do? Sorry?
I said, do you have your step counter on? So at least you're making, you know how many steps you're taking.
I should have. I'm going to run back outside again. Seems like we're back online.
No, show man. Okay.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I'll see you outside.
Okay. While she's outside, I'm going to scan that QR code again. Well, I'm going to put that QR code up so that it's scannable. I'll put it like this so that it's scannable. Are we back on? Can you see me?
Okay, yes. Can we see? Yes. Okay, we're gonna go and.
Yay! Okay, great.
Yes. Goodness.
Yay!
We're gonna speak to Hennessy.
Okay.
We're just gonna find him.
Okay. While they're finding Hennessy, I'm going to tell you that today is all in aid of the horses living at the R&R. We are raising funds for these beautiful animals that have been either signed over or were confiscated or have come to the R&R for some reason and just never left. And they're now living there. And we need to raise funds to keep them warm and secure and safe and healthy. As you've seen, we had a veterinary emergency early this morning where Diana had to go out. We've had Dr. Lauren on site doing some stitching. You know, anyone who owns a horse knows that horses are a never-ending source of devouring your money. And it's no different with cart horses. So we spend a lot of money. It costs us in excess of 2 million rand every year to run the R&R. And although we get a large chunk of that sponsored, we still have to get in more than R1 million. So the 300,000 Rand that we're trying to raise today is only a fraction of what it costs us to actually run the R&R. It costs us more than 3,000 Rand per horse per month to run the R&R and to be able to give these horses the best care that we can possibly give them. So please donate. And if you can't donate, share the stream with your friends. We're streaming on Facebook, we're streaming on YouTube, we're streaming on Twitch even. So if you have friends on any of these platforms, please share with them and let them know that we're streaming. They can still watch. We've still got a lot of horses to share with you. We want to show you these horses and we want to share their stories with you. And I think we've got Karen back.
Yes, thank you.
Hi.
Thanks so much, Monica. Hey there. As you can see, we were going to speak about Miriam, but Dr. Lauren also came to see her. And I don't know if I can say the good news.
I think you can, but are you still going to talk about her?
Later on.
She's going to,
Then we can give the good news. Okay, great.
spoiler alert.
Sorry, this is Hennessy, and as you can see, everybody's come up to say hello and to see what's going on. Diana, this is Hennessy. What can you tell us about Hennessy and his history?
Laura, each and every horse has got a history that's very special. Hennessy was not a registered horse with cart horse. So this Friday, on one specific Friday, they brought him to us. He was like a rake. He was so thin. And while they wanted deworming for him. Now obviously we don't deworm the horses when they're that thin. So while he was there, we gave him a little bit of OT and a little bit of Lucerne in Epping, and he developed colic. The owner just bought him, the same owner as Shagan that we confiscated.
Yes.
And as it was, the owners were not very pleased with me because of Shagan.
Yes.
So he developed colic and we treated him. That was the Friday. Now colic, because it's very painful, it takes a lot of energy, and with his condition, him being so extremely thin, it would take even more energy from him.
Shame.
So the next morning, I was on duty the weekend. So the next morning, the Saturday morning, I was on my way into Cape Town. The tough chance. I was on my way into Cape Town when one of the cartels owners phoned me from the area where Nisi was stable.
Okay.
And they said to me, "You gotta come. This thin horse is in a cart."
Oh no, Diana.
I know. At the time, I know. Okay, I'm going to run into trouble because I've been threatened as well. My life is, the owner. I've taken Shagan, and they've told me what they're going to do to me, and now I'm going to take Hennessy because I know exactly what Hennessy looks like.
Yes.
So as I drove into the area, cop cars came out of the area, and I stopped them. I said, "I'm going to be meeting you guys now."
Yes.
And luckily they turned around. And as we drove down the street where Hennessy lives, there he came out.
Oh my goodness.
And the cop sorted everything out. Hennessy was like in the box eating. End of story. And there was not. I didn't even think twice about having a discussion with the owners because that was abuse
to a next level. As a zero tolerance policy.
That was a zero tolerance. Well, hello, a zero tolerance policy, but there was no tolerance because remember I said to you earlier on, I could end up in jail. Yes. That was one of those cases where I could have ended up in jail. And he's a very quiet horse, but one of the students that we offering the course in Epping from Caledon, yes, Amanda Marie, her head over heels in love with him. Every time when she speaks to me, she asks me, "Is my boy still there? Is my boy still there?" What do you think about him, Donis?
Alice is madly in love with our cameraman, Kalani. Alice, It's your boyfriend back. Come, Lulu. Come. Your turn will come. Your turn's coming. Come on. Okay, Jelani, we need to go. There we go. Try. Everybody's very interested to see what's going on. Oh my word. Oh goodness. Okay. Shall I, while I'm here, should I talk about Olivia as well? Danex, what is Hennessy like to look after?
Hennessy is very nice to us.
Also,
it's very nice, and he is understand very well, and I do everything nicely. I don't find a problem with him, and I like this horse so much.
Oh.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and he likes, who's his friend in the big paddock?
Lile and Lile Alice Scarlet. Yeah. You can see Scarlet Lile's work standing together every time. Yeah.
You can see that where the one goes, the other one goes. That
Yeah.
is adorable. That is so sweet.
Yeah.
And I like the way they see you come in and they all say, "Oh, there's Danex."
Yeah.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Diana, looking at the horses in this paddock, where some horses sleep inside, some sleep outside, or how does? Are they all the stables?
No, all the horses sleep inside.
Yes.
And there's a variety of reasons for. If you look on that side, we're right next to the N2. And if you know Gordons Bay, and you know Cape Town, and then you know the wind.
Yes.
I've been staying on at R&R for about 10 years at the most. And during that 10 years, that wall has blown, I think, 3 or 4 times.
Blown over from the wind.
From the wind.
Goodness gracious.
Because it's just so dangerous.
Yes.
But that's not the only danger that you have. You know, we've got the mountain at the back here, and we've had fires that came right up to our neighbors behind the stables. It's really terrible. You know, everybody in the estate are very fire conscious. You know, when you make a fire, you make sure that you go to the tap. And when there's a fire in the areas, you know, everybody speaks to everybody. You know,
put things in place already.
Yep. And you need to know that at one stage our capacity is 21 horses, and at one stage we were running at 46. So 46 horses, and you know, you start to panic when there's a fire somewhere. We've got the rooms at the back there, and then me, and 46 was very difficult. One year we had a fire. I don't know if you can remember, Danex. There was a fire on that side of the road. It started late at the night, Blue Rock side. And I was on the farm, I was on duty. It was the Old Year's Eve. So it was just before New Year. So I found the local radio station. And I could hear, because the visibility for traffic
really bad.
Very bad.
Couldn't see anything.
Couldn't see anything. So the person who answered the phone on the local radio station was obviously celebrating already the New Year. So the estate, we've got our own little fire engine. It comes with a tractor. It's really thing, and they parked over there, and all the guys from the estate came and they assisted until that fire was put out.
So amazing place to stay, and interesting when the horses do need help. Your neighbors all came together to look after these precious souls.
Yeah.
Diana, thank you so very much. We really appreciate it. Thanks, Danex. Oh,
Thank you.
she just looks so content. I know, it's like they're all standing there having a nap. And the next horse is going to be
Yeah.
Is he going to do Olivia? Okay. Diana was going to do Ashley first. Yeah, okay.
We seem to have lost them a little bit now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a video of Japu, who I mentioned earlier with regards to Nika. So I'm going to put Japu on.
Hi everyone, you got Japu here, and your horse is? Charlie. Charlie boy.
Charlie, just Charlie, not Charlie boy.
Okay, and what makes him so aggressive?
The problem is where he's coming from is
the people wasn't treating him so well.
Okay.
He is now. The children always, when he was standing on the field outside the stable to eating some grass, then the children come out of school chasing with sticks, throwing with bricks, all of that kind of stuff. Or maybe they walk with the dogs around, they chase the dogs to the horse, it gets make him aggressive.
So that's why.
In the treatment, what he's getting now, where he's now, is very well, because he's very well looking after, as you can see his condition.
Yes, very good.
He's grooming on time, he's feeding on time. So
he's a happy horse.
He's a very happy horse, and I'm also happy with him.
That's
because
great.
He's my bread and my butter.
Yes.
He can work 7 days a week.
7 days?
7 days a week without getting tired, because I'm not working so hard and I'm not working so far. And when I'm come in the neighborhood where I'm used to working, I let him also walk, so don't get so fast tired.
Yes.
Give him some water where I get stuff, or maybe I get a job, a gardening job, and feed him water. Always the food, very important, but the water, very important.
Yes, of course.
Carrying the loads, what we are normally loaded. And so,
and how long have you had Charlie for?
Charlie I have now since 2016.
Okay, so it's a while.
Since 2016, yeah.
Okay.
And Charlie also is a father of 2 babies now. One is now on the road. He's not a year on the road, but he's a few months on the road. And the newborn baby is born now on last month. So he's also a father. So I must look after him, because he is now a father. He must work for the children.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't quite know where everybody has gone. Okay, we're trying to we've just had some carty stop outside my door. So we are trying to get them to say hello. But now the phone doesn't seem to be working so well, which is a bit of a problem. What I'm going to do in the meantime, and we've lost everybody. That is very scary. Okay. So, oh dear, we've lost everybody. The laptop. The phone's back on. There we go.
Be back. I was just gonna watch it and say something happened.
But you're back. Okay, great.
Yes.
So what I can do in the meantime, are you going to talk about I can put on the farrier video for people to watch.
We're gonna do Olivia. Sorry, folks. How long is that video, America?
That's fine. It's about 5 minutes. But I've got a carty that stopped outside my door, and we can say hello to them if that's going to help you.
No, that's fine. I'm just waiting for Ashley to get down here so we can do Olivia.
I could echo.
And he's on his way.
Okay. Well, we've got Violet outside my door. But now they've got no camera whatsoever. Hang on, I'm going to play the video while we sort everything out. So you can watch that.
Hi everyone, today I'm going to be chatting to Ashley Dealman, which is our head farrier at the Cart Horse Protection Association, and we're going to talk about what the services that we offer. Ashley, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy morning to see us. Can you just tell us what the cost of shoes are and what basically does it include when they come into the clinic?
The carters get the shoes subsidized, which means they just pay 100 rand. We bought the shoe for the original price, and that includes your shoes, your nails, and your farrier services. Other treatments, and we also put some like hoof grease or something on just to help the hoof with growth and things like that. Yes,
The horses also get a breakfast when they come in for showing.
yeah, most definitely. Yeah. When they come in, we normally put feed aside and we give them like we call it a breakfast.
And how often do their shoes have to be changed?
Say for instance, if your horse work like every day, then they normally would come every second week. Then the shoes is finished, which is also a challenge for us as farriers because there's not enough growth within the 2 weeks. Yes, to take off that muds and trim and balance and all those things. So you need to actually use your discretion when to take off, when it's not necessary to take off, and just to put the horse back on the road sound.
Awesome. And then the horses that live in the area, they come to the clinic for shoes, and those that live out in the outskirts that don't live so close to the clinic, how do we help those guys?
Okay. The horses that live close by, they normally come to the Epping Clinic, which is the headquarters, and they get all these services, even if it's ferry or whatever, harness fix and all those things, feed that they buy, or if the horse is lame or what, they need ointment. But on the outskirts, we normally take in the afternoons a mobile clinic out, which is our shoes, our feet, we have our ointment, everything together, and also the harness maker.
Okay.
So we have certain points where we stand and stop. The guys bring the horses to us, and we provide them with services.
Sure. And you do that every afternoon?
Every afternoon.
Brilliant.
Yeah. And we also have our stable yard where we just go out, where we do trimming, especially for our young horses that is not allowed on the road. So we've got the board, we put the dates on the board, so they follow the dates, and then we go out to the stable yards. Even mares that is pregnant that stands, we trim their feet and all those things.
Taken care of, because as they say, no hoof, no horse.
Yes, correctly.
Actually, thank you so much for chatting to us. I know that you've got a few horses waiting to be shoed by you, and thanks once again.
It's a great pleasure, lady. You enjoy your day.
Listen up, class. Ook klink hulle kap nog skoene.
As you know, I live in Goodwood, and we currently have a carty outside my door, and he wanted to say hello to you, and now the phone has stopped working. What a pity. Oh, I really wanted them to say hello to you. That's Violet with a W, and her owner is that guy there that you can't see at the moment because the phone has stopped working. Oh, what a pity. Anyway, Karen is back, it seems. Hi, Karen.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
I can see you. I can hear you. We've had a 3,000 Rand donation from the UK.
What? 3,000 Rand? That's amazing.
Yes.
So, thank you so much. I think we are on 30,000 Rand now.
32,000, yes.
32,000. Thank you so much. Please keep those donations coming in. Our live stream's going to finish in an hour and a half's time. So there's not much time, but you can pledge. You don't have to pay today and donate today, but please keep those donations coming in. As you can see, these horses need to be looked after. This is Olivia. We're going to Ashley's going to show you just now how to shoe, but Diana, please tell us what Olivia's story is.
Karen, Olivia, mother was introduced earlier, Sarah was introduced earlier. She was the born evil queen.
Yes.
And she was the princess.
Oh.
Remember that was roaming around all
Yes,
over.
yes.
So Olivia has been with us since she was about 6-8 months old. Never been a word. I learned from Bernie, I can maybe say she's not his now. I know many things when she's in a stable. Yes. She first throw all her feet out of the stable. She's out of the stable, so she throw all the feet out of the stable, and then you have to throw it back into the stable and throw it out of the stable. But she's still very playful. Okay. I find her to be a bit of an introvert, but she's never been exposed to any abuse. She just she knows a lot about love and things. I don't know, Manuel, maybe I can tell you something.
Currently, we're going to do that now. We're just doing Olivia's feet. I'm going to hand over the camera to Diana, who's going to carry on filming and show you what Ashley's doing, while the cameraman and I just go and quickly take a little bit of a break, and we will be back shortly. So this is an interesting one. And then Emmanuel can also tell you more about Olivia and Olivia's story.
Thank you, Karen. Okay. Hi all. You are in dangerous hands. Ashley, how long have you been working for Cartos?
It's almost 20 years
Yeah,
now.
more than 20 years. We started together. How important is correct shoeing and correct trimming for the horses?
Yeah, that's very important for us because balancing is the main thing. You have to balance the horse's foot because of the nerves and the bones. So the balance is very important for trimming and corrective shoeing.
Now another question I want to ask. She was never trimmed or shot before, so that first time trimming was done obviously by you then. How important is that first time trimming?
The first time is very important, especially with a young horse. You can give a horse either a good experience or a bad experience. So you have to be calm. If you approach the horse, be calm. Try to keep the feet up. Like you don't keep it that long so that the horse can get maybe actually struggle to keep the feet or even to stand on other three legs. So what we do with young horses is we will do it quickly.
Yeah.
Balance it up, put it down, and then you start with an upper leg to give the horse some kind of good experience. So the next time when you come, try to do the horses. The horse knows that you don't actually come to the other, but even if you fight, then the horse will stand still and work with you.
Is that how you started off with? You guys started off with her.
Started off with her, and that's why she's so good with keeping her feet. And also with that is you can either prevent the horse from getting bad feet, wrong toes, or even the balance that we just talked about. You can either balance it more or you can make it worse.
Quickly, Ashley, you've seen the conditions here when it rains a lot. It's very wet. Does that affect the hoofs of the horse in a negative way?
Yes, horses can get like thrush. They can pick up other foot disease if horses stand that long in wet or moldy conditions. But here on the farm, we have good and nice stables with thick bedding where they put savings in and all those things. And that's also help, and it's healthy for the horses too. And also with the farriers come on a regular basis, they can pick up if there's any other deformities or something that started, like an abscess or whatever it is, they can pick it up.
How regular do you come to the farm?
We work out, we have a schedule where we work out every 6 weeks. Then we would come and try to do the horses.
Have you ever found that there was a crack? I'm sorry, I'm asking you all sorts of questions. We're supposed to look at your trimming her. Have you ever found that there was a crack or a big major problem that you had to shoe a horse on the farm to reconcile?
Yeah, there were times that the horses didn't get that condition here. They will either come from outside,
yeah,
and we keep them in a dry and a secure stable. Then we work it from there. Yes, there were times where we put shoes on for the horse's benefit. If it is a crack or even a horse that have laminitis or things like that, then we will put shoes on and then we'll take it from there.
Ashley, you and Marlon and Bonani, all three of you also do private work. What is the difference between your racehorse, your livery, your hacker? What is the difference on how you would shoe your hacker and your pony?
Yeah, there's a very, very big difference to those kind of horses. Reason for what is if you do, because we, like you said, we have private work. We have horses that is maybe like thoroughbreds, then you can't shoot them too long at the heels. They can also have low heels and a very thin hoof also, which means you have to use different shoes, you have to use different nails, and you have to pick up or bear in mind where your horse is working. The ground surface where your horse is working is very important, or even if it's just on soft surfaces or on grasslands. So you can shoe your horse up according to that where they work with the horse. So, and also with the cart horses, the difference is with the cart horses because they are on the road most of the time, dealing with a hard road. So they cut a certain type of shoe. The best mild steel shoe is Kirka that we use at this point in time for our working cart horses, which also is our jail shoes for the horses, and they come on a regular basis every second week. They come and change their shoes, and they come for new shoes. Some of them you do get horses the same like people that are more heavier on shoes, that they will come maybe once a week, come and visit our clinics, and then we'll put new shoes on. So there is a big difference how to shoe your different kind of horses in the industry and
So Manuel, so in the afternoons, listen to Ashley speak about the importance. In the afternoon, when you bring the horses in, do you clean the feet? What do you do with the feet?
When timing for bringing horses inside, always we cleaning feet every day. And if you have like this time it's summer, we're using so much more for hoof grease, because we hear that that hoof grease is making that foot must be soft on top here, that when the failure is coming it must be easy to work with it. Then and also some of also we have some little bit some more coolers inside, then we're using that one paper spray to avoid some injuries from inside that they can go inside because of that paper spray.
Yeah.
And also when we bring it inside, also we're using also so much for blushing, because sometimes we have more sand on the more dust or sand on nearby borders, and we removing that one, that the horse must look nicely, because if we're not removing that one, then the horse is looking badly, because it's not good condition for that. And also when you bring it inside, after we go, we check it for every bucket, say which horse is drinking more water, which horse is not drinking more water. When if it's drinking more water, we add another water. That next time, if who is doing for another shifting, he must come and see that's the water than it empty, because the horses can't open tap and drink water. We give him water.
That's right.
And this one also, now I'm holding this one, is Olivia. Olivia is a nice horse because no any problem for stables. She like always if you putting new shaving on the table, she like to roll it. So she like to play with new shaving.
Shame.
This one, and also if you putting water is now it's also that one I was talking about water.
Yeah.
This one is like 10%. If you putting 20 liters, you making half sometime half of bucket is 10 liters to drink same time.
So it's good.
Then every time it's not any even winter summer. This one don't that not changing. And also this one, that one I think Diana took already. That one he like to put food sometimes eating and putting outside. Then giving to us another job to bring inside. No problem. That one is our job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, Ashley, the farriers, you now heard him saying that they put hoof grease on in the summer more. Is he correct?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, so you can qualify as a farrier now, Emmanuel. Okay, Ashley, let's see you start the trimming. And while you do that, Ashley, I'm going to ask you a little bit about your education and where you got it from. So where did you learn your trade?
My trade, like I said earlier on that my father used to work with horses, and that is where I developed the love for horses. When I started at the Cartos Association, I think it was in 2002 or 3, around about there. There was an organization called, they were called then the ILPH, now they called World Horse Welfare. And they came to give us like courses where they took people in areas and trained them as farriers. They also took guys that they trained them as harness makers. So which I went on the course of farrier course, and they trained us, and they sent each module, they sent like a new different trainer. Then they give us more skills and education about farriery. And they also give us more advanced courses that we can become at the end of the day trainers. There was also a time in, I think it's 2010, where I got the privilege where I went overseas. A guy invited me called Bernard Duvenay, and the ILPH paid for the flight. So I went to Germany, where I attended a symposium where farriers came from different areas in the world, and we exchanged our skills and our knowledge. And there was a lot of new things on the market then. So I also trained more with these guys, Bernard Duvenay's guys. I work with these farriers. I've seen different things. And that's how I gain all the different kind of knowledge to work with different horses, which is good. So I bring all that knowledge back to the association, and we practice a lot of these things under working cart horses, and they all benefit from it at the end of the day. So
I was just going to ask if you apply your knowledge. You've trained Bunani and Marlon as well, am I correct?
Yes. This guy is called Bonani Mangali. He's also a farrier. This one is called Marlon Pina, also a farrier. They work with us at the association. And by now you can leave them with the horse, and they know what to do. They know how to shoe a horse, they know how to trim a horse. So they're qualified now with the association.
Okay. Thanks, Ashley. Let's quickly do that.
Yes,
so now you need to tell them exactly what you've done. You've now cleaned the foot.
I've just cleaned the foot because the horse was standing in a paddock that was a bit wet because we had this morning a bit of rain. So I've cleaned it out a bit. What we're gonna do, we're not gonna take off too much. Just take off the edges of the foot, like the frog here. I just take off the edges, and I just clean a bit of the sole, and then I'm gonna use the rasp because there's actually nothing that much to take off. Also in consideration is where your horse is standing and roaming. It's a bit of gravel, and it's a hard kind of surface. So you don't want your horse to get foot sore. If you take off too much, then it's impossible to put it back. Then your horse can be foot sore for a while.
Yep.
So I'm just gonna take the rasp. I already clean it up and just level it a bit. And just level it a bit. Here you can see this reddish color here. So she did stand maybe on a stone because, like we said, the surface where she's roaming around is a bit hard. And there's a lot of stones lying around.
Serious?
No, it's not serious. That will grow out eventually. Will grow out. And also with the grooms that put hoof grease underneath, it makes it more soft. And then as we come as farriers and trim the horse's feet, then we can just rasp it off. So yeah, there's not that much that you can take off because the horse still needs your feet to stand on at the end of the day.
No, there's no horse.
That's correct, yes.
Can you imagine putting her in a cart on the Cape Flats, on the road on the Cape Flats?
Yeah, that would be very sad.
Very sad.
To put, especially with her that wasn't exposed with abuse and stuff like that. To put her now in a car, give her for a car to work.
Yeah.
And some of them working far, long hours on the car road. And I can just imagine all that custom on the road, the shock and goes up her legs and all those things. And she's still a young horse, which means she still got a future here on the farm.
And the confirmation is not too bad.
It's not too bad. The confirmation is not too bad. She's not too small. She's not actually have that skinny build. It's a correct size, more your ideal horse for your working car horse. And even her feet, like we see underneath, she's got a strong hoof wall. So which means for the weight bearing, it's ideal. And also for the nails that we use, it's ideal to keep the shoe on the foot.
But we won't send her back.
Yeah.
Are you finished with her now?
Yeah. Okay. Not send her back. She's gonna
Thank,
stay with us.
thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Olivia. Thank you, Mr. Manuel. And I'm kindly going to hand you over to
Kulani.
And me. Lani and Karen. Thank you, Karen. There we go.
Thank
I
you
don't
so
know
much,
how
Diana.
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. As you can see, what our farriers do, they come out. I don't want to repeat what they've just said. They come out. All the horses get a pedicure, and which is very, very important. And the next horse, we're going to go to. Sorry, we're going to go to Ricky in the studio, and she's going to tell you about more ways to donate and share some more information with you. Back to you, Marika.
Hi. We recently had a very special guest to the R&R, Philippa Johnson, who is a South African Paralympic, came to visit us. She has a very soft spot for us in her heart. And her and her husband came to visit, and we took a little video of the day. So we will share that with you now.
Hi everyone, and welcome to Coffee with Cardinals. Today we have Philippa Johnson in the flesh with us at the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre in Gordons Bay. And she came to visit us today and meet some of our horses. He was down in one of the stallion paddocks and was very, very angry. He was kicking the poles, mutilating himself. He was very angry. And I brought him into this paddock on his own, just to be with other horses. And then I introduced another gelding, or that time 2 geldings, and then Miriam came. And he is a total change horse. He's such a beautiful boy. He loves his mares. You know, if I get him out, it would have to be with mares. That's his purpose. I feel his purpose is to protect.
Yeah.
To look after.
So what did he stay a stallion for quite long?
He was a stallion when he came here, and then was gelded.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's why it's actually stayed with him a little bit, that he needs to protect his mares and look after them.
And I think, because he was gelded a bit late, but yeah, that's his, and he's a beautiful horse. He's got such a beautiful personality, and he loves his mares. His purpose is to look after.
Okay.
And
I see he's got quite a few scars.
Yeah.
Just on the points of his shoulders
Yeah.
and his chest.
Would be from the harness.
From the harnesses.
Yeah. So that's a very beautiful story from a rehabilitation point of view. You know, coming here, being quite angry, and then just seeing the total change.
Well,
Absolute total
also
change.
it's lovely because, you know, being a stallion, having been so isolated, and then actually by introducing his mares, bringing them, they're herd animals.
Absolutely.
That's where they are the happiest, and it's lovely to see them gaining from that companionship.
Absolutely. So again, yeah, from a rehabilitation, coming here and what we do here, it's so beautiful. Such a beautiful thing to witness and to see that turnaround. And so that's Inspector. So this is Dora, also a lovely, beautiful story. When I got here almost 2 years ago, you couldn't touch her face. You couldn't go near her. Her ears were just flat all the time. And in the time that I've been here, just that slow, gentle, starting from the muzzle. You can kiss her now, you can touch her.
I found that order. Is that so nice?
Yeah, you couldn't do that. And that's also, and she's a beautiful horse, beautiful potential. We're doing quite a bit of work on her. And so that's also very special, to be able to now kiss her muzzle and touch her.
And do you have any idea of how old she is?
She's probably about 7. Yeah, we can never be too
can't
sure on
be
the age.
too sure, yeah.
But looking at the teeth would be. But yeah, I could be wrong. But yeah, at 7. But she's lovely.
I tell you what, if she could fit into my suitcase, I think I would want to take her home.
She's got a lovely personality and great potential.
She's so engaging as well.
Yeah, I think he's on heat though. So.
Well, that's. I'm not a stallion. So.
Yeah. But she's very engaging, and this it never used to be like that.
It's super pretty. I mean, is she also rideable?
Yes. So we are doing work. We do a lot of groundwork with her. We put a saddle on her. We've sat on her, so she is backed to a certain extent. Although the one day we sat on her, the one day she was perfect. The next time we sat on her, she backed Alan off, but she was on heat, so she was a little bit. But so she's got fantastic potential.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
gorgeous.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. That's the spot. That's the spot.
Oh, hello. Is it nice, Manas?
You do so good. Are you so cute? And her name is Miss Skippers.
Miss Skippers. I call her Lady Skippers. I think she.
Is a lady.
Yeah. So when she came to the R&R, she was confiscated with a large with a car on the cart and lots of other things. So very, very overweight.
Overloaded.
Yeah, overloaded, and she was pregnant as well.
No.
And how I've got to know her, when I first started her, she came across as very. I was quite wary of her because she was, she exudes this energy of strength and, keep away and power and keep away. And as I got to know her, she, butter wouldn't melt.
Yeah. She's actually just had to be a strong woman to survive her life.
Yeah,
basically.
It's like thorns on the outside and rose petals on the inside. She is so gentle. She is just such a beautiful, beautiful mare, very strong, and the painters are they're just very different as well.
They're very beautiful. They're very striking. They stand out for themselves. But Carmen, it's also really important for people to understand that when horses are confiscated, it really is the last means, because the majority of Khasis really do try and look after their horses as best they can, don't they?
Yes. Yeah. But she's rideable. She's back till halfway there. We have and she's got a lot of potential. Very strong, also.
Well, I see Alan's also here helping you. Alan, you do a lot of the lunging and ground work. You help Carmen with them. And what's your experience with working with them?
Well, her for one, she as Carmen said, she comes across as a very strong personality,
almost dominating,
very dominant personality. But as soon as she finds a bond with you, as soon as she goes, actually, you're not going to hurt me. Actually, I want to work with you, and she starts she's lovely.
Which is also very typical mare.
Yes.
Very typical mare. You know, I am the girl, but once you win their heart, then they will actually literally go through fire for you.
Yeah, it's just a negotiation to actually get them to want to actually to see you as somebody that they can trust.
Yeah.
It all comes down to trust, and if they trust you, then, as you said, they'll jump through fire for you.
Yeah. I am going to take Dora home.
James, you've met some of our horses on the farm, and what do you think of them?
Well, they're amazing. Well, if we weren't travelling back to Belgium, I think we would probably take more than one home. There's some really cute ponies there and horses. It's amazing, and I would suggest to anyone that if you are liking to adopt, please come to the Cart Horse Protection Association. The horses here are wonderful, and even the training that goes into before they're adopted also. It really is a fabulous association that you have here, Karen. It really, and it's something that's very close to me and Philippa. And the work you do is just, yeah, I can't really put it into words. For an Irishman that can't put it in words, there you go.
Who, when he started riding, he is extremely, extremely disabled. So he goes around in an electric wheelchair. He's a grade 1 rider.
Okay.
And problem is he can't raise his head, so he's down like this the whole time. They found an old police horse for him to ride.
Sure.
And every day that Thibault went to the stables, Alan, turn around. The horse somehow just started nuzzling him here.
Yeah.
And in nuzzling him there, Thibault would actually start learning to push against him, and it's the first time that for his whole life he can now actually start raising his head. Just purely because this horse just instinctively knew what nerves and what things to stimulate with this little boy. And you know, you then see him do the musical freestyle, and they do it, it's like all big kind of the charge of the cavalry music, and you get this big, bulky police horse who, and I mean, Thibault spasms really badly, so he's like this, but he stays in perfect frame, perfect walk. It's magic to watch.
Oh, I love that story.
And then you see the healing power of these horses, which is just incredible. You know, riders who are completely in wheelchairs.
Yeah.
This is their freedom. This is their freedom. They can go anywhere they want. They can be whoever they want to be. So yeah, magical creatures. Thanks, Karen. It's been absolutely fabulous, and I've loved meeting the horses and a bit of the team. And yeah, come on, guys, dig deep and let's raise some money for the cart horses.
There you have it. We had a lovely visit from Philippa and James, and we really enjoyed it. Karen and I loved spending time with them. They're an incredible couple, and I think Karen is ready for us.
Oh dear.
Oh, they can't hear us.
Marika, I'm not sure if you can hear me or see me. Cameraman, are we on? But we just can't see Marika.
Yeah, let me send her a WhatsApp and say I
Nothing
can
again, but
see
we are.
her.
I'm going to carry on. The next horse we're going to talk about is Kasifa, and Ashley knows Kasifa's history, and he's going to talk to us about this precious mare.
Good day, everyone. Nice to have you all guys here. This is called Kasifa. I know Kasifa when she was still young. She used to belong to a guy called Hendricks. Nice young chip. Just left school and he started working with the donkey, and after that his father buying him a horse before, and then they bought Kasifa. Kasifa wasn't that long in the industry. She was still a young horse when she left the industry. And then Mr. Reino Hendricks sell her on to a lady down there in Tukai area. And there they try to rehabilitate with her, and they try to put the saddle on. And that lady used to have a riding school there. And apparently there was something wrong. They had a chiropractor on her. There was something wrong with the back. The saddle doesn't fit properly, and she doesn't like the saddle on the back. Eventually she ended up back with us at the Carters Association. So it's difficult to get a proper house for her if you can't use it. There's nothing wrong with the legs. Still a young lady. You can
How
do
old is
so
she?
much. She's about now 7 to 8, 9 years
Okay.
old. As she's so young. But the problem is that I think she had a slight problem with the back. Struggle to get the saddle on, and she also struggle to fit a proper saddle to ride with her. But other than that, she's still a young horse. Her legs is still fine. She's getting along with other horses nicely in the paddock, and you can do so much with her. You can touch her everywhere.
Sure.
Everywhere you can touch her. Even if we come as fairies and trim her feet, you can pick up her feet.
No issues.
No issues, no vices. Good horse. And the other thing is that it's just a shame you have a nice young horse like her, where you actually can't use it to ride her, or not even put the back in a car. That's out of the question. Yeah?
Absolutely out of the question.
Like you said, if we can just raise a few funds where we can keep them still on the farm, keep them out. Even if someone comes along and have a big farm where she can just graze or run around and just be a horse on her own, that would be very nice, and we would highly appreciate it if anyone maybe have something like that in mind. But other than that, she's a good horse, she's a healthy horse. She don't get that much sick like colic cases and things like that. And she's getting along quite very nice. We did change her from paddock to paddock to interact with different horses.
I was just going to say to find the right fit, so she's happy and she's got her
And
friends.
as you can see, she's happier with the new friends, and that's a good concept.
Amazing.
Like you said, she wasn't that long in the industry that you can say she worked hard. It must have been she hurt the back, because, like you said, some horses is not good to pull a cart because of their build and their conformation, whereby they are much better riding horses. So it is possible that she could have somewhere along the line, and that makes it, even if it doesn't. So other than that, she's a good, nice looking horse, stocky build. That's your ideal size for your working carpos. You don't want too high of the carpos that is too high. You don't want a small pony to the work. This is your ideal size working carpos, and also with the build and the muscles. But this one is fat. This is not muscles. This is fat.
Fat.
Yeah, this is fat, and this is lack of exercise. Like we said, this is your more ideal working carpos. So yeah.
Thank you, Ashley.
It's a pleasure, lady.
You seem to know Kasifa very, very well, and she is just gorgeous, waiting for somebody to recognize her and notice her, and I'm sure she'll eventually find a forever home. But while she's with us, that's why we need the 300,000 Rand to look after horses like Kasifa and the rest until they can eventually find their forever home. So please donate. Our leaderboard, I think, is looking a bit bleak at the moment, but thank you to those that have donated. We are very, very grateful, and thank you once again. And Emmanuel, you work with Kasifa. What can you tell us about Kasifa? Is she easy to work with? Is she
Kasifa, if we're working easy, nice, because no problem, any problem for this one, because it's lovely horses. So you can say same like what Felia says, so like actually says, so same like this one. But this horse is same nice. When we coming for feeding for 6 o'clock, most time for tonight. You like also when you coming to other side. She like also to calling you, say come.
She's impatient.
Yes, he is patient from through his front foot. You say come and give me food because she like it eating little bit, but this one, but it's so much fun. It's nice.
And she's easy to groom.
Easy to groom, no any problem.
No problems. And who's her friends in the big paddock?
Big paddock now. Find this one, Jasmine is a
friend. Oh, Jasmine. Okay.
Jasmine is
wonderful. Yes. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Thank you so much. That was Kasifa, and we are going to go back to the studio where Marika will show you and tell you ways to donate as we've got about an hour and 15 minutes left. So please dig deep and please donate to the horses living at the R&R. Back to you, Marika.
Hi, everybody. I will just mute
And we
Karen
lost
for a minute
Marika.
there, so they can hopefully reconnect with us. Yes. So the R&R is a very special place to all of us, like we've mentioned a few times. And Diana took some special footage of what it looks like in the evenings when she does the last check at the stables. And we're going to share that with you just to show you what a lovely place the R&R is. Hi. I see Karen is back, but I don't know if she can see and hear me just yet. So we're going to keep talking about donations. So I want to ask everybody to please, like Philippa said, dig deep. We've been streaming for nearly 7 solid hours. We need to raise 300,000 Rand today to help feed and take care of these beautiful creatures. We've shared a day in our lives with you. We've had veterinary emergencies. We've had horses needing stitched up. We have shown you what we do to raise funds, what other people do to raise funds for us. So please if you can't donate today, then please, please, please pledge. Make a pledge, send a WhatsApp to that number. I'm going to put it up on the screen just now. This is what our little thermometer looks like at the moment. We're just under 36,000 Rand. We have 264,000 Rand to go to make the 300,000. And this 300,000 isn't even all the money that we need. To keep the R&R running for a year, we need to make more than 2 million Rand. Of that, we get a fair bit sponsored, but we still need to raise more than 1 million Rand. It costs us more than 99,000 Rand every year, well, every month to run the R&R. And with the 33 horses that we currently house, this is over 3,000 Rand a horse. So it's more than 3,000 Rand per horse per month that it costs us to run the R&R. So really, this 300,000 Rand is only a fraction of the money that we need. We've been streaming for 7 hours. We're going to go for another hour. We hope to introduce you to a few more horses. And once we've gone through everyone, we will bid you good night. But if you can't donate today, please pledge to donate by sending a WhatsApp to 079 513 4098. I'm going to see if I can put Karen back on. I don't think she can hear me, even though I can hear her. We are having quite a few technical glitches today, but I'm going to put her back on.
Hi folks, we still have a few glitches. We don't have connection with Marika, but we are WhatsApping and JJ is listening to the live stream, so hence the little delays that we are experiencing at this point. Next up, we are going to be speaking to gorgeous Clara, and Ashley is going to speak about her as well because he knows these horses rather well. Melanie's going to speak to about Clara. Melanie, what is Clara's story and why is she at the R&R?
Clara was basically signed over by. Oh,
Oopsie.
Clara. Clara was signed over by her owner. Clara was taken into the R&R because she developed string halt. I think it was a string halt. She developed string halt.
What is a string halt? It's an involuntary reaction of the leg. Okay, voluntary reaction.
Yeah, it just keeps it just goes higher.
Okay,
but it's not painful.
It's not painful. Okay. Sorry, Melanie. You can carry on.
And then we knew that it was not going to get, it's not something that will go away, but hopefully get better. But and then later on, the owner decided that it's better for him to sign Clara over to Cartus, because Clara will not be able to be put in a cart again.
Well, we should hope so.
To go and work, and also AIDS is not a very young horse also. And then Clara also developed some sweetage here on the farm.
Some
sweetage.
Sweetage, okay.
They have a sweetage seed that she normally use. And it's also bited. And famous harness maker, Sia, he was the one who repaired the sweetage seed for Clara. But actually now Clara got into the industry.
Yeah, very much so. Clara came from a place called Sharon. Our first owner was then Mr. Jonathan Mowers. He brings her from Sharon and bring her to the association where we put shoes on. and he put her in a cart and he started work with her. But from her, she went to different other owners and different drivers, especially with the youngsters in the areas where they work and the distance. She also had at one stage where her hind feet was so bad that we struggled to put nails in her feet to put shoes on. And that's also because of poor stable management and also with the guys that work that far and hard on the hard road and long distance. It's also have that effect on the horse's hooves. So yeah, eventually like the Melanie just said that she started to develop string out, and that's where they had a talk with the owner and also with the drivers, which they wasn't unhappy. They was unhappy because of the she's it's a nice horse in a cart, pulls a cart nice. She knows her job, and it wasn't like she hadn't had like vices where you can say she pull her ears back when you try to shoo her and all those kind, or even kicked. She was a nice horse when we were on the road. It's just that they work her too hard.
Too hard.
Yeah, so
And that's why she's here.
and that's why she.
And how long has she been here, guys?
Clara's been here, I think, 2 years.
2
Yeah,
years.
she's now 2 years. This year, January will be 2 years.
So,
Because she came in 2020. Next year, January will be 2 years because she came in January 2020.
She was also, can I chime in?
Yes, of
She
course,
was
absolutely.
also confiscated. The drivers were caught stealing motorbikes in Brooklyn, and but the drivers, what they did wrong was, the theft was okay. We saw on the Friday, and that happened on the Saturday. And when it's a theft case, it's normally a case for the South African police services. And so I went out to the scene. And when I got to the scene, they abandoned her.
Abandoned her, just left her.
They said that they were around the corner, but I was there for quite some time. They didn't come from around the corner, and we took her. And we were not fame. We were not appreciated. We were.
But we did the right thing for the
We did
horse.
the right thing for the horse.
Absolutely.
Because it was on a Saturday morning. If you know Kubuk Road, it's a busy road. And I mean, some other people looked after her while they were not here. There. Anyway, and we're really very, very happy. Please, you beg her not to get sick because to treat her is a nightmare.
She doesn't like injections or anything.
But luckily, she doesn't get sick.
Well, that's amazing.
It's really, I remember at one stage, Ashley and Melanie, at one stage, she was so tired. We could see her coming in because she had her head down. She was so tired. And the owner gave it to a really bad person who actually didn't work with him himself. He also then worked it out. It was like the third person that abused her. And they worked with her fast.
In hard.
And hard. Because they're supposed to trot. They're not supposed to be racehorses down the road with a cart.
And unfortunately, they were the youngsters, like Ashley referred to. When you reprimand them, they quickly tell you that I was born, it's not your horse, etc., etc. But as an inspector, that doesn't matter who's
Doesn't
horse
cut it. Interesting. And Sia, we've heard about your amazing harness skills. So can you just stand up here, Melanie? Please tell us about Clara's harness and your involvement with that.
In terms of working hard, the harnessing was always tells the other harnessing that I usually repair the most. Every time they come to show the horse there, I would have a problem to fix
with the harness.
With the
Always with her.
Always.
Oh no.
Yeah. That's
What was basically the main problem? Just bad wear and tear, not well looked after, sort of like just slapped together. How bad?
I can say it was heavy load
on
her because it could just break. I don't know how. Maybe they store it in a wrong place, or I I can't really explain that, but it was the main harness I used to repair each and
Every time.
yes.
Well, now she's here and she doesn't need a harness to be repaired anymore because she will never be a working cart horse again. Thanks so much, Sia.
Pleasure.
And Emmanuel, please tell me what Clara is like on the farm. She seems to have her ears back, but she seems to be curious.
This
Hello.
Clara is nice horses,
Also
same
nice
like
horse.
others, because he no any problem for this. We say maybe you can keep me, no nothing. You must don't worry for that one because it's nice horse. He's picking up food properly. You have only that problem that is she don't like something food that he's eating now because he's making his stomach running, but that one maybe she have it inside because his stomach is running, but it's a nice horse. She like eating because she never get any problem. Or even to give someone problem, she never give it anyone problem.
That's amazing. So, how do you decide? Obviously, with her having an upset stomach, so Diana, do you try other feeds? Is it just a phase, or
It is, yeah, it is. It's rather strange, Karen, that the cart horses when they work in fact down they eat okay.
Yes.
Okay is the reference that they use, okay is the same. And when they came here they changed it to TIF. And now the TIF is finished. We're waiting for the TIF delivery. So she's now currently on okay, which is now the stomach is not that
so it's very stomachs are very, very sensitive. So, but she likes her food. Oh, Manuel, thank you so very much. Thanks everyone for talking about this gorgeous girl that lives at the R&R. And once again, we're showcasing you all the horses that live here, and we need to be able to feed them, look after them, rehabilitate them, give them the space to run, clean and warm stables at night, and also 24/7 care. If any one of them gets sick or if there's an issue with them, as you can see, Dr. Lauren was here earlier on. We don't think twice to call a vet because their health and their well-being is our first priority. And everybody that you see here at the R&R today is looking after these horses, and as some hand in having them confiscated, looking after their shoes, Inspector Diana, us as the fundraisers, the EWPs, we all look after these beautiful, beautiful horses that one day will eventually go to their forever homes. But in the meantime, while they are in our care, we need the 300,000 Rand to look after them. As Marika would say, it costs us over 3,000 Rand a month for each horse, and they really do deserve the best care. Marika, over to you, and we're going to try and reconnect again in the meantime.
Yes, absolutely. I will hush Karen up while they try and fix the connection issues. I'm sorry about that, folks. We have been streaming for 7 straight hours. We've introduced you to the majority of the horses living at the Recovery and Rehabilitation Centre right now. We are going to share more horses with you. We're going to be streaming for another hour. Unfortunately, that's all Facebook allows. So we're only going to stream for another hour. So please, please, please share with your friends. Tell them to get in quickly and watch the rest of the stream. We've got 3 or 4, more than 4 horses left that we are still going to introduce to you and show you and share their stories and tell you why it's so important that we raise this money to be able to take care of them. And I'm going to show you just a quick clip so you can see one of these horses that came out of the industry. She actually lives next door. She's fostered by one of our neighbors in Furlan's estate, and her name is Zola. See, it's just a quick clip just to show you how much she enjoys the green grass when it's there. We've shown you the farrier video So that's one of the services we offer. And Sia, our harness maker, was talking about harness repairs, and we did make a little video last week for Coffee with Car Tours. So I'm going to put that clip on now while we try and reestablish connection with Karen. You could just quickly see what the importance is of proper fitting harnesses.
Hi everyone, we're back in clinic again with Ashley, which also looks after the harnessing of the horses, and he's going to basically tell us why it's so important that a horse needs good harnessing and what's the importance of it. Ashley, explain what it is that you're doing here.
What we actually do is, and what we talk about is the harness need to fit your horse properly. Because there are reasons why we say this, because harness, if it's too small, if it's too tight, if it's not fit properly, that can hurt your horse. So we have a few points that I just want to show out. Is the breastplate need to fit properly, it mustn't be too high or too low. Your girth mustn't be too tight. You put your strap in, your buckle, at least you have to put your 4 fingers in. Under your saddle is normally where you get your saddle wound. So we would love the guys to put a padding or a girth or namna, whatever, put underneath just to protect it from getting hurt. Also what we use different kind of saddle that we just take the weight on either side, not like this one actually. And then you got your curve. It's also a place where they make it too tight. So if the horse moves and it's too tight, you can wrap the tail underneath. Yeah, and you see the so. And also with your feet, the part that comes here is the part that keeps the cart away from the horse. So that mustn't also be too tight because you can wrap the horse, like the horse wounds there. And also where your foot, your bridle needs to fit properly. And then you got your reins part, and then you got your traces, which needs to be attached to the cart. Otherwise the horse can't pull the cart. So we attach this to the cart, and then the horse pulls the cart. So these are actually the most points or the key points that we are looking for that needs to be properly on your horse. So if you got 2 horses, different sizes, then you can't use one harness out of it, which means it will fit the other one, and it will either be too small for the other one or too big for the other one. And it can also cause problems while the horse is walking. So any other questions that you have to harnesses?
Thank you so much, Ashley. That was very, very informative and very interesting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is Sia, our harness repair guy, and he basically repairs all the harnesses and fixes them all by hand. Sia, thank you so much for joining us today. Please let us know what it is that you're doing right now.
I'm doing now a bridging strap.
A bridging strap?
Yes.
You're making it from scratch?
I'm making from scratch out of this material. Because leather quite few chances to get it, and what I'm doing now is it plays a role, major role on the harness because it's a brakes for the horse.
Okay.
Without this, the cutters will have a way to stop their cut.
Okay, so it's the reins.
Yeah.
And the buckles that you use, are these second hand?
Yeah, are the second hand from the gap for the ray saddle.
And also all these pieces that you use gets donated to us from people that donate their second-hand tech to us. And as you can see, every single piece, every buckle, everything Sia, like I said, does magic. And we does everything, but obviously sometimes we don't have the leather pieces that we need, so we use these. And as you can see, this is stitching by hand. As you can see with the needle, there's no sewing machine, and the work is impeccable. And which horses' reins are these?
I'm just preparing them. Whenever
You're just preparing?
Yes, and whenever they come in, maybe they need a breaking strap.
It will be ready.
I'll be ready to give them.
Okay. And what is the worst harness that you've had to repair?
It's when the harness is broken, like completely broken. For instance, there was because this was Billabong's harness. It was broken, like broken.
Sure.
Then I had to make new pieces, make them together. Then I built up a new harness set for
All from scratch?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And Sia, tell me, what are the most challenges that you experience? Do you keep on repairing the same things? Do the parties listen? What is the most challenging or the worst things that they don't do properly with the harnesses?
I think they don't store harnesses in a right place. Maybe they put them outside, ended up beaten by the dogs. Sometimes it's not a horse or of a load of a cat that made a harness to broke. Sometimes it's a carelessness just to leave them outside.
Okay.
Then the dogs came and bait. Then I had to repair it. Like, there was a challenge. But if they can store in a proper place, I don't think I could get many challenges because I'm doing my work like proper and yeah.
Sia, thank you so very much. You do amazing work.
Yeah.
Thank you. So guys, if you have any second-hand tech that you want to donate, as we said, we use all the buckles, all the leather pieces, and obviously repairing much needed harnesses. Thank you so much, Leo.
It's broken, yeah. My sister put necktie there and then. And yeah, it's only broke off here. What is behind it? This one which come behind. Just want to make this one tight.
There we go. And I think Karen is back online. There we go. We'll just unmute her.
Yes.
Hi, Karen.
Hey, Marina. Yes, it keeps on buffering, but we keep making it back.
Yep.
Next up, we're going to be speaking to Alice. Alice, which has fallen madly in love with our cameraman, Kolani. And she is absolutely gorgeous. Diana, what brings Alice to the R&R? I believe she was born, yeah.
Her mother brought it to the R&R.
Okay.
You can see her friends are close to her. That's the one buddy.
Okay.
And the other buddy in the corner there. Her mother was a cart horse, Fazlin, and then the mother was sold on to a new owner, and the new owner really couldn't look after the mother, and then she fell pregnant.
Oh dear.
And we kept on booking the mother off for condition, can't go to work, need to go in condition. Then we found out that the mother is pregnant. So we said to the owner, look, you can't really look after the mother now. How the heck are you going to look after the mother once the baby is born? So we had kind of agreement, okay, we will take her into our recovery here, Bella here, and we will wait after she fall down, and you will pay the cost. And then obviously, which was a good thing because the mother needed that extra rest. No, that extra rest. I'm talking about my friend. That extra rest also that extra feeding, that extra nutrition that we could offer her. And when it was the evening when the mother fell down, she had complications. Then round about 8:30, we had to call the vet to come and help her. And then she really nearly wasn't with us. But when she came out, we know her father. Her father's Milo. And she's been, yeah, you know Milo very well. She's been with us ever since. And I think she's also, a lot of people love her, but she's also got that calm, quiet personality.
Yes, she does.
I think George might know her much better, her personality wise, because I never get to see what she's like because I'm not here during the day. All I know is that they sleep in the indoor arena. When they eat, we don't come close. And they don't fight with one another when they eat, the three friends.
George, what can you tell us about gorgeous Alice? She is just so calm. Is she easy to look after?
Nikita phone.
Yes.
I go up here with my friends, this lady, toilets, is good. If you are bullying, stand like this. If you are picking up the food, stand like this. It's not touching, not picking. That's so good.
Yes, she is very, very loving and sweet and likes attention. But she also always has a face, a fly net on her in her face. What is the reason?
Nice.
The fly. She's very sensitive to it. No, she's lovely.
And she's still a youngster, Carmen.
Yes, I was going to ask, how old is she?
She's still going to grow. I think she's now 3 years old, isn't she? About 3 years old. Yeah, she's still going to grow. But I think she's a little bit full of mischief because she doesn't like standing. She's not been standing for a while, and every now and then
Like,
she
I want
thinks
to go.
she's nudging George. She's nudging George. Let me free. My buddies are waiting for me to play. And it's quite amazing to see when they come in the evenings. Because the three friends come in. It's not the ideal way of bringing them in, but they come in without argument and yeah. They don't go into the stables. They sleep in the lunch room.
Oh, they sleep there. Okay.
Ellen worked this morning with her. That's where they sleep.
That's so great. So it's quite a bond these three have. You can see they
absolutely, yeah.
It's very, very sweet.
Really hope that we can find a home because next on Thursday this one is going.
Oh yes, a few have been adopted out in the interim, which is awesome. So
yeah, but I mean we still have many horses that
we
need to look after, and all the time new horses are coming in because
as they go out, they
come keep on confiscating because we don't tolerate the abuse.
No.
So
the R&R, as Diana said, will never be empty. This place will always be here for the abused and neglected and signed over horses. So once again, please donate. Thank you so much, Diana. Thank you, George. Precious girl, Alice. To these horses that live here. Hopefully not forever, but while they are here, as I mentioned, we give them their well-being and their health, and everything is paramount to us. And that money and your donations allows us to look after all of these horses that are, as you can see, have got their own personalities, their own quirks, and clearly awesome bonds and friendships have been made. And yes, it is sad when one leaves and one gets adopted out, but they eventually do need their forever homes, and they actually.
And if someone comes and adopts a horse, the rules that horses have is so strict because we don't want horses that comes from abusive background. We want to send them really to the best
the best home possible.
And with that, I don't necessarily mean, the bay hotel type of
Why not?
hostels, but that would work.
Yes.
But the love and the care is that that handling of the balls and the love and care.
Trust and feeling safe and secure, and their personalities will never change, and they can carry on thriving and being free horses as they should be, especially after working so hard. Thank you so much, Diana. Thank you for your insights and your input today. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome. But you keep on saying that they need to donate. If people can't donate money, which is always
yes,
price, yes. When we came to this property about 12 years ago, it was grass all over, but we didn't have these amount of horses.
Yes.
We had about 10, 12 at the most. And as we confiscate with more horses, people don't put up, and we ended up with 46 horses at one stage. And there's no grass, and the paddocks you can see is definitely needs a hand, needs to be repaired. So even if someone can just give their skills to help us with fixing the paddocks, something like that, that would be wonderful, because we desperately need them. And in the evenings, once the horses are in, you can see the grooms fixing, but it's just temporary fixing.
It just never ends.
Absolutely,
It's something that carries on and on.
Because we have a lot of youngsters. We've got to escape. We have a Houdini here. She's an escape artist. I mean, she's forever, trying to get out. And these horses they play, and it's not because they like it. They just fall against the paracols, and the condition of the paracols can definitely improve.
Absolutely, it's not a one-off. It's going to last for a year or two or 10. It needs to be. It's maintenance. We basically need maintenance, and also with all the horses here, we also had the droughts when we had water restrictions. So it's been very difficult. Is there anything else that the R&R needs besides donations and paddock poles and?
Look, I think many of them are management are looking into getting the grass established again.
Okay.
The horses are getting this because for the horses they are natural grazers. They like to roam around and to graze, and it's good for them to get grass. It's a good roughage, and I think that's what they're going to try and do. Attempt to get grass on the farm again. We do have a water tank. Another water tank. We do have a borehole.
Okay.
Borehole which is not suitable for drinking water, but for irrigation that's absolutely perfect. So we do have the facilities to, once the grass is growing, to maintain it. And then if there's enough paddocks now, we can, we can swap around and change around. Yeah, let paddocks rest, which is the ideal that you want to do. But I mean, you really do want horses to be able to graze.
To be on grass, yes, absolutely. Thanks, Diana. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Timmerman.
Marika, we've spoken about gorgeous Alice that I wasn't falling madly in love with. I'm actually falling in love with all of them. They are just also so special. So please remember to dig deep and donate. We need your donations. And as Marika says, you can definitely pledge. If you can't get to your computer today, we have a WhatsApp line, so you can do it when you do have the time. Marika, back to you, and then we're going to meet Jasmine.
Okay. So, speaking of donations,
buffering
here
again.
is that QR code for you. I'm just going to remove this. Right, folks, we are in the final stretch. We've been streaming for 7 hours, 22 minutes. We've only got 40 minutes of streaming left, and we still need to raise over 260,000 Rand. So if you can donate anything, please scan the QR code. This is a SnapScan QR code. So, and if you can't scan the QR code, go into SnapScan, go to the bottom right hand corner, click on more, donate, search for Cart Horse, and you can donate any amount. No amount is too small, and of course, no amount is too large. This 300,000 Rand that we are aiming to raise today is only a fraction of the cost, what it really costs us to run the R&R. It costs us over 2 million Rand every year to run the R&R. We get quite a bit of that sponsored by the Les Gel Foundation, but it still leaves us with more than 1 million Rand that we have to cover ourselves. And that is a cost of 99,769 Rand every month. With the current 33 horses that live at the R&R, that is a cost of 3,023 Rand 33 cents per horse per month. So it costs us more than 3,000 Rand to keep these horses. We've been running this sponsathon today to try and share with you the horses, first of all, their stories, where they come from, what they do. We've been trying to share with you our staff so that you can see the faces behind the care of the horses. We've been trying to share with you life at the R&R so you can see where your money's going. It's not being misspent. You can see the care that these horses get. And we've just lost Karen again. But we ask you to please, as Philippa Johnson said, dig deep and please think of these horses. If you can't pay today, if you can't make a donation today, please send a WhatsApp to 079 513 4098 and pledge to make a donation. Any donation, we would be happy to receive it. So if you can't donate today, just send a WhatsApp and pledge to make a donation at a later date that suits you. We're going to try and connect with Karen again. I see she is there. I hope that they can connect. Let's see. Hi, Karen. Can you hear me? No, I don't think they can hear me.
Okay, we back. Rika, can
They're
you
back.
hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I think we are back online, although we can't see Marika. So we're going to do this blindly again. But we've been winging it so far when we do have issues. So this is Miriam. She was supposed to be interviewed earlier on, but Diana and Ashley are going to tell us about Miriam's story and the good news. Ashley, Diana, what is Miriam's
Um,
why is she at the R&R?
when me and Ashley started, we actually started at the same time at Carter's. You gave me 2 years credit and you took 1 year away from him. There was an owner with the name of Alim, Mr. Alim. They also called him Whitey. I don't understand why. And he Miriam belonged to him now. And then Mr. Lim died. Yes. And then Mr. Lim sold his children and the wife sold Miriam to another owner, Mr. Fisher. Okay. But Miriam at Mr. Lim, she worked hard. She worked hard.
Very hard.
Yeah,
Shame.
she worked very hard. Yeah, and they weren't very kind to her. And we also know the mother. The mother was quite a nasty piece of work. She was not very friendly. She was here as well, remember? Tima. But mother was quite rude. Anyway, so she was also a Bonky with me. So they were fighting for the title. Yeah, they were fighting for the title, and we asked law enforcement to step in because there were about 3 or 4 of them. Law enforcement to step in. Ashley, Melanie, the other inspectors, myself went out, and then the owner ended up in jail. Oh, nice. And then they were roaming around, and I think Julisi and Melanie and Judith, they found them together. And one stood by, with the horses, and Melanie and Judith just loaded and they brought her here. She has been adopted out to
property very recently. I think about 2, 3 weeks ago, we took it to a property in Franschhoek. Very
Yes.
nice property.
Sounds
She
lovely.
and Bobby, but Bobby caused
I
havoc.
believe so. The naughty one.
So she was brought back. She's been with us how long? February this year, and I thought I looked at her. I see her every day. I thought, oh, Carter's really keep them well, and they said, they think she's pregnant. They think she's pregnant.
Pregnant?
And then Dr. Lauren was here earlier, and Dr. Lauren confirmed that she's pregnant, and Dr. Lauren think it's going to be 1 month.
1 month to go.
They can go, yeah.
So
And
we thought
then
Miriam was fat. Meantime, she arrived here pregnant.
she arrived here, and nobody knows. It's
Nobody
like
knew.
you fall in a thornbush. So you don't know which one.
Our lucky
And
Ashley picked it up.
Yeah. Carmen is going to have her first foal on the farm.
Oh, exciting!
Yeah.
We're definitely going to follow Miriam's foal story, and I think it's going to be awesome that she's going to be born here, and a foal will not be working in the industry, which is great, and even more reason to donate because we've got another mouth to feed. It's going to be awesome, and I think we're all going to be making more excuses to come and visit the R&R more often.
But Carmen, what was so strange when they arrived, I think honestly it was so strange, is that the other two that came with her, they were not used to stables.
Oh goodness!
So I wasn't leaving. I was here, so I panicked a bit that they might be panicking, not seeing one another. But they settled in quite well, quite nicely, surprisingly, because they don't have to go and hunt for the people flat on the floor.
That's fine, Shame. It's okay. It's okay. Shame. She's had a hard day. I mean, she had to be sedated, so that Dr. Lauren could check her out and confirm that she is indeed pregnant. So we're all very excited about that. Ashley, do you have any extra wonderful things to say about mommy to be?
She was also the mayor that we built at new stables.
Yeah.
Mandela Day, yes, correct. And we also built new stables for in Falls.
Yes.
They were also selling them. So yeah, she's a lucky lady to be here.
Absolutely.
After seeing on the field day.
How many phones, if we work with how many phones? What, 4, 5 phones? Dit is Jans. Is die
Wat is het hoeveel?
en dit is die een hierso en dit is 4 phones. En the one that is staan op de slide.
5. And how old is Miriam?
She's between 10 and 12 years. She's
So,
in the industry.
born in the industry.
No
She's-
more 50 shades of grey for her.
No, thank goodness. But she's clearly had a lot of falls, and I'm sure she's going to be a wonderful mom. And it's just wonderful, like I said, that she can fall down here. We should give all the love and care and veterinary attention that she needs. So once again, all the more reason to donate, because you confiscate a horse, and the next thing you know, Baba's on the way. But we're very excited.
Very often that happens.
I'm sure. George. Jonix, sorry. Thank you to Jenny. What do you like most about Miriam? She looks very, very easy to work with, although she's still probably a little bit sleepy from the sedation. Oh,
She is very fine, but the problem she like eating every time. She is looking is naughty, but it's not naughty. She is looking food every time she wants to eat.
oh, now we know
Yeah,
why, because
that's
she's
the
got a
problem.
baby in the oven.
Yeah, that's the problem. But she is very fine. She's very fine.
Now that we know. Oh, that's awesome. And are you going to look after the baby when she has the foal?
She is
Yeah, that's amazing. Are you excited to hear that she's going to have one?
very nice.
That's lovely. Jane, I think she's been had a tough afternoon. So I think let her go. Thank you so much. We got still a few more horses to go. And I think we've got another half an hour or so to go. So please, once again, dig deep. We need your donations. And as I mentioned, we will be having a fall in the next month or two. So we also need to give Miriam all the vet care that we need. Then Marika we're going to go back to the studio and where she's going to show you a little video, and then we're going to try and reconnect again, and hopefully for the last time. So we're back to Marika and we'll see you in a bit.
Okay, so we have got 30 minutes to go. We are almost at the end of this marathon live stream that we did just for you, to show you all the horses at the R&R, because we couldn't have an open day to have you meet the horses. But we also like to share with you the services we offer to the cart horses. And one of those services is subsidized feed. So here's a little video that we recorded with Diana on the importance of feeding.
Morning everyone, I'm here with Inspector Diana. We are going to show you our feed room, and we're just going to ask her a few questions on how important feed is for horses at the clinic.
Very important, mostly because at all times it needs to be filled with feed.
Yes, exactly.
This is our feed room. As you can see, this is Ote, which is a very good roughage for the working cart horses. Ote and Lucerne. Lucerne is also very good, but we don't supply Lucerne. Lucerne is very, very expensive, but they do buy their own Lucerne from local suppliers. I don't know whether it's myth or not, but they say Lucerne has a natural laxative.
Oh, wow.
So when our horses do get colic, we tend to give them Lucerne, wet Lucerne. Yeah. And of course, if you offer a horse Lucerne, then they will always eat it, because all they get to eat is the Ote.
Yeah. And the 10% Diana, what do we?
Yeah. We obviously, if you've got a working cart horse, then the horse can't only live on Ote. Karen, when cattle started 26 years ago, the guys used to feed cow milk. And I remember, I was thinking earlier, I remember that when I started 21 years ago, we used to buy 6 bags a day. And then sometimes we do sell, and sometimes we didn't even sell all 6 bags. Now we sell up to 15, 16, 20, 26 bags a day, so you can see how far we've gone. And the cart horse owners, they said to me, it's tradition. My father, my grandfather used to feed cow milk. Don't tell me to stop feeding cow milk. Rather encourage me to buy more 10%.
Okay.
So
10% is more nutritious and got more
obviously,
nummies.
yeah, it's got all the nutritional value, and it's high in energy.
Okay.
And also, your horse loses a lot of condition if you only will feed your Ote. And we get our 10% from A Fresh brand, and they give it to us at a very, very good price. And we order around about between 150 and 200 bags a month to our 200 horses.
And do we have a special on at the moment for the cart horses?
What happened was, and Ashley will tell you, a couple of months ago we realized that they were doing backyard shoeing. And to get the guys here, we decided, okay, if you get a full set of shoes, then you will get 2 bales of Ote for free which is, it's all a win-win situation for the horse. What you see here, this is lovely stuff. The horses actually absolutely love this. This is the leavings that comes from the Ote when they deliver it. We've got a big sale that we put on the floor, and they throw all the Ote bales on the floor on the sale,
And then we collect afterwards, then we collect all these leavings, and these leavings we give to the horses when they come here for shoes or
And
when
they
they
get a bit
go.
of nannies, a bit of breakfast.
It's the English breakfast,
Yes.
it's the English breakfast. We currently, what we're experiencing in the industry, the guys are trying to improve their feeding methods, but they're not doing it all correctly. They will take the 10%, the cow meal, they will put some bran in and mealies. For those who know how to feed it, it's successful, but for those who doesn't know how to feed it, it's traumatic to the horse. We had quite a couple of horses die because they fed them cow meal and bran. And of course, if you feed a horse dry bran, it expands in the stomach, and then it's an infection. But you know, that's a learning curve, and it doesn't matter if you try and explain it to them once. It doesn't matter if you try to explain it to them twice. You have to repeat it over and over and over. It's like that old gramophone plaat wat vasgehakt is. The same story. Our feed sales are good. It's really good. The guys, they buy from us currently as we stand here today. The new feed from the farms are out at the local feed distributors. They are a little bit cheaper than we sell it for, but we are one price throughout the year.
Yes, because we bulk buy.
We buy in bulk, and obviously everything is highly subsidized.
Yes.
But we don't mind as long as they buy proper
food.
Proper feed. You know, when it's a bad year, harvesting wise, then you'll see all the guys would flock to us.
Yes.
And even your pleasure guys will try and, you know, be sneaky to get someone to buy some feed for them. And that's the story. The importance of feed for horses and water. You have to add water. Water is as important.
Tiana, thank you so much.
Everybody's coming to buy the 10% Fridays. Mondays
Okay. I think they're back on, but I don't know
And
if they
we're back.
can hear.
Thanks so much, Marika. I'm sure Marika's been telling you how to donate. We've got about, I think, 20 minutes or so to go. So dig deep. And the next horse we are going to showcase is Ice. And Marlon, which knows all about Ice, is going to tell us why Ice is actually at the R&R. Thanks, Marlon.
Hi, good day. Ice is from the Cape Flats. He had an injury on his near hind. The bleeding was very bad, and he was treated by the Carters Protection Association. Ice was underweight and couldn't walk because of his condition. He was signed over to the Carters Protection Association because of his owner couldn't take care of him. We had to carry him in to the horse box because he couldn't walk because of his weakness. Ice was very angry and aggressive when he arrived at the Carters because of he was abused and bad treated, and we had to put a horse blanket underneath his tummy just to stabilize him and to get him into the box. Like I said, we had to carry him in. The Carters Protection Association had to wait for him to gain some condition before they could have grounded him. And he's turned white now ever since he's got here. And he's here for, I think, more than 3 years now.
3 years.
Yeah, me and my ex-colleague Zelda Erasmus, he was also an inspector at the Carters Protection Association, brought him in. And he is doing good. As you can see, he's
looking mighty fine.
His condition is very nice, and he is enjoying the space out here with his new friends, and he's coping very well. Thank you.
Marlon, how does it make you feel when you see a horse like Ice so badly abused and the condition he was in, and you've seen him grow from strength to strength, fatten up? How does that make you feel in your heart?
Um, I feel very good, and it actually gives me power or strength to help other horses as well because of the effect that or the effort that we have put into ice. So that give us strength from day to day to reach our hands or our arms longer out to help the other horses as well. And it actually tells me a good story about my work or the Carters Protection Association.
Marlon, thank you so much. That was an interesting story, and once again, why you should donate. These horses come in here with major issues, major physical and mental issues, and they come here and they feel safe in the environment where they are looked after 24/7, and the well-being and health and everything is 100% paramount for us. So this is the reason why we're asking for these donations. And Emmanuel, my groom over here, also looks after Ice. What can you tell us about Ice? Is he also naughty like Applejack?
No,
No.
Applejack is a very nice horses. This one is Ice is very nice horses because now she's doing like this because she's scared for another one, but it's nice horses. Standing properly for cleaning food, brushing properly, nice shape because it's not naughty. Yeah, it's not naughty.
She's just a bit. Ice is just a bit nervous, maybe with the camera in his face, and it has been a long day. Normally they're just wandering out in the paddock, not being disturbed, but we have sort of entered their space today. So they're a bit out of routine, and they do like their routine. So we will be finishing up soon because it is 5 o'clock is their time to go into the stables, and we don't want to mess, like I said, with their routine and upset them. But we're still going to carry on until our 8 hours are done. So please continue to donate. There isn't much hours left. Pledge if you can't at this time. And we're going to go back to Marika in the studio, and then we are going to come back to Jasmine. Marika, back to you. Thanks, Marlon.
All right.
Thanks, Emmanuel.
I'm going to show you a picture of Martha, who was a resident of the R&R not so long ago. Martha visited the R&R for the first time in 2011 to recoup after an injury resulting from a motor vehicle accident. In 2015, she was permanently confiscated for being under condition, and she had an injury to her eye that had been neglected. This happened despite the fact that Cart Horse Protection offers a vast variety of services to owners. There is absolutely no reason why any horse should be abused or neglected or have injuries that are not looked after. Our equine welfare practitioners are trained to deal with these things, so he had no excuse, and therefore we confiscated her. She then had a foal called Lady Easter. Lady Easter was adopted out, and Martha found a forever home, living the high life at Compton Stud Farm. And the reason we tell these stories, the reason we share these horses with you, is because we want to show you what the R&R means to horses, what the R&R stands for in the Cart Horse Protection Association. So we really need you to dig deep and donate that 300,000 Rand that we need to make by the end of today. We've only got 14 minutes left to stream. We've been working all day. We promised you an 8-hour live stream, and we've been working on it. And I'm going to put Karen back on. I think she's there. I don't think she can see or hear me. We've been having glitches all day, but despite all the connection issues, we're still here. And we want to remind you to please donate. And if you can't donate, pledge by sending a WhatsApp to 079 513 4098. I'm going to go back to Karen. We have a couple of more horses that oopsie, and she's just disappeared just as I connected her. We have a couple of more horses that we really want to introduce to you. We want to showcase the horses, and we want to show you the grooms who lovingly care for these horses. They really look after them very well. They care as much for them as we do. So we really want you to know how loved and how cared for these horses are. I think, let me just see. Oh, they're muted. Do they know they're muted? I'm going to let Karen know quickly. Karen, there we go. They're back.
Yes, we are.
That's
Like
the
just
last
in
time we have
time.
to say that.
Thanks so much, Marika. And up next we have Jasmine, but Carmen seems to have disappeared. So we are going to speak to George and ask George, what is Jasmine like to work with? I believe she was born at the R&R. Okay. She likes her food. You can see. Oh, really? So she's got a healthy appetite. It's amazing. None of these horses basically. Is she the escape artist, Carmen?
Yeah, this is Jasmine, born on the farm. Lady Skip is his mum at the farm, Billy. And yeah, she's the escape artist. But she's friends with everybody on the farm. And what's so nice, I think, is that she tends to, like, she's been spending a lot of time with Ghost lately. And Ghost maybe's been a bit under the weather, so she goes and spend time with him. And she goes from paddock to paddock, which is quite special. It is. And everybody loves her on the farm. She's
like a mommy figure to everybody.
Yeah, and we just can't keep her in. But I definitely feel that she goes and just gives them company, especially the ones that are on their own. And
so she's one of those horses that have got a sixth sense. Maybe not a horse whisperer, but a horse whisperer in a different form.
And like George said, she goes and eats with the others and shares their food. And yeah, she's a very special.
And how old is Jasmine?
She is 4.
4 years old.
Yeah.
Sure, and I can see she does love her food. Yeah, but she's easy to work with.
Very, very easy.
You just sort of tell her to come, and she comes into the paddock, into her stable,
and very gentle, very soft, very
easy.
Yeah, she's got a lovely, gentle nature.
Yes. No, she is.
So this is Jasmine.
Jasmine, the skipper's daughter. Okay. All these horses, folks, are just so incredibly special. And as you can see, Jasmine, wow, also just so humble, sweet, looks after the rest of the herd and the grooms, and Carmen have got to know them so incredibly well. Although it must be quite sad to see them leave. It's like bittersweet, but also you want them to go to their forever homes. But until that happens, they are in our care, and we need to look after them, feed them, and give them the love and attention and everything that they basically deserve. So once again, I think we've got about 10 minutes or so still, because the horses need to also be taken inside. And I think the next horse that we are going to speak about before we go back to Marika in the studio is Sonia. Marika, can you hear me? Am I still on?
Yes, I can hear you. You're still on.
Brilliant. How is the leaderboard doing, Marika?
We are standing at 37,440 rand at the moment.
My goodness. That's amazing.
That's how much we've raised.
37,000. Thank you so much. People are really digging deep. We need your support. There's still time. You can use our pledge number to do that. And Marika, are you going to do a little insert, or should we
I
go
think
ahead?
Carry on, and I can do the inserts afterwards because I know the horses want to go in.
Yes, of course. The next horse is Sonia. Excellent. George, you also know Sonia. Carmen, you're going to be chatting about Sonia as well. Sonia looks to be quite sweet ears back. George, what is what is Sonia like to look after?
Sonia is like a food, Marie.
As well.
He like to cook Marie. Is not bite. Is not catch.
Although
Marie
the,
is like to.
oh, I see.
Like a fighting Marie, not fighting.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yes, yes.
I've just learned something new.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
Is like to.
See with the ears.
Yes.
And Carmen, what have you observed about her while she's been at the R&R?
Yeah, she's also another one that keeps pretty much to herself. She doesn't really want to be packed with. I don't know. I'm not too certain on her history. But yeah, like Georgia, she puts her ears back. I think it's a bit of a deterrent as to, stay away from me. I'm not quite sure. But I notice in the herd paddock, she's quite a mother figure to the youngsters. Like Jasmine and Lily, they're all youngsters. And Alice, the 4-year-old.
And how old is Sonia?
She's also about 9.
Okay, so
8,
she's
9, 10.
she's
Yeah.
yes.
And so I have noticed that.
What I find so amazing about these horses is they've taken on different roles. Like Jasmine earlier on, she goes and checks that everybody's okay, and then you've got Sonia that also does the same, keeps the little ones in check.
Yeah,
it's amazing how they all work together, live together, are happy, and sweet. Alice just doesn't want to miss anything. Oopsie. Okay, I think it's been a long day for them, so I think Lily, where's Lily? All can speak about the last one. Thank you so much, George. You can let it go. I think. Where's Lily? Oh, behind there. Okay, great. Awesome. Oh! No, nobody got hurt. Yeah, I think we need to wrap it up soon. I think the horses are getting, they're just going to go inside. This is Lily, also born at the R&R. Carmen, what can you tell us and George about Lily's personality and temperament?
Her name is Lily. I like to call her Lady Lily because she really is a lady in every way. You see what she does with her front legs. She crosses them.
Oh, sweet. Like she's sitting down like a lady.
Like a real lady.
Oh, I see now.
Her mother is Jade.
Okay.
Yeah, Jade does the same thing, so she obviously gets it from her mum. But she really lives up to her name. She's gentle, she's soft, she's she's confident as well. And she's just very, very special. They're all special.
I know.
But she's got such wonderful manners, and she loves to be groomed. She loves her mane and tail to be brushed.
Well, as most ladies do.
Absolutely.
They like their pedicures, they like to be brushed, to be spritzed, and she so deserves all that attention.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, George. What is she like to look after on the farm?
Yes, Lily is very good. But the problem is she's scared.
The problem is?
Don't like scared.
Oh, she's a bit scared.
Don't like many people like when you tell us coming out and the feet.
Doesn't like the feet.
Run away.
She runs away. So she's got her own sort of agenda sometimes. Okay. So only certain people can basically be with her. George, thank you so very much for spending the day with us and introducing us to all the horses that you look after. You've been amazing. Thank you for your time. It's been hot out in the sun. We love what you do. And thank you once again.
Thank you.
Okay, George. You're just going to do Scarlet.
Okay. She is quite a special little critter.
Yes, she is. Scarlett sounds very romantic. Yes, I think we're going to. Smart's the last one. And then Carmen, what is Scarlett? She was also born at the R&R. All the last ones have been born here. Never been in a car before.
I think Scarlett wasn't born here. But she came here very young.
Oh, she came here very young.
Yeah, she came here very young with her mom Violet.
Yes.
And I think but Scarlett, she's one of my. They're all my favorites. But she's just. She's a little bit wild. I think that's also the paint. The paints are very different, a little bit wilder. And of course, she's got beautiful blue eye. And she's very playful. Her best friend is Alice. She's very playful and she's 4, also 4.
4 years old.
Yeah, so she's quite young. Lots of lovely potential. She loves jumping.
She does.
She loves jumping. Yeah. So she would make a great jumper.
If we don't have more space for all these horses to bring out their little antics. But yes, I remember when I think Alice or Scarlett was in the arena, and yes, Scarlett was very, very upset when Alice was in the arena, and she was like, "Where's my friend? Where's my friend?" So they really, really do build amazing bonds. But I'm not going to, So that's Scarlett, and George, obviously, clearly also very sweet to look after, very easy to look after and to groom.
His mother problem is a kicker.
Oh, she's a kicker.
Yes.
Oh dear.
Boy, does it go up my side.
You don't let her out of your sight because she's a bit unpredictable.
Yes. Problem is kicker.
Sure. Interesting.
Yes.
Well, George, thank you once again. Okay, and the last one, folks, is Smart, which is over there. And I'm just going to basically leave them because you can see they're getting a bit antsy because it's their time to be taken in. Melanie is going to be speaking to us about Smart. What is Smart? This is Smart. And Dion is going to talk about Smart.
Stop.
Oopsie.
I think Smart is scared to see me.
Yeah, but
I
I
know
think,
it's good for
yeah,
this one.
they're all being a bit antsy. They want to go in for the night. So we're going to be quick about Smart. What is Smart's story?
You want to talk about Smart's story? We got a complaint about him.
Yeah, Smart. We got a complaint about Smart being in the Pero industrial area. Horse was under condition. He was basically just ripped and bones bones and skin when we confiscated him the day. And then the guy in the cart, he himself don't have a very good history with cart horses. So the lady that sent in the complaint, she was in tears that day. When she saw the horse in the cart.
It's very distressing when you see a horse in a state like that in a cart. I can imagine.
Because he was sitting in her office and they were standing opposite the office where she was at in cold quarters to say, "Can you please come and help this horse?" And we couldn't believe what we saw when we see when we find Smart in the car. And then also when we first took him into Epping, and I remember that when we arrived at Epping, that Carl, our admin guy in the office, he couldn't believe what he saw because for him he can't remember when last he see a horse so thin, like Smart.
And also, can I interrupt you, Melanie? Also, you must remember that was in the time with COVID, we can't put again out
Free food. So there was no excuse. None. Just pure abuse and neglect. and I'm so glad that he's here. And that's
He's got a very nice personality. He's still very young. He's still going to grow. He's,
how old is he?
He's about three and a half years old. So he's still going to grow. He's a bit of an introvert. He's very protective of his space.
Okay. Oh, excuse me, sir.
So, and he's a very slow eater. Very slow eater, very gentle eater.
I was going to say like a gentleman.
Like a gentleman, yeah. So, and Emmanuel, me and Emmanuel, he's also on his old Emmanuel because his coat is not so shiny. We're a little bit worried about him. So he's on
A special diet.
Yeah.
So all those things that you notice, and as that's what we need your donations for. So if there's an issue or there is a problem, the grooms, everybody knows the horses so incredibly well. If there is a change or something not right, we step in and try and fix it. Diana, thank you for your time today. We really appreciate it. Thanks for rushing back, and glad that the horse that you treated was all better. And Melanie, to you too. And Emmanuel, thank you so much for having us here today and mixing with all the horses. Tomorrow they can all be tomorrow they can all stand around in peace without us in their faces and being interviewed. Thanks once again. Thanks, Melanie. So Marika, we've actually gone through all the horses at the R&R, and can you hear me?
Sorry, yes, Karen, I can hear you.
Goodness. Well, we're going to be wrapping up shortly, so there is still time to donate. If you can't donate, we do have a WhatsApp line, so please dig deep, and if you can always contact us tomorrow or the day after if you do want to make a donation. Marika's given you all our information, our website. We're on Facebook, Cart Horse Protection Association. Google us. We've got our own website, carthorse.org, and make a plan to donate. I know Giving Tuesday and our sponsathon was today, but if you didn't get round to WhatsApping us your pledge or donating today, there is still time. So please, we need your support. Marika?
Yes, I can take over.
It's still
from
buffering.
Here. Oh dear, she can't hear me.
See. Technology.
Karen can't hear me. So I'm just going to take over here. I see Facebook has already kicked us off because we've been streaming for more than 8 hours. We really loved sharing all the horses with you, introducing you to them, and showing you their stories. We have really enjoyed showcasing our staff and the wonderful care that they give to these horses. We are not going to shut down the donation page. So if you still want to make a donation, please do. If you still want to pledge to make a donation, you can do that. And we have loved having you here. We have loved spending the day with you. And we hope that we can still raise the 300,000 Rand that we need. And just as a last little thing, I'm going to play you the evening check video again just to say thank you for spending the day with us. We have loved having you with us, and we hope to see you again. Oh, I see they're back on again, but I don't know if they know that they're back on again. Oh dear. Okay. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much for everyone who spent the day with us, and enjoy your evening.